Okay, so today I'll continue, and I've been on a bit of a good streak. The last episode I did like a bunch of variants and stuff because that was for my Saturday format, but yeah, you never know with me whether I'm going to go on a good streak or a bad streak for a very long period of time. Usually one comes after or before the other because I get either overconfident or something. Let's see. There is no such thing as eternal memory capacity. You've been losing against me against time before I was here. You have already been losing to me. Misspelled. What does that mean? There's no such thing as eternal memory capacity. You have been losing against you. I've been losing against you against time. I mean, time has always been difficult, but that's what I have to kind of adhere to a little bit. If I can just be a little faster in the opening or something, but then that hurts me too. Let's just go in here, but I have to put forth the maximum effort every game, and I'm fine with the result if I do that. Right, so I just can't have those lapses of one move where I'm just not paying attention or I do something stupid, which happens quite a bit, actually. We get our little cute King's Indian thing. There's nothing else to worry about with this position. This is an annoying move, but I'm okay with it, even though doing this isn't really good. So you're almost supposed to do this. But even if you do this, it still doesn't solve the problem because it's like, okay. Or you know what's been making a difference is I don't put the tag in my title anymore, so I don't show up on here, right, as far as being live. So people would have to go to my profile and click on it to see that I'm streaming. So that actually has helped, it seems like, in terms of, you know, oh, people aren't sniping me, or at least it's not as easy and obvious to do that. That sounds kind of like an excuse, but like, whatever. If it helps, I'll just not do that for now. Right, because normally it has like a big banner here, and you click on it and you see the stream. So clearly that's going to help people, because my commentary is so instructive, it's going to help them so much to try to figure out how to beat me. But if nothing else, it sort of just saves them time. I would take, they would take, and then at least I would take, right, like I would take the queen or something. I'm generally okay with that, although the light square bishop is in a weird spot. So if I go like this now, right, what happens is they could end Pizan, and I can get development with the bishop as a result of the end Pizan. So I don't see any problem with doing that. Right, if you leave it there, I'm fine with that position. If you take it, I'm also fine with that position. There's nothing wrong with that. Lock pawns are my greatest strength a lot of the time, although, as much as I'm okay with this, I don't understand one thing. And that is the simple fact that I don't understand what the light square bishop is really going to do in this whole game. Like, even this is kind of a cute thing to do. Because it's like, it's probably going to be bad, but in fact, I shouldn't even do it yet. I should do it here. Okay, that's just a beginner's bait. Just don't do the take. You go here. If he takes, I can develop the knight. If not, then it's perfectly fine. These certain things you'll learn over time just anyway, because it's like, you know, it's a case where you just through repetition and making mistakes, you're going to learn stuff. But that's different than how people sort of study in a formal sense. Now, these kingside pawn pushes are always very devastating for me, so it deserves at least a little bit of time. So I should probably move the knight because it's going to be a liability that forces me to take. But even if I do that, no, I guess if I do that, he can't do anything because he'd have to, like, do a whole bunch more, although this probably isn't a very good spot to put the knight. But you see what a pickle it puts me in. Like, where am I supposed to really put the knight? Like, there's nothing you can do. It's so stupid. You either have to get pushed back, or you know what I guess you could do is put it here. You could let him push it and then put it here, and then there's nothing he can do. And it even blocks the pawn from advancing. And it even creates potentially an octopus knight or something here, even though it doesn't, because their knight is also covering. Let me actually leave it there for now, although I have my reservations about doing that. This is actually the kind of position that I often create where the knights are meant to excel, because it's like nothing is really happening, so you have to make something happen with them. But I'm too slow. See, look at the difference in time. Like, that's how there's nothing you can do. It's a dangerous assumption. I mean, if I'm talking about the knight, that's usually pretty accurate, though, because there really is usually fuck all that you can do with it. Oh my god, oh my god. Now I'm just gonna do something random and get myself in trouble. Go ahead and do it, and then I'll go there. Okay, fine, dude, fine. Now I kind of fucked myself a little bit, because now you're gonna open that thing and it's gonna be dangerous because, okay, I go here, you would raise it, I would take, you would take. I should have just not even worried about it. If you go here, I'm not gonna take, but then if I don't, then you keep going too, so it's like, and you have way too much cover on there too. See, there was no reason for why I could go like this, so now if you take, I take with the knight, and if you don't, then you can just raise the pawn, and I'm fine with that. So at least the knight makes itself useful this way. So now you block it off because you don't take. If you do take, I take without disrupting the pawns. If you keep going, then I'm fine with this close structure position. So I don't see any problem with that. Most important thing is to keep this here because you don't want to let the thing fuck it up. Alright, so you're attacking into that, which means you could potentially take the knight with something, but you really can't do it. Now you take this in check, and then you're in a relatively good position here. Because now you could block with the knight. I'm surprised they even did that, actually. I like this move because now it discourages you from moving the thing, from moving the queen, but I should be maybe a little bit weary about what they might do. But there's a lot going on with this, but you can't really take anything, too. Here's where I'm going to be a little bit too aggressive and get myself in trouble when I don't need to do it. But I just love this because if he moves the knight, I get to take. There is no threat that you can really do. Like, oh, he'll go there with the queen, but so what? Like, it doesn't actually do anything. If you move the knight, I can both take the rook and I could take the thing. Oh, wow, what a scary move. So great, but what does it... I don't get what it still really does. Let's see. Letting him get into there could be a little bit scary, but it's not that big of a deal. The double attack is actually meaningless for the time being. You'll bring the stupid ass knight into there. Just a time that fucks me over, like okay, so nothing's really happening with this position, but it's okay. Like I'm not in a bad spot. I just need to figure out something I can do with it. I mean, you could just keep picking up pawns. Like you could do it. It prevents the knight from coming in as well. And then it's, oh no, but you'll take this, but you won't. But how do you know? How do you know that? Like, what do you mean, dude? How the fuck do you know what I'm doing? Whatever, dude. Alright, you'll take here, he'll take, I'll take, but then you can take. God damn it. This is where I just wish I could trade something so badly. And you almost could, but then you'll take that stupid ass or whatever. Okay, you can just go here then for now. But then you'll take the stupid ass knight. What if I just cover the knight with this? It's not like the other thing needs any cover. So... if you take... okay, dude. Okay, this is fine. You can go there with the queen or whatever and try to double attack it. I'm fine with it, dude. Like, you're the fastest fucking player in the history of the game. Okay. I still don't fully get it. Like, what does that do? Okay, you give a check with that. I just come back. I'm not immediately seeing the payoff for it. Right, you give a check. I don't know. Oh, shit. I wasn't thinking from that angle. I was thinking the opposite. You go here. You can't give a check there. You're going to give a check, like, from here. I fucking don't know, dude. All you would need to do is, like, really block something, but that's very hard to do at this point. See, now I'm getting lazy because I'm just, like... I'm in a good spot, but I'm just kind of annoyed by the position. Like, they sacked a rook to do this, but now what do they do? And they have plenty of time to think about it. I'm already playing stupidly, like. I just hate how people play. Like, I just don't approve of it. Regardless what the outcome is, I just don't respect it. So you bring the queen, you bring the rook. Like, I don't know what. That at least buys me a little bit of time. You go like this, and this is beautiful because you should force... I don't fucking know, dude. You'll go there, first of all. I mean, I could sack something too. It's not like it's a big deal, right? It's just a case where you could even do this and then take that. How about that? But then this might still be too devastating for me. But like, okay, I give a check, and then I take the rook, and then you give a check there, and then I move, and then you... I can't figure it out in this much time, dude. You should be able to keep escaping. Like, what do you do? You give a check, I go there. Then you give a check, then I go there, there. You should be able to escape. I don't care. If I might have a chance. So now we go... You could just easily take that, first of all. Could itself be bad because you're opening back up the rook, but you're really not, because, I mean, it was already open. If you take it with the queen, I'd be happy about it. You can almost just do it with that, too. It's like... Or even this is perfect. Because you get to compel the trade here, so now it's over in my favor. I just have to hurry the fuck up. I don't care about that. Go ahead, take it. I'm up by a substantial amount, right? So, like, there's nothing to worry about. It's just annoying. Average game here. This is exactly how it happens, bro. So fun, so instructive, so interactive. What a great game. Just forget it, dude. You give a bunch of spam chat. I don't care, dude. At this point, I don't care, because I'm just gonna stop. I won't even play another game. Like, you see what the game of chess is like. It's not a good game, actually. It's not a good game. Like, that's always what it comes down to. Like, it's not a valid outcome. It doesn't matter to me. I don't care. I don't care. That's garbage. That's completely garbage. Like, I'm obviously better. I'm obviously winning. You have no chance. That's garbage. I should just I'll let it go down to 0 though next time, just to show that that's the point. That's completely uninstructive. Absolutely stupid. Like, really, what am I supposed to think with that? Like, oh, I played at a much higher level than I should have because I took my time. So next time, don't take your time, and then you'll lose some other way. Like, what the fuck is that? Absolutely disgusting, man. And the point is, I still should have done it because I get to obviously, you know, I still had enough time, arguably, but that's fine. So that ends our little streak. I have to find my little fucking notepad too. Actually, I forgot. That just makes me really not like the experience, though. It's not about the outcome. It's like they can't beat me ordinarily. Like, just beat me in a normal, regular positional way. But they can't do it. Like, it never happens. Whatever they were doing was not good enough to win the game. Or at least they didn't know how to do it. Right? It just looked like a little bit of an uncomfortable position, but... That's just so frustrating, man. This is why you gotta just trade stuff earlier, too. Like, as soon as I get the queen off the board, I feel very comfortable. You are supposed to do this, and I thought about doing it, but so what? It's like... You wouldn't just do that, would you? Because like, now you can... Now you can... Oh, no. I had already moved the rook there. Never mind. Yeah, I'm not too happy about that, but whatever. Alright, we have to change my set and stuff, which again, it's been a little bit since I've done that. Chess pieces, ocean. These people move so fucking fast too, and it makes no sense. You might say, "Oh, that's why he won," but it's not, because wait, why isn't it working now? Or is this not? This is not even the same part. Wait, what? Ocean pieces. I feel like that wasn't even what it was, though, is it? Oh, here it's like with the 0. Android, we're using a fucking mobile set over here. Alright, so what do we have? We have the board is going to keep going back here, and then we get to... I'll have to find my stupid little notepad thing here. That is just really, really sad, though. Okay, I might not even actually have... If I don't have them actually on here, I won't even bother making a new one. I'll just stop. I won't even do that. I'll just play something else. I wish, in fact, I could go back to playing classical, but I fucking tanked so hard there that now I'm not able to. I can't remember, like, which entry I was at with this, so... please don't be the 5th one. I only put, like, 5 on a notepad, so now... No, I guess it's not. Might be, like, the 2nd one. No, maybe the 3rd one. That was the Hearthstone one. You can't really see anything that's happening. Could be the 4th one. Okay, so I assume it's the 3rd one. I'll put this one up here. Little Permadeath bot thing that I should be doing actually on Tuesday, which is exactly what this is, but I just don't have time right now, or whatever. I don't have the proper setup for it. Yeah, so the 3rd one was that, so that's at least good. Yeah, that was a pretty good streak there. 6 games in a row. And I played some other random stuff in between. But, I mean, at least that preserves the streak because you get to... You know, whatever. You get to... Whatever. It doesn't count unless you play a rapid game. Although, if you play an unrated game against, like, a friend or whatever, it still counts and it fucks up your streak. So let me just... find something else here. Okay, we'll do another one. This is almost one of my soft rules, though, that I try not to play too many games in a row like that, or like I try to take a break in between games. Whether I... What the fuck? Whether I don't know. Whether I win or lose, I still think like that. I'm more frustrated that what I do works than anything else. Like, just show me in a decisive way that what I'm doing doesn't work, and at a certain point it will stop. You know, that will eventually happen. But because it still does, then it's always my fault. It's not the fault of what I'm doing or anything else. That's okay, though. I have no problem with that loss. It's just... It's fine. Like, you have to just accept that. This is actually the way that it's gonna be, so you can have it. If you... This guy's moving too slow already. He should be fucking zooming past. He shouldn't have even used, like, 2 seconds left yet, because he's fucking studied openings his whole life, so why should it even matter? You want to do this, but you really can't, so it makes me wonder a little bit what, you know, what to do with the Darkspear Bishop in that case. Right, it's actually quite confusing. So this can come back, so I just don't understand what to do with the Darkspear Bishop at all in this game. Again, that awkward knight position does create some confusion with it. Now, you can seal this off, but I think generally you'll still be able to open it adequately. Like, I'll take, they'll take, I'll still take. You can't really even do it, even with that. You'd have to go again. It should be fine. You're like finding the seams like, oh, maybe it's a good thing to do it here somehow, or there'll be certain pawn structure things you have to know that I just obviously don't know. That's not really a big deal. All you would need is like a cover there, but these kind of moves end up being bad when I try to do this, right? They would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. Like, I could do it, but something about this I'm going to tell you is objectively wrong. I just don't know exactly what it is. But, and it's not like you have to get it there. See, I sometimes tunnel vision on certain things, like, oh, it has to be in that exact way, and it's like, you know, it doesn't always have to be so perfect. If you go here, that's a little bit annoying, but you could take, double take. If you go here, I could take, and then you could go there, and then I wouldn't be able to take adequately. This is probably not a good move, like I've been saying, but I'll still do it. Really, what difference does it make? What is my bishop even going to do there that's so good? It could be good, but I'm going too much out of my way to try to make it work here. Like, I was flexing his time capabilities too, but it just didn't matter. Like, I'm too eager to even do that, but look, he loses the center pawn, so clearly this must be good somehow. And now I could put the dark square bishop there, honestly. Right, there's no problem with doing that, so now it's really the light square bishop that I have to be worried about. Like, how good is this diagonal actually going to be? And I don't know. It's very rare that you get both of them to be that perfect. This is why you almost want to trade one off, like, all the time. Despite how much I obviously like the bishop more than the knight. I could take that and it would kind of close this structure off, so I don't necessarily want to do that. Even though, I mean, I always do want to do it, but I just can't because... and now this one's going to cuck my ability to also do that because... It's an interesting thing for sure. I definitely have to acknowledge the knight here and its capability, because what's gonna happen is, I guess I could just take this one first. Like, fuck it, dude. Or in a sense, that was actually like a free knight, was it not? Or no, it wasn't. It could have been a free knight though if mine wasn't such a... Wait, I don't even get what happened there. I don't know. Whatever, it's still fine. I'm materially up in a very minor way. So my knight can rest like on here, and that would be like his good potential position or something. I mean, it's not really super adequately covered as it stands right now, but that diagonal is very strong, or at least one of these two will be very good. You can raise it up to there, and I'm not really threatening it in any way. You can go ahead and go here. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. That's like the classic 6 for 6, but I'm being a bit... it's not like you could even take that anyway. I'm being a bit too overly ambitious with this, honestly. You like raise it to there, but I could just take, they could just take. I don't know what's going on. See, when you create these more aggressive initiative sort of positions, then you get in trouble, because you either have to just be a lot better, period, even at calculating or whatnot, but you also have to kind of have a better structural idea of what you want here. My only idea is that, like, opening this can be good for an attacking idea, but it often isn't something that I actually take advantage of. So they just gave up randomly. I'm not sure exactly why that's even so bad, because you're not even going to lose that. So what... I love that. What did you even do? What is even so bad about that that you resigned for? Right? It's almost like giving me too much credit. I doubt I'm even winning by anything at all. Right? Like, I'm not. It's literally 100% drawn position. They take... And I'm not even supposed to do that, but... Yeah, that's actually bad, even the sequence that I... Well, assuming they did exactly the same thing. They would have, like, forked me or something. I mean, I keep getting away with too much, right? That's what I'm not happy about regardless. This is why you play so badly, because you keep getting spoiled. Right, they're going to be so bad that defensive battle, also known as every single game I ever play in chess. Fucking so many pop-ups on here. Or like this is when they attack you, like it's their turn and they attack you. I haven't played a Fire Emblem game in a super long time. In fact, a lot of the new ones I don't seem like I would really like them even, but okay, this should be perfectly fine. So you get to if he raises to there, it makes me nervous because then a pin possibility does open up. Right now, at least it's fine because you can address the pin first and foremost before you do anything else. And then you just get to open up room for this. You got to open up this. So it's like, I don't really have to castle, but it's just, you can get out of here for now. Right, so this is generally a good structure, but there's one problem with it, is that the light square bishop is going to have some trouble coming into the game here, and the reason why is because of the simple fact that you might want to put it actually somewhere else altogether. I don't feel particularly compelled to do that, and the reason why is because I don't think I want to do that trade, but I also don't know. Like, it'd be the rook that covers back. Let's just ignore it for now and do this, which could be a famous last words type of phrase. We could collect all the famous last words phrases and moments that I've had over time. Ah, yes, of course, 19,000 games to be 1,600. Wow, what a guy. Now I see why chess is glorified so much out of proportion, because people just don't understand how the game actually works. You don't have to be good to understand how something works. Like, you understand the nature of the process. Just study the game, dude. What are you, a clown like me? You attack here. You can try to do this. Doesn't really do anything. Now again, this is a scenario where you badly want to trade stuff, but I'm not actually able to. You have this diagonal, and it's fine with me. What's actually more annoying about this is just the knight's positioning. Like, I don't know actually what to do about it. Like this one, it's just kind of in the way. We can move this away, and we try to open basically this diagonal up, but it might have certain pitfalls and downsides. This might even be like a very sackable position. You get the queen right in there, you get this right in there. I might not be able to cover it. Like, I love how easily that can sometimes happen, but it honestly can. Right, like I'm so tunnel vision on what I'm trying to do here, but there may be certain downsides to it. And I love the implication of trying to calculate stuff like that. There's no way you would be able to. It's just like there's too much shit. Okay, that's fine, right? There's way too much shit going on sometimes. Or maybe I should have taken with the... Maybe I should have taken with the thing, with the knight. Now, you are sometimes supposed to try to do this, but in this position, actually, I feel somehow more... But see, there is no dark square bishop to block, so why am I even doing this? It could become dangerous if he, like, to kind of cut off that. I think I'll do it here, but generally, it's sometimes not a good idea to play like that, where you are often supposed to take the pawn. You're not supposed to keep pushing it like that in that scenario, because I've been in that position so many times, and I often misplay it, right? Because you're not blocking a dark square diagonal, you're not doing anything, really. You're just kind of... If you take there, I take back, right? So that's perfectly fine. It's just a question of... this rook is going to get caught out and fuck me over. I'm making all kinds of unnecessary moves right now. There's no need to be doing any of what I'm doing. But yet I still keep doing it. So this is adequately covered. If you push, I can take. If you double push, I can take. This would be the cute little play that you could theoretically make. But even if you try to do it, you'll keep dancing around with the knight. So it's just giving you sort of free initiative as the queen can sometimes do. So, fuck me. Sometimes when they load up like this, it's the right position for sacking. Like if they'd sack a couple of pieces, it could actually be worth it for them. I just don't know exactly how. If you go here, I could at least theoretically take it. Although I almost don't even want to be honest. So you have a potential there. Let's try to maybe do this one. But then you'll come there and then I'll be kind of annoyed, but it won't necessarily even do anything. I'm taking too much free initiative here that I don't like. I can move this anywhere that I please, but there's nowhere actually good for it to go. What a surprise. And in fact, I don't know. So many of my pieces are just in odd, undesirable positions. This is one of those bait trade type of moves. So it allows his knight to go in there, and therefore not even be traded in the first place. So I honestly don't see what the benefit of it is. Maybe this is good to try to make something happen. See, these are the kind of wild pawn moves and stuff too that you end up making where it's like, yes, maybe this is a good structure, but how am I supposed to know exactly how to play this? Right? Even if you had studied, this is such an unusual thing. You probably weren't supposed to do that under any circumstance, but... Or if you're going to play like that, you have to end it very quickly and just, you know, really punish them. Which with 18,000 games under his belt, this guy should clearly know how to do this. I won't hesitate to do that. And so now I'm just confused because I don't know what these... I'm just going to try to get that in there, but I really couldn't explain to you what's happening with this position at all. You can't take there thanks to my unusual rook position that normally you would never have any, you know... You would normally not be covered in that position. We can try to push this up with some sort of rook thing, but I won't even worry about it. I'll just try to consolidate what I have here for now. At least it's a nice, pretty closed structure that we're going for. But I'd love it if a knight could take on there, but it just can't because the knight sucks as a piece. What you can almost do is you can bring the king... I don't know what I'm doing. I'm trying to just create an... Okay, if you take, I take... This is where the knight has to come into play too. Where you don't want to split these, but you kind of have to. I certainly am not going to take. Or wait a second. Let them take, I take. It doesn't matter, right? It's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. It doesn't matter. So let's go ahead. We'll bring it into here. And if we do that, then it could create some implications like take, take. Then you control the open file right away. Or even the lock pawn thing there is pretty nice too. So the knight is going to cause me some undue complication. But it shouldn't be that big of a surprise because that's just the way that the knight works kind of in general. Where it can be very irritating to deal with. Like it's going to be a completely claustrophobic, annoying position that we have. And they don't really seem to know what they're doing either, but... I hate this because it's going to split the rooks. But there's nothing that can really attack the rooks, so I guess... It's fine for now, but I'm not happy about it. I mean, the attacking idea here is very simple, but it took me a very long time to get there. I would take, and then they would take. But this is a perfect opportunity to do this, but then again, I kind of have to do it, because then it's threatening to become a passed pawn if I don't do something about it. So you'll bring the rook... I'll bring this at least to reconnect what we have here. And if we reconnect what I have here, then I'm able to basically... Or you know what, it might be actually better off here, because it's just going to cause all kinds of problems if I put it there. But then again, I don't know. Yeah, I'm a little bit low on time, but it's not terrible. Right, so you get this little cute position. If you raise this, I can take. So this is like a... Not really an octopus knight, but it's still a cute, good position for the knight to be in general. So this rook could be a little problematic. You won't be able to cover this very effectively if the light square bishop comes into play. And so that could be a factor for sure. right, you'd have to figure out how to stop the light square bishop from pushing this out, basically. So you're gonna see a move like this into this, but I guess whatever, like it's gonna be problematic for sure. There's no question about it. If only I could cover it with something else, but I guess I just can't do that, huh? You go here. Oh, this is a disaster already. Like, so you're gonna go here, and I can't stop you from going there, so I guess it's just gone, right? Like, what an awesome thing. There's no other way to cover that. There's nothing else you can do. Just fuck it. You're pinning that down. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I guess I'll go here, and then if you take, I'll take. Oh my. Very, very odd position where this is just uncoverable, so I really can't do anything about it. I'll just let it go. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Because you're obviously going to push out the thing, and then I can't do anything about it, so... I mean, at least that you were working towards something, that I objectively could not do anything about it, right? Just to be very, very clear. That was just an unpreventable, unmitigatable position. At least we create a kind of a dangerous thing here with respect to now whether you take or not, or whatever you take with it, still fine. So now you have a double stack idea coming up. You would think the knights could be really good here, but they're just sometimes not. You have this pinned down, which is kind of a disaster to allow that, but the knight is there kind of just blocking on cue. Now you got to do some crazy unleashed thing, and then whatever, set up for kind of a mate idea. Light square bishop is there, don't really care too much about it. You'll come there with the knight. Which is fine, I can just like back off or something, but then you'll bring the bishop as well. Like, I don't fucking know what's happening. In fact, if I go there, I lose the knight. Like, you gotta always just remember what kind of pieces you're dealing with here, because it's just utterly insane. Like, I don't know what to do even. I'll double stack with the rooks then, I don't care. That bishop is kind of being a bit of a thorn in my side, I'll be honest. Because anywhere I try to cover with that, I can't do it because... Okay, even if I try to move the king, it's not going to work too well. Right, let's just go ahead and move this around a little bit just to kind of fill in moves. I would take a threefold repetition at this point, too. I totally would. Alright, alright. It's tough. It's a tough game sometimes, because you can always beat your opponent, but you can never beat the clock. It's just not possible to do it. Now the queen can at least move a little bit here, and so you know, now you're gonna attack this with the bishop there, then you're gonna lose the cover. It's gonna be all fucked up. Look how hard you have to work sometimes for these type of attacks. Like, it's gonna still take a million years to actually do this. I should almost move the king like here, but then this one's gonna be very hard to cover too. They haven't brought their queen in, which maybe they would have had the chance to do that. But see, I totally did that to myself too, where it's just like I'm trying to make something happen when I don't really have to, and then alrighty then. Yeah, I'm done. I'm not playing anymore right now. Just forget it. I mean, it's great. I got to get back to what I was doing before, where like I would lose on time, but I wouldn't make moves like that. This is why actually I'm not studying too, because I don't accept that. If you want to actually beat me, then you can beat me, but not like that. That's not a real game. That's not a real victory. Like, that's nothing. That's just fucking stupid. This whole time thing is very weird, how much people value it. Go ahead, you summon the fucking queen. No, but this was a bad day already, because I just kind of lost 2 games purely on time that I have to kind of overcome this, I guess. Why I would even do that is beyond me. We have an Octopus Knight, so that'll save us, but it's not even truly an Octopus Knight. Did I get a very well-deserved stalemate here? So this one's at least worth analyzing to the extent that, you know, I mean, I can always play those positions safer. Despite some of my good tendencies, I sometimes just try too hard to actually make something happen, and that's definitely your first mistake in the game of chess. Like, nothing's actually going to happen, and you shouldn't try to make it happen, and I'm at my best when I do that. Like, you know what I mean? You're not understanding how the game actually works if you're trying to do that. It's just nothing's ever going to happen, and you'd be happy to take a draw. It's like, why even bother trying? Right, they make a blunder there, which I don't even see exactly what the thing is with this, but like more specifically, what are you really trying to do with this? This is what I don't get. Now my rooks were split, so that was making me nervous, if nothing else, but at no point are you really going to be winning or losing by any substantial amount. You're not supposed to take there, you're supposed to take here first, then take, then go down here. What the fuck do you mean, dude? Why can't you just, like, get out of there? Now you take... What does that have to do with the knight? Like, why does he have to sack that for the knight? Like, these are completely unrelated positions. You attack him there, and then he's not supposed to take it. So what changed? I don't get it. What the fuck is going on? It's not like you're winning. Like, it's acting like, oh, this is some sort of mate sequence, and you're like kind of, you know, so deliberately doing it, but it's not actually doing anything at all. All right, let's see, what else do we have in here? Yeah, I mean, these two were kind of annoying. I guess I'll do it till if I lose with the next one, since I have one more in on my notepad. There is something about this that is sort of deliberate that I'm doing. It's just like, you can't get triggered on time. You just have to accept that this is what it's going to come down to and just deal with it. But that's one of those things that's very hard to deal with, right? I can deal with not knowing what I'm doing, not having studied, not having borrowed knowledge, not knowing openings. I can deal with all that, but I cannot deal with just being faster in the process of doing that too, right? That makes it very, very difficult, if not impossible. You can't just magically say, I just want to be faster. Like, how are you supposed to do that? Let me change it to the last one here, which is going to be like, what is it? Some WoW one where I'm holding my fucking wolf or something for my RP series of, whatever, Hardcore Classic. Yeah, I'll change my little set here. Android. That one was actually kind of nice, though. I'm just holding against it the fact that it has such a unappealing name. Just like it's one that you probably see on the app on a phone or something. So this one is bases, which I feel like I've used this one actually before at some point as part of this whole, whatever, Permadeath Gauntlet, where like every time I lose a game I have to change them, but even if they repeat, they're repeating a separate entry, so it's okay. Almost didn't look like I changed the board. Why does it keep doing that with my... it'll keep showing like my ping or MS or whatever is disconnected. It doesn't seem to affect it during the course of a game. Like, it's not counting me as having disconnected, but... let's see.
Atera is the IT painkiller.
Okay, let's see. It's amazing how little music Dark Souls actually has, but so much of it is so good. Like the boss themes, there's only a few of them, right? Most of the exploration in the world, like in the levels, doesn't actually have music, which some people might defend that and say, well, it's okay because, you know, just it's meant to be like that in its ambiance, but you could always turn the music off and, you know, have the same effect. So it is sort of them just cheaping out on doing that because they didn't have much voice acting or lip syncing or anything either. So it was just something they didn't care to do. Alright, so I guess I'll go till I lose with this one, which wouldn't take much to beat me today, I guess. We go ahead, we'll do that. If you take with this one, then I can check. Then if you bring the bishop in, I'll just take it. If you bring the knight. You're like, why can't I immediately just do that? Because I guess he'll just cover it. But I mean, you can sometimes get away with doing this. Just, you know, how would I get punished? You bring the bishop and I just take the bishop. If you don't, then what do? You know, you can do like this maybe. And so what that allows you to do is you can bring the thing. You can bring the dark square bishop. And the reason why you can bring the dark square bishop is to actually pin that down. But I'm already being like way too overly ambitious with doing this. So you'll bring the knight to try to maybe preserve the pawn structure, which means I shouldn't do it now at all. I should definitely keep the light square bishop. But now you can get kind of your revenge and guarantee the trade anyway. So what good did that do me? And you might be tempted to try to take with the knight, but you almost don't even want to, I guess. I mean, I could do it in theory, but usually you're supposed to just let it happen, right? That's a very kind of an inorganic position that you don't typically see. You want to stop the pin from happening potentially, but there is nothing to even pin, so that's just my instinct and paranoia, like a PTSD moment. Stop the pin that there isn't even a fucking pin in the first place. So they get a very good diagonal because of that, but they would have to give up a pawn to do it, which is maybe even still worth it. Or no, they wouldn't have to give up anything. So you almost want to stop that from happening. And the reason why is because you go here, then I kind of want to get my dark square bishop here nice and aesthetic. So it's a tough decision to make because I'm giving him this diagonal, but maybe I just don't care. Like, I don't know. It's amazing actually how lazy I am sometimes with... I just do everything in such a... It's a combination of two bad things, you know what I mean? Like, it's one thing if you don't want to study, but I'm lazy even in the course of a game where I just don't want to think as much as you'd really have to do. Now, if you got the bishop to attack that, you'd have a fork position ready to go. But I just won't be able to do that for like an hour because it's just going to take too long. Now you can move this with impunity and therefore attack this, but it's going to take you a while before you can really capitalize on that. I would imagine you go here, then you go here. You go ahead, probably you're motivated to do this for the simple fact that obviously you have the ability to cover it now, or not even cover it, but basically hard to say what I'm even trying to do with this exactly, but these moves can be very difficult. Like, where on the whole board would you move the queen? If you move it here, you can still attack it there. If you move it, I don't know. Right, it's hard to have a plan or any sort of bigger picture thing. You're just trying to get out of the harm's way, so that's easy enough to do, but go into here, you could try to create a double stack with the thing, with the bishop, but it's kind of in the wrong direction still. And so I might not be too worried about that for now. You just put it behind there, but I mean, this is almost too easy and too tempting of a trade bait to try to go for, basically. Or the simple act of just moving this 2 would do the trick a little bit. And it would also cover onto there for what it's worth. Like if you really felt like you could, you know, if you really felt like you could have to worry about it, you can just deal with it that way. Which creates some potential threat here. You would take, then be threatening it out, and then if you go there, he would just take or something. Now you lose whatever potential threat you would have had there, unless you want to somehow sack it, which I don't even really see why or how you would do that. So now we can potentially get rid of the darks for bishop itself. And the reason why is because if you go there, I would take, you would take, I would take, you would take, I would still take. You could cover it with that 2 or something, but you could take there now, right? You could take there, and the reason why is pretty simple as well. But if I took this first, would something else happen? Like, they would take there, I would have taken there, then I would take there, then they would take... It wouldn't really seem to help me, right? I would have taken the thing, but then I still end up losing it because I can't save it and protect that in the same process. If you take this, he doesn't even control the diagonal though. Wait a second. It's not even a real play. He can't do it yet. He would have to move this and then do it. So I'll do it, then he'll move this. And then, whatever, I'll take an extra piece, then he'll take it, and then I still have time to recover and react, I'm pretty sure. It's not just my trade fiending tendency, I swear. Like, and they're not even trying to do it. Okay, let me complete my structure. I can't even really do it for now. Okay, this kind of position at least makes me relatively comfortable, but now you're gonna try to do the same shit again. We can go here now because the dark square threats are completely neutralized as well. So let's just go there. It's perfectly fine. I don't know how some people just don't get burnt out with this kind of game though. It's like to play it for so long, for so many years, for so many, I don't know. It's different than just like, oh, whether you're good or bad at something. It's like you have to put so much time in to it that it becomes kind of a farce. Okay, you could potentially have an octopus knight there if you wanted one. I don't know. Sometimes it's just so hard to find like where to even put it. You put it here and then they're gonna probably check and take the knight itself. So, I mean, I'm kind of scared about the whole knight's existence here. You put it here, this is cute, but also there's no way that you can actually give a check. It's just kind of what I'm doing is sort of annoying and peevish and not really too good. I mainly just want to get it out of the way. Like, I don't know. So if you open that up at some point, you could maybe take and do it as a sack play, but I don't really see still the entire significance of it. This is maybe a little bit dangerous because it would leave it kind of out on an island. I'm just worried about some potential check, but there really is no such check. It's just in my imagination, you know? Like, you want to try to open that up, but I don't really know exactly how because you have that open now, but it's kind of like, so what? Let me put this here, actually. I can't explain entirely what I'm doing or why. If you raise it, I could simply take. So the knight is actually not even covered, not even covered here. You could potentially take there, and if you raise this even, you could potentially take the knight itself, or I mean the rook itself. And even if you were to move that after the fact, like, oh, you're going to unleash, I could still take and check and mate. So that's kind of a cute little thing, but I doubt it's actually going to have any value, but sometimes you still do stuff like that to create the possibility, like, okay, now you at least know he can't do certain moves like this. Not that it's that big of a deal to do it, but I could do like this, and it's like, oh no, I take, and then if he takes, he's screwed. But then doesn't that give him like a passed pawn too? Because they would take, I would take, and then they keep going, but they can't keep going, at least not right away. They might switch the orientation of that, thereby allowing them to do that, or at least not punishing them for trying to do it. What else? What else? Like one of those things, like don't meet your heroes type of expressions. Don't play, don't do something that you actually respect so much and revere so much, because then you'll lose respect for it, because you'll realize how it actually works through all the romanticization. Like again, it's not about the zero-sum outcome that I'm sure people would fixate on that. It's like, okay, you'll get to various, this is kind of a gruesome picture actually, that your pet dies. Like my pet died in that playthrough, so it's like me holding it like the, what's that picture, like where Mary is holding Jesus or something like that, and like holding the dead pet, and then you're drinking like a bottle of liquor because you're kind of whatever, grieving over it. This move is not really as important as what they're making it out to seem. It's not that big of a deal. There's a number of things you could potentially do. Even that doesn't hold much significance, because if you would take, I would take, and then if you take, I could still take. Like I could be taking a chance with it, like if you cover the thing, if you actually cover the stupid ass. If you take, now I just take because it has no cover, or I guess that's fine. It doesn't matter. Like I could just take it, and then I won't be able to cover it in the future though, because of the stupid ass. Because of the stupid ass knight itself, right? Nothing can come in and actually cover it. So it's more prudent just to try to get rid of the queen in this equation. And the reason why is because if you can get rid of the queen, then you can basically do whatever you want, right? You don't have to worry about this threat at that point. So you're not actually going to win that pawn. Again, the knight doesn't serve to not even fail to cover it. It serves to actually block any other useful piece from doing the same, which is pretty much what you'd expect from a piece like the knight, but I'm still can't help but be shocked by it. I feel like this is the same thing too. I can't complain about the knight, not because, oh, everybody has one or everybody plays with them, and so therefore, you know, it's your fault. It depends how you use them. No, it's more just that you acknowledge how objectively flawed they are, so now you have to work around that. So you at least go in with the right mindset that you know exactly how it works. Whereas some people are delusional and pretend like, oh, it's actually so good or whatever, but the point scaling system should always be adjusted. Like a knight is worth like 2 and a bishop is worth like 3, something like that, which most really good players and measurements of the past have basically agreed with that, I'm pretty sure, but people still try to fight it somehow sometimes. Again, there's always that rare situation like, oh, you know, it's what do you call it? Now this would be an octopus knight type position. In a closed position it's good, or this or that, but it doesn't mean that, you know, you're not always going to see that, so it doesn't matter. You got to watch out to cover that one anchor. They don't actually have a passed pawn. I actually have a passed pawn, but they could easily take it. I at least like how long that they're taking. But no, my level of play today has been pretty bad. I mean, a lot of the time I just get away with doing that. I can play really lazy and bad and I still don't get punished for it, but you know, you could just do the queen trade. It wouldn't even mess up my pawns, but even if it did, I wouldn't care. Like, I would still do it. So just do the trade and then you get the pawn back. If you don't do the trade, then it might give me a chance to save it, but it really won't, because look at how the knight is just dedicated to my suffering here. It's amazing how frequently that happens too. You have to realize it's not the knight like doing something wrong. It's just doing nothing, right? It's not doing anything there. It's not important. It's not relevant. It's not useful. It's not attacking. It's not defending. It's just there, right? It's just there taking up space. That's the best way to describe the knight as a piece overall. Holy shit. What a move, dude. What a move is that, dude? Fuck. Exploit the weak link, I guess. I can't be surprised about that. I mean, I can't be too surprised on them for taking so long, I guess, to do it. I didn't mean to do that actually, but okay. I was trying to go here, or I don't know what I was even trying to do, but we could try to cover that now. So now you would double, or no, I can't even do it. I'm not too happy about this. You could cover it. I don't know what I just did there. Okay, so you're going to take the pawn too. I'm probably going to lose now. They made a very, very good move, and I have to appreciate and respect their willingness to at least take that long to try to figure it out. I don't know how or why they thought it was a move of such significance, though. Like, how do you know that move is that big of a deal, or that there's even anything there? Like, but they were taking their time a lot throughout the game, so more so than I do, at least. So fuck yeah. You're double attacking there as well. I guess I can do this. In my frustration to deal with the knight, I obviously or I mean, they're attacking it with that shit too, so I don't even know. Right, like they can easily take that, and then whatever sequence happens, they would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take. Like, if you do it in the right order, it could be problematic, but I still shouldn't really lose. But I mean, they're totally outplaying me in this last stretch of the game. They would take, let's say, then I would take, then they would, then I would take, then take, like they took, right? Then I take this first or something. I would take, and then if they take with the wrong piece, you could mate their dumbass. That's really the point, right? If they take with the bishop, but they don't have to take with the bishop, that's the problem. Right, they could easily just take with the queen itself. And unlike what he did, I shouldn't look too hard or think too hard, because obviously you should just be trying to win on time, because that's of course the instructive, enjoyable thing to do. And you might question, why am I even doing this mode then? Right, why am I even doing rapid? But I guess it's fine, and it's a good maybe way to try to get better at that circumstance. They made an absolutely bonkers move there for a second with respect to the amazing whatever they did, but this should help me at least a little bit. And more to the point, if you move this, you get fucked, because that might be more pertinent to what you're thinking about. But at least I should get the rook, if nothing else. Right? There's too many things you have to worry about. Like could I leverage that for my advantage even more? Because I feel like, you know, you could double attack stack onto there. And the reason why that's so good is because of the simple fact that you would be fucked if you move the bishop, but I can't really target it anymore. I would have to, like, triple attack it or something. Or, you know, trying to trade is always to my benefit. Uh-oh. I might be setting up for disaster here as well. Or more to the point, I could just try to take that with anything. Like, I could just... No, I guess I can't, though. I would take, but now he's closed that shit off, so fuck it. He could possibly mate me in there somehow now with the light square bishop position and everything, but that's good. Go back. Go ahead and take it. I don't really care even. Perfectly fine with me. We're still up by like the whole rook and everything. Tacking onto there. I just have to. Okay, dude. Okay. This is what the streaming culture has done to the fucking game of chess, dude. I swear to God, like, it fucking ruined the game of chess because everybody's obsessed with this sort of clown, fast movement, and everything of the sort. Give a check onto there. Go back. Doesn't really matter as long as you can't mate me, which you shouldn't really be able to do. I gotta stay off generally the light squares. Yeah, wow. So instructive, so fun. We played pretty evenly though, so I guess I can't be too mad about that. They made that one god level move. Like, that must be a brilliant move, which this side doesn't even really track. I don't think, or at least I forget how they show it. Blunder, but at that point in the game, who cares? Like, I won, so the engine can't question me, but obviously against an actual better opponent, I guess it would matter, or again in a proper time format. It's like, how common is it to play just a 10-minute game in an over-the-board tournament setting? I don't feel like it's really all that common, right? You're mostly focusing on classical and stuff. I mean, you'll be playing faster formats too, like Blitz and Bullet, but nobody really cares about those as much. So you're learning it the wrong way, even by the basis of. I thought about moving the queen somewhere wild like that, but what does it even do? Like, it would have let me maybe take the bishop and then do something. Like, I could have exploited that threat maybe a little better. I don't know why some of these moves are actually blunders, but you see what an eyesore that knight was, but it ended up actually helping me out a little bit. But yeah, like, nobody's really winning or losing. It's just the nature of the game. So this they fuck up, and then the point is I wasn't going to take advantage and I wasn't going to win, right? I would, no matter what happened there, right, I wasn't going to win the game because I'm not going to have the time or the adequate patience or whatever to actually take advantage of that in any way. So it's really irrelevant, but I guess somehow it's still fine. Let's see. Yeah, that'll at least give me when GTA 6 comes out, because GTA 5 soundtrack was so good. That'll give me something else to listen to. Yeah, I'd love to do a first playthrough of Permadeath with that right when it comes out, but the problem is I would need more time to. I might have to just uproot my schedule at some point where I just do like the same thing every day, because then at least I could commit to doing it. Or, you know, what's going to be stupid is you're going to need to do it on console, because like with GTA 5, it'll take them like 10 years or whatever, like a year and a half to come out with the PC version actually. But that would be fine. I wouldn't even mind doing that. So what are they even saying the date is, I wonder? GTA 6 release. They probably pushed it back. A fall 2025. Oh, shit. They pushed it back even further. So just to put it in perspective, it took 12 years to make that from GTA 5. So compare that to the previous games. Like, when did Vice City and GTA 3 come out? Like around 2000 at latest. Like, so between 2000 and 2012, you had Vice City 3 and 4 come out, and 5 come out, right, from 2000 to 2012. So you had like four entries come out in 12 years. Now you have one entry come out in 12 years. Why is that? Because they're trying to milk the whole online shark card type stupid environment, or what? Okay, we have to really, really concentrate, and I'm obviously just not doing that, and so I'm not too happy about this. And I keep like kind of jerking and jittering with my clicks in a way that I don't really get. This side's not as bad for that as like as chess.com, but I'm still kind of being a little antsy with it. At least that shows this guy is maybe as slow as me or struggles on time as much as me. Okay, so we could try to set up for the bishop pair scenario. The only problem is that I don't know actually what that means, because like, where do I put the knight? I guess I can put it here. A lot of the time you're supposed to put it here, even in a scenario like this. And I don't really get the whole logic behind it. Yeah, I always say, like, what I think is the best thing to do, or what I think I've seen in the engine before, like, whenever I've looked at something, but yeah, you see when it's so evenly matched, it is almost a fair consideration. I'm not even going to say, oh, because I'm talking on stream, or, like, that's distracting me. I'm saying it more broadly, like, if they are sniping me, it could actually help, because it could make the difference of a few seconds in time that the game is actually coming down to, which seems utterly ridiculous that it should. But I guess I have to acknowledge, like, I'm as bad as these people, or I'm as good as these people. Like, I'm right at my level now. Like, this is actually hard for me to do. It's not that I can't beat them, it's that I have to really, really try and play kind of max out a little bit. Or at least in some cases, that's true. There is a lot of variance. It's like, you know, just because you're 16, 1700, it doesn't mean that anything. Like, some 1700s are better than others by vast amounts, which I don't fully get sometimes, but okay, we have the little bishop pair going now. This is the best case scenario you could hope for. You're not always going to be able to use it exactly right, but let's see how this mic is really working. This should be okay, I guess. This is like a pretty good quality one compared to even my other one, even though this is like not really my main setup that I use. Maybe the angle is a little bit off, but it should be okay. I guess this is almost what people must do, though. They must treat the game like this, but at least I can be objective and acknowledge how it actually works, even if I... And some of this is a little deceptive, because between this and this, I played like maybe 2,000 games. I don't know what the rest of them are, actually. Like, why is it 2,500? A lot of them are unrated, or a lot of them are, you know, just against viewers or friends, like, over and over, but whatever. It still counts, but whenever I make fun of people's things, like, oh, they played, you know, 50,000 games or something crazy, right? It obviously includes all that other stuff, too. You could potentially take that, but it doesn't really matter for now, so I don't have to worry about it. So what a good player would do here is they would try to remove this pawn, and the reason why they would try to do that is because of the simple fact that if you do that, you can get rid of the ability of the whatever. You can try to take advantage of that diagonal, but that's not really going to happen now anyway. You could push the pawn, block the one diagonal, and then also get rid of the other one, because there's no way to stop me from... There's no way to stop him from canceling that out. So the way to really do it is if you could trade both of my knights for both of his bishops, and then have this, then you're in god level position. But then you still have to keep his knights out of arm's reach of my bishops. That's really the best way to do it, because if they have their bishops, it's very unlikely that my bishops are going to really be able to take advantage of the whatever, of the bishop pair position and the whole diagonals, because obviously, I don't know, it's just not going to matter. So if you double attack that, you would be able to let's just go there or do something annoying like that, though. I bet. Again, you have the bishop pair. It's just a question of what are you gonna do. Like, you'll go ahead and sack it there. And the reason why is because then your thing would be very close. Like, I want to go here, but it's just annoying if I do. What else could I do, I guess, to stop that? Like, or what could I do to cover that anymore? I guess I really can't. They would take, I would take, then the queen is here, and then you're like one move away, right, from potentially having disaster. Not entirely pleased with this move, but I don't know what else to do. So you'll just do an annoying, cheeky move like that. And there's not much my queen can do. Like, we could borderline get trapped here if I try to keep just moving back and forth. So these kind of moves are sort of my signature too. It's just like, it doesn't really do anything. It's probably not even good, but it's just kind of annoying and throws them off, and it kind of forces you to know what their next move is going to be, because it's a threat that they just have to address, even if it's not a good one. Like just giving checks, you know they have to move that, so you're at least controlling what they're doing to some extent. But I could take with the thing, and then you take with the thing, and then I can't take, so it's not like that matters. I'm acting like I'll somehow be able to force him to open the king there. I'm worried about the sack play here, actually, because obviously this is the kind of stuff that people often do. I could go here, and then if he does like this, then I could just take it, I guess. But then you'll come back, and then we can keep doing this shit like back and forth, but I can try to get out of there. This guy, for all intents and oh my god, oh my god. This is so frustrating, bro. Like, I'm actually gonna get trapped though if I try to do this. Like, what would their next move be? They'll just, but I should be able to take the knight in the process of doing that too. You attack me with the knight there, then I'm here, then I can't take the knight there, and I'll have to pretty much go here. I can still escape, but this is like a very stupid position to put yourself in. So if you move the bishop away, or actually even if you don't move the bishop away, I could just take this overall. I'm trying to keep it connected to there just so I can basically take advantage of the fact that this would be kind of a good move because then you're potentially taking there. This is almost like something you'd see sometimes out of the opening, that like you would force the queen to go back exactly to there. You put it somewhere stupid like here, but I doubt that's actually going to be good. Yeah, this is a thoroughly unpleasant sequence to be in, but there's nothing I can do about it. You'll go here, then I'll go back to there, and I'm perfectly fine with that. Wait, why did it seem like he gained time there? I guess he was just faster for a stretch to catch up, but he was like way behind. A lot of the time I don't even look at the clock, but that's kind of a problem too. You have to be aware of it, or I don't look until the very end, and then I'm just pissed because I would have played really well, and then I start to struggle only at the end. Yeah, so much of it is like this infinite calculation potential. There's no limit. Like, even if you're Magnus, you can still calculate better. Like, you know what I mean? So there's no... You can just do it as much as you want, no matter what your level is. No, oh my god. Oh my god. Like, are you really gonna do this right now? And the best thing might be to try to even force a threefold repetition there. Like, why not even just do it? I don't want to do it, but... So they'll take, I'll take, they'll take, I'll still take. There's no like royal fork or anything that I can potentially see. Sometimes I do this out of a sense of honor, like I want to actually play it out like a normal, natural game, but then I just can't because, you know, you're not even meant to, or you end up losing then because of that. I almost wanted this here because then I could have tried to take there, right, in some point of that sequence, but it wouldn't have actually worked. I mean, this guy's almost like me, that he wants to just force a threefold repetition. I just don't think I can do it. Like, I hate the... I mean, I can do it, and I should do it, but I just hate the idea of doing it. So the whole idea would be if I could cover this in any other way, I'd be very happy with it, but I guess I just can't, so... There's nothing I can do. I'll just back off. You know what, dude? If this really determines the outcome, that's perfectly fine with me. I guess what I can do is I can raise it like here. Like you go here and then I raise it and then you take and then I just ignore it and I take. It might not be a particularly good thing to even sack, but I'm just somehow thinking that it seems like the kind of position where they would do that. Because it gets the queen right in there and then I have no way to deal with it immediately, and then you have like a knight come in and then I'm just screwed because I don't know. Okay, 3 minutes left. That's the main thing that's giving me confidence. Maybe I would have oh my god, oh my god. You can give a check there, but you actually can't. This guy is so fucking annoying. Like, I gotta hand it to him there. So if he takes for that, I'll just ignore it. That's the key point. Right, I'll just ignore the stupid ass bishop take. And I won't even worry about it because I'll get restitution by taking that and then I'm still attacking it. The queen is out of position, so it only relies on me taking it to try to do that. You could try to actually do this. Right, and that would be perfectly fine. Then I would take, if I take here, you still take back. So it doesn't really matter too much either. I mean, this might be consistent with at least the way that he's playing. Very stupid, or that does allow it to be covered, but you would think there should be something you could punish here with this, but there's just not. Like, what is this, bro? So what you have is the ability to basically, you try to take there, I take back, but you'd be worrying about the dark square cover there. You have the diagonal there, which means all you'd have to do is bring the queen in there, but it's just gonna, why do I feel like this is actually the right thing to do? I'm sure it's not, but this guy's actually playing kind of like me, so as you can tell, very frustrating. Just like go here, I guess. Right, and the reason why is because you're also threatening the stupid ass knight there. If you raise or raise, I take that stupid ass knight, which is not covered. So you always got to realize that the knight's the weak link, so it's going to get punished in some way. Or you could always just go back, which turns this into a totally repetitious, annoying ass experience. But I mean, what else can I expect? You could raise it up to here, and then therefore you look at it like, okay, I would take, you would take, and then I can't even take. And not only can I not take, but then I'd have to move, and therefore you get to take that also for free. Like, for example, why couldn't you do that now? If you just move the bishop there, I would take, but then you would take. So it would still even out the position. And then even if I tried to take this, you would take this. But then I guess I would still take back. So what would be the net loss? Like, I would take two knights and a bishop. You would take a bishop and a rook. So it's almost still even after all that. That's what chess can sometimes be so deflating. It's like you put in so much work and effort, and then you realize you don't even get anything for it, whether it be a draw most of the time, or whether it just be like a failed wishy-washy sort of attack. If you do this one, what do you get? What do you get out of it? And the answer is I'll just try to do this, and I'm perfectly fine with that. So if you take, I win the game. If you don't take, I can just take myself, which again, might not be the greatest thing to do, because the act of doing that, Okay. Very surprising that a player of this rating would allow that to happen. And in fact, the way they played the rest of the game was not at all consistent with that. Right, like they didn't play great, but they didn't play badly. But I guess they truly did mimic my style all the way through because, you know, if you just you say how bad, you know, bad I am, but I'm also inconsistent. Like he played pretty solid and then he fucked up. This is what it mattered most. But how much time did he actually have left? He had 120. I can understand that a little bit. But no, I can guarantee most of these you're not actually winning. In fact, I'm actually losing. I'm actually losing the game, which is bizarre, by actually a meaningful amount, like -2, -3. This is how better players would look at it too. Like, this guy outplayed you. This guy's so good. And then it's like, they don't even realize, right? They don't even know that they're doing that. Like, yeah, what about the sequence I was talking about? Like, even if I was to take, if you took there, I didn't even care, but what if like I take, they take, I go here, you go there, I go there, you go there, I go there. I'm losing badly, and it doesn't even really look like it. I have 1 2 3 1 2 3, but they have the rook extra as opposed to the knight. And that is a little bit surprising that it's even at that stage. So let's see, we had a couple rough games here, certainly. Wait, I feel like I played way more than I thought here. Lost, win, loss, win, win. Okay. As much as I'm complaining about time, some of these must not be going down to time because, and obviously everybody's down on Ding Liren because, what is that little, why is there like a half circle under it? Somehow he's just, and that was my prediction. That would have been so perfect if he actually lost, but now it doesn't work as well. That I said before the World Championship that Ding won, that, oh, Ding is a serial choke artist and he always chokes in big tournaments and this and that. So of course it's going to apply to the World Championship, which it did apply, but even though it applied, it didn't matter because he still won. So imagine that, right? Like, it's not downplaying how much mental pressure there is on everybody, whether it be Nepo and all this stuff, but it's obviously something that's affected him a lot. But no, what was I doing in the middle of these sessions? I guess when I did it off stream, I guess I felt better about doing that. I would do like sort of other random categories, or I would just, you know, fit in like a game to take a break, or I would talk about all these different subjects and stuff, which I sometimes do here too, but you do have to take a break sometimes in between these for whatever extent. But this should be my highest ever still, right? Yeah, 1685. There is like this negative psychological thing it does. They're like, oh wow, look how good I'm doing. It's my highest rating. If I win one more game, it'll be the highest rating I've ever had. But it's like, you shouldn't let that fuck you over mentally. That's the hardest thing in a lot of things in life, just in general, right? And chess applies a lot to it. It's like, you're better than most people, or you're doing pretty good at something, right? Like, let's say you get to whatever, you're Alex Botez or somebody, right? You could hang your hat on being 2000. So where does the motivation come from? Like, even you're a grandmaster, but you want to become a super grandmaster, and then you're a super grandmaster, but you want to become a, you know, you want to become a world champion. Like, how do you stay motivated after that much time and that much point? That's the problem that professional athletes talk about a lot. Like, you've already made millions of dollars, so why are you motivated to, you know, why do you care that much? Sure, you want to have fun, you want to try to win, but you don't really care that much. That's why people respect certain ones so much, like Michael Jordan or somebody, where they feel like, you know, it wasn't about the money because he was going to make the money anyway, right? He didn't have to win, but there are people who are like psychotically obsessed with stuff like that, where it's more than just like your innate ability. So maybe that's the difference between Ding and Magnus. It's not even that Magnus is that much better than Ding, right? But it's just the fact that he has something else psychological that Ding doesn't. And that actually makes the ultimate difference, because they're both obviously 2800, really great. Ding was world number 2 for a long time. You know, when in a world where Magnus doesn't play, it's only fitting that he should win. But yet somehow his psychological weakness was so immense that now he became the underdog, even though he should have been the favorite, because, you know, for most of his career, he was like world number 2. right behind only Magnus. So there's no question that he should have been the world champion in absence of Magnus. How to destroy the Mazo Maroxy bind, which of course I totally know what that is. Yeah, I don't know where this site actually measures, like, what do you call it? Where it measures, like, brilliant moves and stuff, because he definitely made one there. Was that this game or was that the last game? Now I don't even know. We're, like, right towards the end, and then I win because of time. We're, like, I'm losing a little bit, but then he fucks up and blunders a rook because he's choking on time, too. The biggest thing I have to fight is my whole getting tilted on time, because that's always what is causing me to lose. Like, literally every single game I lose. And I can't say I'm not winning some games because of that, too. Like, somehow I'm winning on time, but that typically... Oh, look at that. Lucky sevens, but not for him. That's fine. I'm not afraid of it. What the fuck? He doesn't even see that I'm streaming, and I'm playing as black. So what reason would you have to ever abort that game? That actually kind of, or maybe I'm so low that, oh, he won't gain enough rating from me. But I mean, it should be an easy win for you. But I mean, there are no easy wins after a certain point. So, see, this is often what you're supposed to do, but I don't understand it because I want my bishop to go there. So I don't really want that pawn structure. So this is just my own little interpretation of how you're supposed to do this. And it's arguably not even correct, but I still do it. And again, these two moves are consistent. You're supposed to put the pawn there and then put the knight there. And then somehow figure out something else for it later. And I don't know exactly what that means for the bishop either. Because it's not going to be over there like... I don't know. It's all these kind of more advanced structures that I don't really care to do. Or even know how to do. So why would I even bother? Now we see queenside castling clown show already. Which is... kind of confusing because now it messes up sort of the structure I was going for. It makes this bishop worse, but it makes this bishop better. So it's kind of a fair trade-off. Maybe, you know, we'll still be able to do something good with it. Or what you should do is try to punish them really fast. Like just, you know, try to... Okay, this always confuses me. The kingside pawn pushes can be very dangerous, but people will often do it even before they castle or before... Or even if they castle kingside, they still don't give a shit. They'll just do it anyway. If you go here, now he'll push, and then I can keep going, I guess. I don't know, actually. See, like, these are so hard to deal with. Because if I go here to block it, you'll go there. If I let you keep going, then I can't do anything because you could go all the way. If I go like this, you could go like this. You just need something else like to cover these things with, and I don't know how to do that. I guess I'll go for this structure, but it doesn't make a ton of sense. And again, they've already decided what they're doing before they've seen what I do. I guess they already assume the move I would have made, and that must be the best move. But what if it's even not? Now here you can kind of pull the rug out. If you go here, I go here. If you go there, I go there. So that seems fine. And so we can get the stupid ass knight out of the way in the process. If you go here, I go here. If you go here, I go here. Gee, how do I even know that? Like, I must have looked at it in some analysis in a game over time, but this is genuinely an area that I almost should still study. Because as defensively as I play, I don't know how to really deal with these kind of things. Like, it's so frustrating. And I kind of let it happen because of the simple fact that... Now, if you were to take with this, if you were to take this, you would take with this and therefore take this. So that could be good because you get to... But see, now I'm going to fall in love with that and fuck something up. So if you take, it doesn't matter. Like, that's not good for me. So I would have to take this with something. And I don't know what that something is going to be. I'll try to take it like with the stupid-ass knight. But then, see, the knight will fuck me up because then I'll have to take this, which I don't want to do because you'll go here, right? So I can't even do that, right? Like, I'm in a tunnel vision on this and it's going to fuck me all over, too. Oh, I don't know, dude. This is just dumb. Why am I doing this? Why do I do these kind of things that I know aren't going to have value to them? You can go like this, right? And then... It's a cute idea. It's very, very cute. But what does it even do? How does it help me? I guess if he would have taken, then I could have put this in the optimal, ideal position to go. But just kind of ignoring what they're doing too much, which could be very problematic. I just want to do this one fucking interaction, dude. He won't let me do it. This is like me playing a card game. Like, I just want to see the one thing play out, even if it's not good, or even if it's not going to work, really. Oh, well, what is that? Of course, he's going to get a mate and whatever the fuck, because the queen will just come in and I'll be screwed, I bet. So the same little cute interaction is there, regardless of the fact that I'm already +2. So the main thing is, of course, I'm sure he can come in and just do whatever the fuck he wants. But even if the queen... Okay. I shouldn't be so surprised that he sees that, but still. You can go ahead, you can take here. Like, you could almost come here, even with the queen... I don't know, this whole position is very weird, but you tack into there, which is very cute. We can go ahead, we can give a check, right? But then you'll attack with that. This pawn is gone, right? That's just a surefire thing. The check here is actually kind of fool's gold, or rather, I would let him take it, and then I would check, and then I would take it, but I can't because of the stupid ass. You'll go there, so what do I do then? Like, this seems like a terrible idea because this is obviously within arm's reach as well. Right, I could do like this. Now at least, okay, oh no, I blundered the thing, but now you'll be fucked if you take it, so that maybe wasn't even a good idea, because since I got rid of the thing, I don't actually have to worry about it with respect to the thing here. I don't know, this game is kind of playing itself. Like, I don't really know what's happening, but I'm just doing it anyway, so you're still covering. I'm really taking too many chances here. If you take, I take, you have to take. What is going on, dude? A lot of creative kind of attacking and other ideas here. I'm not really too sure about this. All right, so we can go out to here. Then we'll block that. I don't know, we get the rarely seen triple stack here. What on earth is going on in this game? So you're able to do this, but then I can just take. So it's not like that really matters too much, right? You have like a kind of a cute unleash with the knight itself. And as usual, the knight seems like it's doing something good, but then it'll actually just get in the way, and then you'll be able to take this, which might still be worth it, but I'm not going to bother with it. You do have a back rank possibility that could happen if everything else clears out, but it's unlikely that's going to be a problem for him. So if the bishop moves away, I can take this, and if you take, then I still take. And in fact, I could even double take even if you double stack on there. But I have no way of actually removing the bishop from here. So I maybe just want to raise this, and then you don't have to worry as much, because it... Now, what does that actually do for you? Because it doesn't open up anything else. And so now, if you leave that position as it stands, I could just take. Right, just to be clear, so if you're sniping me, you can be aware of this simple fact. But nobody would think to look in your profile and look to find that, right? So you're not announcing it as much. You can just come back. I mean, I don't know what that did for you, but... Like, you're begging for them to just make a mistake at some point where, like, I could still just do it, though, too. Isn't that the thing? Like, why can't I just do it? Because now this is covered, too. So now I'll just do it, and then I'll just... Or you could do, like, even a cute sequence here. Like, if... Where would he go with the actual knight itself? It doesn't seem like there really is anywhere to go with it. Okay, that's perfectly fine, so there's nothing I can really take with it of too much consequence. We have the triple stack. I just don't know what to actually do with it because I could take there. It's not really going to do anything. I don't know. They would take, I would just take back, so it wouldn't really matter. That's the thing, and this is adequately covered by the other thing, by the simple fact of the king itself, that they are the one who kind of put it there because they've checked me unnecessarily. Now I'm just going full trade fiend tendency. You're able to move that anywhere you want, and therefore attack this, which I definitely have to question why I did that then. Because, I don't know, you can do it with this. I figured out my own strategy, but it's still not really a great spot to put yourself in, per se. You have the double stack here. You have a back rank possibility as well. So now all you have to do is figure out, like, one more element here. If you can just try to do a trade or something of the sort. You can't take there either still. This position is a little bit uncomfortable for me, so I have to end it quickly, as is often the case. This move just has a certain value to it, because you're going to somehow be able to back rank them. Well, I guess not now. I would take, you would take, and then if I had the double stack, you might be able to have actually done something. It's all about this trade that I want, and so now if you go here, they would take, I would take, they would just take. Oh my god. Not entirely sure. So, like, they would take, I would take, they would still take, but I still have the rook as a cover. We had the triple stack, but then I gave it up because I was afraid on account of the bishop itself. So, it's hard for me to get that triple stack back again. You try to go here. Again, we got to watch the pawns on the other side. You could go ahead, check here. And I could easily cover there. And then even if you try to attack it, that's perfectly fine too. You can go like this, I guess. Right, just in case you unleash that, then I can take the stupid-ass queen. And we even have this set up for that to potentially be good too. So what could you do to maybe stop me from doing that? And the answer is, I guess you could just move the queen itself. Now, if you take, I take the queen. If you don't take, I just take. So you would have been better off just moving the queen. And then I wouldn't have been able to do anything because of the simple fact that you're not able to move that. Or, I mean, you could have just moved that then. So you're already -4, but this is kind of... I still struggle in these kind of positions because you're up by enough to win, but then it takes me too long try to actually take advantage of it. I'm very passive, and I'm passive just period, but especially even when I'm winning, I don't really become more aggressive. That's perfectly fine. And then you get to try and take this. You almost would like to do this because, well, you'd be looking for the rarely seen triple stack now if you get to... I don't know. They could, like, give a chance to see if I go here, it's actually over because, well, not really. You go here, you would have to, like, give the check first, I guess, in doing that. What can you do? If you come here, I can still take. You go ahead, you give a check. And then it's a mate, so like I have the triple stack. So they would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take and mate. right? So that's where you'd be fucked over. Or even here, I'm still just able to take the rook itself. So that's perfectly fine with me. See, that game was at least more one-sided, where I was actually able to win in a more general sense, but I don't think I played very well either still. Right, sometimes the whole trick to playing good is just not play bad. But look at this. This is what I mean. Oh, kingside pawn pushes aren't that hard to figure out, they said. Just study them, they said. Yes, of course. Just do that. Like, what do you mean, dude? Like, I knew. That's even why I put it there, I thought, but... Or no, maybe I figured that out later. That, like, oh, you know, I was trying to bring the other knight in to do that. Like, why didn't I think I could do that? I guess I wasn't thinking about it at that point. It took me a while, and then I came back around. But yeah, I literally... This is what you're supposed to do, and I had that idea from before. Or, I mean... I mentioned the idea in the game, but I wasn't comfortable doing it at that point. So that's often the way that the engine will deal with threats, right? So this is an instructive way to look at it. Even though you're not the engine and you're not going to be able to do a lot of these attacks that it does, you'll be in a defensive position where your opponent's putting some pressure, but you don't worry about the pressure. Don't try to undevelop and like move backwards and play it safe. You're supposed to actually pose a bigger threat yourself, and then that throws them all off because now they have to address your threat and kind of give up and lose their own in the process. That's a recurring theme that I've seen so many times. It's like, how am I supposed to save this position? Oh, you're not. You're just supposed to create a bad position for them instead. Like, it's easy to just say that, but obviously, you know, you're not the engine and you're not going to be able to figure out how to do that either. I don't know why these people keep aborting. Right, like at least if I have this stupid streamer tag, then you can understand why pre-moving in a correspondence game. Now that's next level. I'll become a male correspondence GM. Okay, let's see what other ones we have here. This is good. Every single fucking one with an ad today. You might say, why not just use ad block? But that's the whole basis of a lot of these. Not that I really watch the ad either, but just like out of respect. Right, that's the whole basis of a lot of these sites and whatever form of streaming and content overall, is it so much based on that. Or yeah, he put everybody started putting these things in their name, like even I've done it now. What rating is he now still? He's 21. You know, that's kind of encouraging to see though. Not that I take pleasure in others' misery, but it's like they've been pretty much the same the whole time. He was always 21, 22, so they're hard stuck there, which again, I know it's hard, but I like long walks on the beach and hikes. I value a good sense of humor. Swipe to the right and maybe we can get to know each other. That's like his thing from a dating site is how he's doing it. And he made all kind of other games and stuff like the soccer variant and stuff. But no, they've stayed pretty much the same, so I'll catch up in no time at all. Like, how many games has he played? He's played... That's actually pretty low, but again, I would imagine they haven't only played on here. Otherwise, that's an incredible rate of growth. Like, for example... Their lowest rating was 1856. Now, yes, maybe you're a chess prodigy and you're just naturally 1856. But my imagination would tell me that probably you have experience outside of the website and outside of the game. What the fuck is that, dude? 56 games? What is he, a Hikaru or something? Or I guess he's picking on baddies. Or what? Like, is this all against me? How's fitting? 1353. He's just farming low-rated players or something, but obviously I am one of them. Yeah, let's actually look at this one. So when was this? 1 year ago? I guess it couldn't have been that long because I've only really been back for 2 years. But yeah, at least this looks more respectable. Like I'm 1690. Not that that's good at all, but you know, whatever. This is what I should have been in the first place. Like, what is it that I was doing wrong here? They could take, but that's him, isn't it? No, that's me. I'm black. That's a blunder. What am I doing? Just hanging pieces or what? Or wait a second. He's hanging pieces. Maybe he's doing it as just trying to give me like piece odds or something. But there's so many things that like good, better chess players do that are unintuitive. Like look at how he's playing. Like maybe this isn't even the right way to play, or he's certainly not winning because of it. But you know, sometimes they're just trolling, or that's kind of what I don't like. Where you know you'll play somebody like that 100 times, right? And then if you beat them once, it'll be like, oh, well, they only lost because they were trolling or they were giving you odds or whatever. But it's like, but they beat me the other 99 times they were trolling. So obviously, you know, that's not a disqualifying factor. Or like with Alex Botes playing Magnus, right? She has like 5 minutes and he has like 30 seconds. And so it's like, she beats him once and people say, well, you only beat him because of time odds. Like, yeah, no shit, you beat him because of time odds. Obviously, you would have no chance without them. Right, so you still deserve credit because you lost every other game. Like, it's still impressive even in that context because Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru face off in round 2, and reigning women's world championship Ju Wenjun takes on. Oh yeah, when does that one take place? I think they're both like in November, right? The world championship for women and men and everything. And of course, women's titles shouldn't even exist because obviously women can be just as good at chess as men in a vacuum, in theory, so you don't need to do that. This sounds kind of dubious. Irish Chess Union gives massive rating boost to all Irish chess players, but I guess that wouldn't 400 rating without playing a game. It's called playing on chess.com because as soon as you log in the next time, you'll get 400 for all the cheaters that you've played in the past. Right, which that would sometimes happen with me, but not too often. Or in fact, this site's never really done that, or I don't remember it. Which is maybe to imply that there are no cheaters on here, but as I always say, there's no way to really know because it's such a hard thing to really prove. Right, like what are you supposed to do? Have a camera in their living room? Like, you know, they might use a webcam or something to show their face, but even then I wouldn't be entirely convinced. Or it's the same game where people are saying, oh, you could cheat over the board with the anal beads or something. And so we're supposed to take it seriously and give it credibility with respect to, you know, oh, you're gonna not be able to cheat online. Like this one I almost don't even want to take, right? I don't like allowing that to happen. In fact, I think I have a pretty generally bad experience with that, so I'm not gonna do it. And then even they don't do it either. I don't know, I'm kind of confused with exactly how they're playing, but if I do this, I can try to pin their shit down too, which they're not going to allow. A lot of those moves are, again, just reactive, like whenever they don't just do it, but do it when they are going to actually pose the threat. Now this I almost want to do, right? Just trade something off. I don't see the problem. And now you can also try to, I should almost just go back. Because like if you do that, it's going to be awkward, but I can't worry too much about my pawns either. You take there, I take there, and then what happens? Like, you're double attacking there, so this is going to be some similar bait type of scenario that we've seen before. Like, you'll somehow sack it. I don't know why that's advisable to do, but if you take there, I take there, and then what happens? Like, this pawn structure is just awkward for pretty much the rest of the game. At least now this removes that possibility, because now you don't have to worry about it because you can just ignore it and cover with this or cover with that. If you take there, I'll take there now, and then you can just figure out what you want to do. If you take there, you'll take that, I'll take this, then you can just get rid of this, but then you'll still lose a stupid ass pawn, but then I'll still take that pawn actually back too. It's kind of a mess of a sequence, but or now it seems like you take this, but you don't, because if I take, then you bring down the rook, but then I bring down to this, and then you take, like you'll end up losing the queen, won't you? I'm not even sure. Why don't I do this first? So then you're also threatening that. Because again, bringing down the rook could be very problematic by the fact of, but in fact you could still do it because the rook itself is not even covered. So I might even have to, oh shit. Now if you take, I simply take. So they miss actually something very good there, or maybe I'm still missing something, but it's okay because you can cover with the pawn. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take, but they will do go like that. Oh my god. This would at least pressure them. They have to take with the bishop. Because if they don't, right, I would take. So maybe that allows me to escape a little bit. If they take with the pawn. No, it still covers the thing. Never mind. So now you have this. So if they move it, I can take the thing. But they can probably just cover with the stupid ass. Even they don't even really have to cover it though, because I can't push it out very effectively. So I played pretty terribly there. And I'm moving kind of too fast and too casual. Again, these players might be a little better, but I'm not really treating it the right way. Usually you don't see this big of a disparity either. Like, in fact, a lot of people are higher in the faster formats. Whereas I'm the stark contrast where I'm just like super low. The faster that it gets or the slower that it gets, the better I am. A lot of balls to do a thing like that, but I can at least take here, check there, and then you also get to, you could do this because if he takes, then I take. No, but then you lose the rook too. I mean, if I had a way to attack that, that would be great, but I don't know. I could try to force a threefold repetition here to some extent. Let's just go like this, actually, even as stupid as it seems. Like, okay, we're attacking the thing, and if you take, then I take. You would take, The problem with this is you're also not covered on there. The whole idea would be I could go here. That wouldn't even matter, but you're not going to be able to cover both of these necessarily, or you kind of can, but the queen isn't going to be able to come in there adequately for anything. Let's see. You're gonna lose something no matter what, right? But if you could just cover it once more over, it would be fine. But I can't. The queen is kind of way too out of position to do anything. The hell is going on, man? If I move the knight, you lose the rook. So you have to move the rook. So you could move the rook like to here to try to save it. But you wouldn't really be able to save it. You can try to move it here. But then you'll still be able to double take. So there's actually nothing I can really do about it. I don't know. I give up. I started off way too fast and way too inefficient in this game. A lot of these games I'm just not playing in the consistent way. Like, this was probably an easily preventable mistake that I would have made. And of course, if I even take it, I lose that. Why can't I just give like a threefold repetition check chain? That's like all I really want to do. I can't even cover my own fucking thing here. This is going to look a lot more drastic than what it actually is, but again, it's kind of inexcusable because sometimes I'll even come back and win those type of positions where, you know, it's not that bad, but then I kind of make it worse. Just maybe he would have messed up and, you know, let me back in. You can kind of try to frustrate them. That's why you don't resign, and that's why you kind of keep persisting, not because you actually have a chance, but because you somehow, you know, they'll give you a chance. Hey GM, how's it going? 700? I'm like 1600 here. Let's see, what the hell am I doing? This is so sad. I guess I should, only he would just let me check him. I maybe could do a threefold repetition, just like between here and here, but he's not going to let me do anything now. Yeah, good. Oh, you're saying you're 700 though. Whatever, give me a stalemate. But yeah, they were doing this thing like where they would give streamers GM titles just as like a joke or some sort of thing, but that's awfully confusing. Okay, I only lost 4 for that, which I'm pretty happy about. But you want to play a game? Do you have an account on here? Sometimes I don't understand what I'm even doing. Like, it must be something very basic just in development, or I'm trying to like take too much initiative. Like, you are supposed to take there, but I don't get that. Whenever I do that, it ends kind of badly for me, with them attacking with the rook on the king side so easily. Right, so what went wrong here exactly? Even all this was sort of a lust to try to trade. You're supposed to go down here, which seems really stupid. Right. Just some of the knight moves are so unintuitive that you're supposed to make. You're so bad at this game, that's fine. It takes a lot of time and study and practice, which I don't even like to do myself, but 700 on chess.com. What's your username? I can go on there and challenge you. Yeah, and of course chess.com is a lot harder. 700 on there is basically equal to 2,000 on here. Almost. But no, I was like 1350 on there, and then I kind of just stopped playing. So probably I'd be like maybe 1450 or 1,000. Yeah, that sounds about right. Like 200 to 300 points difference usually. This one was just kind of frustrating. I'm making these 1700s look a little bit too good for what they are. Like, yes, they're good. Yes, they're better than me, but they're not that much better. I wanted to get to 17, but I'm not even really going to be able to. Or wait, I can't even do it. Because, oh no, I even said that should be the last one when I run out of arts, but now I almost want to do more. Fuck. Let me think. I'd have to go all the way and post an Imgur link and all this kind of stuff. Maybe I shouldn't even bother. What was my overall link? Oh, because I ran out of my channel art. Or I actually am running out of them almost in a singular sense. Like, I don't know what I'll use after that. So what was my record today? I lost 1, lost 2, lost 3, and then I won probably like 4 or something. 1, 2, 3, 4. So how come I even gained that much? I guess I beat maybe, what was I at? Like 78? I guess I only really gained like 1 game worth of rating. 1690 was obviously my highest right there. You did 1,400 puzzles this month. Nice. I never really enjoyed doing stuff like that, but people always say it's very helpful. Or like all the ones I would see would be like to do with back ranks. It's like, how often do back ranks really happen in a game? But I guess those are just the ones it starts with. Let me see if I can find another art here to put up, I guess. Or I guess I could just use like any random image. It wouldn't have to even be this, but let me think. Maybe it's a sign that I should stop, but no, I kind of want to try to get to 1700. Let me do like maybe one more piece of art, so therefore I could play until I lose once. So what would it actually have to be? Any sort of channel art, or I could just use like a thumbnail. It really wouldn't matter. It's gonna look very weird to people who don't know what I'm doing, but even in context, it is still also very surprising because I don't know, it just kind of came about randomly. I mean, I could just start using like different meme pictures and stuff that aren't even mine, but okay, I'll do it for one other art's length basically. So I'll put what is this one again? I forgot even already. Oh yeah, like the detective one, like whatever, trying to figure out what if World of Warcraft was a detective game, like whatever, trying to figure out what that body of water in Razor Hill is, which I still don't actually even know. I don't know if it's just a bug on the map or if it's like something inside of a cave that just shows up there anyway on the overworld, but they don't normally do that either. Like, I still have no idea. I never really played as Horde, so I wouldn't know all the Horde's little secrets and stuff, even if I attacked the towns before myself as Alliance. The Lichess Bases was the one. Pieces, bases, track. This one's pretty cool, but again, I think I've used this one before too. So let's just go until I lose or whatever, until I get 1700, whichever comes first. Yeah, at the very least, a lot of these should be draws or something a little more. This guy's provisional, but it's over 125 games, so I guess they can't be too much of a fluke. Or wait a second, why are these so inconsistent? Why are mine so much thinner as white than the black? That seems kind of weird. It looks like almost two different sets altogether. Like they're the same style, kind of, but or I guess it's because of the outline around it. But even that doesn't explain it. Like the black outline on mine versus the black outline on theirs, which you can't tell is an outline because it's just black overall. But you could go here, but then I have to wonder. You could go here and then you guarantee the trade on the stupid thing. Right, and the reason why is because you know, there's nowhere for that to actually go. What? Okay, I just messed up, made a very beginner's level mistake. So assuming that he takes their, I don't know what it means really, but he probably should do it too, but that's just a basic like opening theory fucking clown show mistake where you're able to basically, you know, if I go there, you'll be able to check and potentially take that. I kind of just wanted to get this out of the range of the whatever of the knights, but I guess I can't really do anything about it. You see, how do you miss stuff like that? And the reality is you don't really miss it. You're just more so not looking in the first place. You go here, you try to take that, we'll just go here, it's perfectly fine. You're double attacking there, that's perfectly fine too. Nothing I can really do about it, we're just losing stuff left and right. Now we should almost lose the... Okay. That's the thing though, it's still even, but I'm sure it didn't go exactly how they intended it. I'm just going totally fucking berserk and just doing random shit. Like, I don't even care anymore. I'm playing totally stupid. How is that still only a -1? But see, I'm much more comfortable in this position at least, given the queen and everything like that. Right, just, it's much more comfortable for me. I'm castled, everything's good. It's like I just try to get everything over with, and then once we get to a position like this now, I start to focus, but sometimes it's too late, right? The damage is already done, so you just can't even do it. You got to save the other knight, which you can't even really do. And the reason why is because I guess that's at least a good way to sort of distract from it. Because of the simple fact that the knight would have been trapped. Right, I don't know, I probably still misplayed it, but that's the kind of freebie win that we need to get that 5 back that we just lost. It's like the site's actually trying to help out right now. It's trying to understand the suffering that I've been through, so I have to just, whatever, get a handout here and there. You know, sometimes you will get these crazy matchups too that are way above your head, like 100, like a lot of 1750s and stuff. Although I guess I am getting closer to 17 myself, so I can't complain too much. I don't even really want to think about that one, but I also don't want to just rush into the next one, but let's just do it. I don't have all the time in the world either. Oh, look at this. We saw a 777 and now we see a 666. Okay, can I just please concentrate in the opening? That's my only desire. Doesn't mean I have to play perfectly, doesn't mean I even have to win. But it just means I have to focus. Go here, go like this, don't try to play too fast. Although if I don't play too fast, then I end up fucking up and losing on time too. Go all the way back, we can go here, create the double diagonal thing. I mean, even if he doesn't do that, I'm still fine with doing it. Like, you know, we still get it. Or it's not a double diagonal, it's just a bishop pair. Now I won't take. I won't take, and then I'll just let him take, and I can double take with either of these. I almost feel more comfortable doing this, and I can just kind of dance around with it, but more to the point. That doesn't have any value to it whatsoever. So now you can kind of calm the game down and try to figure a way to actually... I don't like these moves that I'm about to do with it, but I'm trying to create some sort of good path for the knight, which is probably not too good, or having them on the same side can sometimes be a little bit counterintuitive. If I take, it's not going to be necessarily good for me. But before I even worry about that, I could just do this. And the reason why is because you're attacking the queen and you're also covered by the bishop itself. So even if you take here... What? But why? Why would you even do that? Fuck it, now you're going to give me more motivation to even try to just trade everything. So you go ahead, you take it onto here. Covering there. That I don't know why he did it like that, but okay. All part of his master plan, surely, but I don't... You have an Octopus Knight position maybe there. You do have to watch out for this potentially bad problem here. Right, the light square diagonal. It's still adequately covered, but I can't move that rook. I would love to trade. Right, I would absolutely love to trade. What? Oh! Look how fast I'm moving though, dude. You don't need to be fucking doing this shit. Okay, you still can't really do anything with this. It's just kind of frustrating that I let that happen. Or if you just ignore it, but then you could like double take. You could like take with the thing, and then you could take with... They would take, I would take, they would take... Yeah, it's not the end of the world, right? They just gained back the advantage that I was getting way too aggressive and trade happy within that short period of time. So there's no reason to really do it like that. I would still like to trade the thing. I would like to trade the queen itself. You'll come there potentially to bring the knight in and be a bit of a nuisance, but it's actually okay for the time being. So I can't give any real good checks here. You try to block this diagonal off, but that's kind of where it's counterintuitive. It's like you want to keep all your pawns on the dark square so the light square bishop can't attack it, but also you want to do it in such a way that you want to block it with that same diagonal. So you can go here. That's perfectly fine with me for the time being. And I could give a check here, but all that would do is exacerbate the situation. You check, you move, you take, you check again, like... This doesn't seem necessary. We can do this and then still try to do it later. So I'm fighting for my life here as far as whether I'm going to play anything else for the time being. We can leave this here, but even if I pushed it out, the thing would still be covered or something. But I mean, again, if it's going to lead to a queen trade, I'm more than happy to do it, but you could also just do that. I should have probably just given the check there. But see, this doesn't matter. So now you move it. And then I take the queen, and then you take the queen, and then I take the knight. But they were still being the aggressor, so I see no room for error in that thing. Set up for the double stack, I guess. Gotta think extra hard now, or at least I feel comforted by the lack of pieces, right? That always lets you, you know, how hard could it really be to calculate this when you can just look at the board and see? But this is gonna be fine too. Or rather, if I move that, you'll take this. I'm not entirely sure what I meant to do here, or again, as usual, it should just be a draw. But I made one very obvious mistake where I was able to basically... I don't know, where I was basically able to not see that the thing was going to be pinned and I couldn't take the thing back. But I was thankfully already up a piece, but therefore it didn't matter too much. I don't know what to really do with this. I'll put it here and then I'll try to cover these anchors maybe separately, but it's not going to actually work. And the reason why is that it's going to be too problematic. But then again, this one might be so hard to attack that it shouldn't really even matter. Right? From where is he really going to attack that? Or I guess it'd be from exactly the same spot that he's doing it now. So if he puts it back there, then I can just go back again and try to actually bait a threefold repetition. I don't really want to keep doing this, but I mean, I feel like I have to move something, or I could just start moving stuff back and forth. I do want to keep the open file, so we'll go ahead, we'll do that. Everything else is pretty perfectly positioned where nothing's really happening, so I will gladly take the draw, and that doesn't end my streak of whatever, because a draw technically counts as a win. Every chess player's dream. So if you take, I simply take back, so it doesn't have any real meaning to me. And that's fine as well. Again, you gotta watch that, and then I can do whatever I want with the thing. I'm gonna try to cause some mischief with the king, but it's not really going to, you know, I'm gonna overextend something and it's gonna not work out. If you move the knight, you can try to take this, but it doesn't matter because I'm still not just putting forth the right amount of effort that you have to put on a game-by-game basis. Okay, go ahead here. We're not going to forget about the one thing that we're doing here. There's nothing else you can really do that's so creative. There's nowhere really special you can go. You can try to go into here. Octopus Knight positioning, excellent as it might be, is not actually going to do anything at all. Even there is a little bit cute, but what does it do? Oh, shit. There's still nowhere else that you can go, though. So he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. And of course, the bishop is not really that impactful here either. You can still cover it, but that might have actually been something that he worked a little bit to try to do. Now, you might actually end up trapping it, but you actually won't because you can easily just go back to where you already were. Or what you'll do is you'll try to attack it there. But even if you do, you can simply... you don't have to stay in that anymore. I'm mostly just trying not to give up the thing. The, oh, shit. Wow, did he really just do that, actually? That's actually impressive. You actually created something there in a position that you had no business really doing that. Wow. I mean, that's impressive, and he has the whole 7 minutes to try to figure it out. So, at the very least, we could put this here, and then if he tries to... That was... Look, I mean, if you have to work that hard for it, I can't really be too surprised about it. You have to stop this from advancing, and you probably could do it relatively easily, right? I don't think it's going to be an issue with respect to that actually making the difference in the game, but with only a minute left, maybe it might make the difference. My rook just really can't do anything, though. This is the problem. You could raise it once. In fact, you could raise it as much as you really want. But... you know, it's just like I'd have to leave it here, and then the bishop is going to wreak havoc, or the knight might do something, but I don't know exactly what that's going to be. You'll give a check there, but I could easily take it. But it doesn't mean that you'll be able to do anything with it. In fact, my king should almost walk all the way over there. But it wouldn't change anything. I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take, but it wouldn't be worth it, really. Right, like the bishop doesn't seem really all that useful here. What would that do? Like, okay, you'll take... Wait. I'm moving maybe way too far with this, but the knight can't actually go anywhere, so what does that do? Even if I put it there, right? I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take. This doesn't matter because I can't. And then they'll end up attacking on the other side, so I shouldn't even bother doing it. I go here, but then, like, you can't do anything. They'll take there, and it's going to be worth it for them to sack it, and actually... Like, what are we going to do? We got a 50-move rule type of thing, but it's going to take me too long to potentially do it. So I have to stay connected to the other side, though, too. And the reason why is because You're still going to be attached to this, but you might be able to run amok on the other side. Or you're basically giving this one up too, because you're getting kind of frustrated with how stupid this position is. Right. You could have actually just taken that one. Or maybe I could have... Whatever. We take this. You could take there. I see it, dude. I see you. Now, you go back, but I should be able to take that one. Pretty much guaranteed. You try to take this. Because you have to move it too. Otherwise, now I can just take, because I don't have to worry about the rest of it. You can't take there. You can come back again. Just don't let him fork you. That's perfectly fine. You're going to attack onto there, and you can take it too for the price of one, which you don't. So you go here. Just don't let him check anything more. So we managed to recover from this a little bit. Let's try to go here. And then if we can just... you're going to try to come in here all aggressively. Just don't give up a fork on the rook itself. I'll try to just double attack that, I guess, but it's not actually going to work in any way. Or you're already taking there, so fuck it. You can just take there with impunity, or actually you can't. But you can... Okay. That's cute, but I mean, it has its limits. You would just bring the knight back. Perfectly fine. You just take there. It's perfectly fine. It's mostly the time that I'm sweating on, but I somehow, you know, I'm just doing random stuff. I'll even openly admit it. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. With 20 seconds left, I mean, it's not a very good spot to be in. You go here, and I'm almost gonna sort of mate myself, it seems like, the way I'm going. If you move the knight, I could obviously take that. You don't even have the king's cover anymore. And so therefore you do this. And then you would theoretically have been able to take the knight, but now you just can't. Or maybe now you still can. Right, and so the knight, never underestimate the knight's ability to be a liability. And so now we can try to promote this stupid ass shit. For the simple fact that you're able to... I gotta be careful still about it, but we gotta almost... Don't pre-move, but like borderline pre-move, because you get to... I can't even click. Just spam check, spam check. Or he should easily be able to win then in that particular context. Or maybe I'll still be able to catch up to it, but I won't. Okay, very well earned, very well deserved. Let's say she let him do it though without... Okay, so this will be the last one for sure. We still made a little bit of progress, but as you can tell, people on average are much faster than me. So that's one of the attributes of studying that you can always point to. Like, obviously that should help you if you, I don't know. Like, being better and being faster are two different things, but I mean, obviously, that's fine. Why should I lose 7 for that? Like, isn't he almost the same? Or what is he, like, provisional-ish? What the fuck? Why do you lose 7 for that? I guess 666 was a bad omen, but not for him. This is quite the crazy up and down experience, but I mean, he was winning most of the way, but I mean, it didn't really feel like he was too much. Like, what was really the turning point? It was a difference of like 1 or 2 pawns, or it honestly was more so just a difference of time. Like, even here, you're perfectly fine. And so you're just... Don't give up that pawn, and just... If you do this, then what happens? You do this. So even though he has the one extra pawn, it's still going to be a draw no matter what. Yeah, we get a lot of back and forth again, whether that's because anybody's actually slightly better now than who we've been playing the whole time. That's not even really the case. It's just I'm being very lazy, very sloppy. And this is what I don't respect about the low level, because that's all it comes down to. Like, nobody's actually doing anything. It's just everybody's lazy and takes it for granted, or even relies on borrowed knowledge. Like, look how many times it's going to be timeout. But I guess it won't be. It'll just be, you know, it'll be effectively timeout, but you'll make a mistake because you have 30 seconds left or something, right? Is always my weakness. Okay, see you tomorrow. So here I'll just do a couple until I potentially lose or whatever. Like, I'll do it per session like this with one cosmetic. Although I guess not yesterday, because that was such a long session that it couldn't be helped, but that just means I should have been going undefeated the whole time. So this is my other Hearthstone art. I think I already used the first one as part of this whole thing rotation that we're doing. So let's change the board. We're almost out of these, and I'm almost positive I've used some of these before with this, but it's impossible to keep track because right in the middle of doing it, they kind of ruined it because they did some update to the site that made all the boards on here not work. So I kind of have no choice but to use the ones on the site, which before I was just holding that in reserve as like a backup. Chess.com ones, I'm pretty sure I've used a lot of these, but maybe not that exact one. But that doesn't change the board itself, does it? But no, I almost don't like doing these little like shorter sessions on stream because it feels kind of stupid. But the reality is, like, I'll just do like one and then I'll do my normal category later at night. So it's like, it can't be helped. But I was doing this on like recorded sessions before, but it's okay. Yeah, my big weakness has just been time itself, which is no real surprise. But let's just see what happens. I have to, basically it just means I have to play the opening a lot faster, which I guess to some extent you could say this makes it seem like I know what I'm doing and I've memorized openings, but I really haven't. It's just, you could take that, but then something happens where it's not actually good to do it. In fact, even now, never mind the whole, you would still end up losing that somehow. Right, but what you're also doing that makes it good is that you're kind of attacking this too, and they can't deal with it. So isn't that like really terrible for them? Like, I don't care about the pawn. I care about the fact that you're double attacking there and you're kind of screwed, if I'm not mistaken. If you go there, I could simply take it away. If they go there, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would still take. Not 100% sure, but I mean, they just left that open for no real reason. Right, and I might have had like some kind of crazy 6 for 6, or not even 6 for 6 now because they're not even castled. Like it would be if the rook was there, but that could have been a big weakness. I often miss stuff like that, where I'm not really looking for anything. Okay, so now maybe you should be able to do it because, or no, now you can't do anything at all. But now, like, what if I go here? You'll have to castle, and then I can just, I don't know, the way he brazenly just seemed to give up that pawn was quite strange. You could go here, and then you're gonna castle. It really felt like there was something more to that, but it doesn't really matter as long as you don't make any mistakes in trying to do that. Let me open this. I can also pin this down. I can also try to see, that's like one of those instances of almost giving somebody too much credit. Like there's nothing really happening there. This guy doesn't seem very good either, but I shouldn't speak too soon. It's just like everything they're doing is like super obvious or just not even accomplishing anything. You can pin this down. So now would I at least be able to double attack it? But the answer is unfortunately I won't be able to because he'll just push it out. Yeah, that's one of the worst things you can do is like, oh, that's not calculation. That's just wishful thinking where you're kind of just hoping, you know, they give you like some super easy over the top play. But the better you get or the better players you're playing against, the less that's going to happen. You just go like this. I could take a DC win. I'd be fine with that. Not even a bad position at all, but okay. I never feel bad about these, but it's just the equivalent of me taking so long in the opening. It'll literally take me 9 minutes out of my 10 just to figure out the opening position. So because I haven't studied like most of these clowns. But no, at least this guy is like, oh, he's only played 445 games. So clearly that's all he's played in his whole life, which maybe it actually is, which I'd be very impressed if it was. But no, like we see Tyler 1 has gotten to like almost 2,000 or whatever on chess.com, which is really impressive because he only really started taking seriously maybe like a year ago or something like that. But he's also played like a ridiculous number of games, so obviously he's put in a lot of time, which I can still respect that. But that's where the whole times table is a little bit inconsistent, because it's like, you know what I mean, in that same year somebody might only play like 1 game a week or something, or a lot shorter period of time. So then how do you know what I mean, like saying that you played for a year could mean you played an hour a day, so 365 hours, or you could have played 5 hours a day. So it's a vastly different experience between the two people. So somehow the guy just quit out, which I don't even get. But I'll take it. That just recovers what I lost the last time. I want to get to 17, but it's going to be, you know, very hard to do that, I bet. But no, let's see if we actually had something with respect to the any sort of crazy thing that he gave up. You're just supposed to take it, which I swear you're not normally like that. Okay, you are supposed to take, but then what happens? You go there, you take there. You could take though now, couldn't you? I don't know, just something else unrelated happens. It's not as clear as you actually being able to do something there, right? But it ends up being just a much more long-winded sequence that doesn't actually matter to me too much. Let's see.
Whatever you
Fuck.
do.
Alright, so we'll go ahead and do another one, and really it would just take 2 to basically get you into 17 here, which would be good. So we would have finally caught up with classical. The fact that I'd been 17 a long time ago, but then I haven't played it that in a long time, and now I'm like almost 16 just because I didn't. Whatever, I just went on like a bad streak, and it's provisional and all this kind of stuff. Battle of the emojis over here. Everybody started doing that. Like, nobody used to do that with their... Even I've fallen on the bandwagon. You know, putting a fucking stupid emoji in their name. This is fine. See, this is one of those things, like, I actually know from theory, somehow. Right? I've just looked at it in the analysis enough to... I don't know what to do with that. Like, you don't want to give it up, necessarily, but it's still awkward. You go there, which I can tell you is objectively not a good move to do, but I also don't know exactly what to do with it. You can't go there to pin it down necessarily. You could go there and you could try to take it. So I'm trying to worry about the bishop too much, basically. Bring that there. I'd much rather do that trade than anything else. The only concern is it might lead to some problem with respect to the like opening this can be very bad for me sometimes. And then if you double attack it, then I won't be able to do anything, but then you still can't double take, so maybe I won't even worry about it. They're already playing like sort of weird unconventional ways that normally I'm the one to always seek for trades, but they're giving me trades and they just wouldn't. Thechess.org. Indeed, that's where we're playing on, yes. What about it? Or I always forgot that it's org. Okay, now I don't have any reason to worry about that because this move could be a little bit irritating because of the simple fact of the, you know, if you go there, then it wouldn't matter, but okay, you can go ahead. You can pin it down here with the bishop. These two knights are in a very awkward spot. And so let's just go ahead, castle, get it out of here. That's perfectly fine. And you're gonna do a kingside pawn push that's a little bit annoying, but I think at least you could do it like this, to where if you go here, I could just go here. They take, I take, they take, I still take. They take, I take. This is kind of a brazen thing to do that I don't really need to be doing. What is that? You go here, but then they have too many options to potentially be able to take. That was a very decisive, quick move that they did there. Let's say we just ignore it, which is probably a bad idea. Didn't really accomplish anything. I was just being like overly ambitious there, I guess. But I can't take that. I'd have to take, and then basically cover. This is kind of dumb, but I mean, technically if he takes, it has a certain value to it. You could actually take here. Even as stupid as that seems. But again, if he loses his queen, then his whole position goes to bust anyway. Right, so this might not be such a bad position. You take, then you can take there. That's perfectly fine. I mean, I still feel more comfortable now than I would have felt before. But you're giving up a rook in the process. Oh, what is going on, dude? It's technically correct, though, because even if you do that, you still lost the rook, and now this thing doesn't matter because... Okay, but that'd be still fine. Like, what? There's no follow-up check you can give because my king is so isolated. You take there, that didn't accomplish anything to give the check then. So you got to cover this one, and you have to figure a way to... He'll go like there, but I could take... I just always feel much more comfortable in positions like this, where everything is just, you know, it's sort of settled down. Alright, so you gotta watch out for the stupid bishop here coming in. It is a bit of a nightmare endgame with actually 4 knights still on the board. Right, and I don't even have a bishop to bail them out, with what is a relatively open position too. I can get these all on dark squares and then I don't have to worry about anything, but the knight could be a problem in itself. This is basically octopus knight positioning that could be very valuable regardless of anything else. If you just... I just don't feel like under threat or under attack, but that doesn't mean I should go easy on it either. I should still try to create my own threat here. Even if it's just like I'm trying to trade a piece or whatever. So we have the octopus knight, we have the rooks, and so everything is fine with that. So it's just a question of what I want to do with the rest of these pawns. I could try to create a double stack, but it's really this stupid-ass knight that creates the problem, right? So now this might not be a good move. I have to do something about that knight, though, and I want the aesthetic structure, too. Why not try to get rid of this one? 1690, why is he linking all these things? He could go there, but that wouldn't do him any good, so what... He takes, I take. If you don't take, it's fine. At least it should pressure you to move out of there. Very unusual position, which sometimes I like these more just because, you know, it's not like I'm that familiar with what is a conventional position, but I can just probably tell you this is not something that normally happens. Okay, so now you're letting that come in very, very aggressively. It is still covered, but I don't know if I'm the biggest fan of this. Like, you could go like there and thereby attack this, but it wouldn't matter. This would be like a check, but you're covering it twice over. It's a matter of where the other rook comes in, or where the other knight comes in. Just this square that's kind of annoying me. No! Alright, man. Yeah, I don't believe that. That must be a fake rating. How can this fucking clown be 1690? Just forget it, man. Like, why do I even bother doing this if I'm gonna put forth this lack of effort? So now you can go back to the other side and tag that one again. Now you should still win, maybe, because of the Octopus Knight itself. There's always those sort of needless moves. Like, there's nothing really going on. I don't have to do anything, but I'm looking for something more interesting than the position that we're in, and obviously that's your first mistake, because nothing in the game of chess can ever be interesting. Now we're just stuck with a full-on knight position. We could go here, then he'll go and attack the other side. There is no Lycer Bishop here to do anything, but see, even if it's a draw now, like, I'm still dissatisfied though, because that was such an obvious clear-cut thing, right, that I could have done. I'll actually try to do it this way just to see what the fuck is going on with this. Like, this pawn should be easily takeable, although I can't do it still yet. I have to dislodge the knight first, or I can go here. Now you'll go here and you'll attack it, but mainly it's this that I'm concerned about. Right, so you go here, you attack the rook itself, and thereby lose this pawn. But in the act of doing that, I'm taking this one, but it's not really worth it because this one, whatever, like, I didn't have to do it exactly like that. So now you can easily do this, and the reason why is because even though I can't take, everything is still fine. So now it's knight versus knight in an endgame that should be pretty much a draw. It's this move that's going to be interesting. So now you got to move the pawns just for the sake of trying to stop his thing from coming in. Right, like, he goes there, I can go like this. Now from there, where does he go? I mean, I'm the one who has the Octopus Knight, but I guess it's just not that good here because there's nothing else going on. Now you're threatening that, but it doesn't work, so you'll try to maybe go there. We can keep bullying it around at least for the time being. Nothing's really going to happen with this position, but it seems to somehow still favor them. Or you might actually trap this thing in there if he's this ambitious to try to go after it. But this one I can't even blame on time. That's just sloppy play because I'm up by +2 and I just don't care enough to actually focus at all. Okay, this could be a mistake on their part because not really, though, because they can still escape that way. Or actually, I just lose that. That's cool, too, I guess. Wait, so we don't even have the Octopus Knight or anything like that anymore, so just... it's fine. You're gonna go... if you end up there, that could be very devastating. Why do I just feel like it's gonna get trapped, but it's just not? You give it check, you're gonna take that one as well. Okay. As long as I get the king in here, at least I feel like it's fine. We can still equalize with his pawns, but it's just not... you give a check there, that's fine. Look how I'm getting outplayed so much in the endgame. Isn't this so fun and instructive and awesome? Like, what a great player, wow. But it should still be a draw despite all that. Like, you shouldn't really be able to do anything with this, but maybe on the sake of time you will. Now, I shouldn't do that because what it leads to is... I don't know. Like, I have no idea what any of what he's doing is going to matter. This is a draw no matter what. Even against a clown like me who just like gave up 2 pawns for no reason, or maybe there wasn't a way I could have prevented that, but now I'll just let his king get closer in. But if I do that, then I also allow he might let me take some of those. But again, there should be no expectation that you're going to win this, or I'm going to somehow get trapped. But I don't really see how, especially if I put this here. That could be cute, but they're not going to let me. Yeah, 3-fold repetition incoming. There's no problem with that. Go ahead, dude. Go ahead. Fuck the game, dude. Awesome. Aren't you glad you just wasted 20 minutes doing that? Like, it must not bother me because I always just go for these kind of positions. I should even be grateful for that because of the fact that, and you know what's annoying about that is it breaks your win streak if you have one on the site. Like, it'll say, whatever. It'll act like you, whatever. I was on like at least a 1-game win streak there. Not that it matters, but you could be on like a 50-game win streak. So that's why it's so crazy when people have like 50-game win streaks and stuff. Like we were looking at Wormius. It means that not only did they not lose, they didn't draw, which seems utterly insane, right? Like, yeah, current streak. Even though I just won and then drew, it counts as apparently as a loss or whatever, which is not how anybody does it in real chess, because in real chess, you are going to get a draw the vast majority of the time. Let's do like maybe one more, although I'm not too happy about that either. I mean, I was in a good position, no question about it. That's what bothers me the most about those kind of things, is just like it's like an unforced thing, right? If they really do some crazy sequence, yes, you could say in a broad sense, yes, you could have stopped that too. Like, it's not, nothing is forced because you could have seen it coming and stopped it, but at least then it's like much more complicated. A lot of what's happening is still very basic. Can't do anything with that, so this is where I get a little confused with respect to the darks for a bishop. Just as far as like where you can even bring it in to attack. You can't do anything with this typical sequence that, you know, is so common. Like, you want to put the thing there and then put the bishop there. I don't know what that guy was doing, like putting the stuff in the chat. He's acting like he's a bot or something, just like he's identifying his opponent, which is, I guess I could do it now. Like, if they take, I take that. No, I still can't do it. At least I'm playing faster a little bit, but I mean, even there, I was still low on time, so it didn't matter. Now, what should I be trying to do? I should try to open this side up, I guess. You could bring this, which could be very dangerous, and the reason why is because you could be giving up the ability to double take it. They would go here. I could just keep going, although I'm probably supposed to take. You gotta always be aware of like what diagonal you're opening by doing something like that. If you... Okay, you have this going as well. Let's just do this now. If you bring this here, or if you bring this here, if you bring that there first, then you just go like this, I guess. I'll fork it. But I guess if it was already there, then, you know, you probably are supposed to take for some weird reason, but I actually won't, because these locked pawn, closed pawn structures I like so much sometimes. So this guy's provisional. He's, oh, it's saying 1743, but it doesn't even say it here. Sometimes it'll still say it there with a question mark after it. This pawn structure generally is fine, but there's a little confusion with this part of it that I don't really get. Like, this is always good, because what you get to do is if he trades, it opens up a good position. If he doesn't trade, I can still trade myself. Right, so a lot of the time my worst moves are like a bait trade moment where I'm trying to do this. Like I just leave a trade on a silver platter for them, but then they'll ignore it and deny it and do something better if they're actually a good player themselves. So I should just take it regardless. So he'll take with the bishop. Take with the bishop. Now, if I just get the bishop out of the way there, this could be excellent. This is going to be a simple take if I move the queen. This could also be a check, but it's not, There's nothing you can really do with the knight aside from take this, which there really is no good way to cover it. A dark square threat is not that big of a deal. Just somewhere halfway like through every game, I always just like lose interest, which you would think maybe I should like faster formats then, but it's like one extreme or the other. Like you have to just either have infinite time or you'll go there and then you'll be pinning down. Like I get it. But we could do it this way too, just but that could still be problematic because this isn't covered. So if I could just ignore the fact that you're attacking this, but then you're kind of in trouble too if I double attack that, which I can't really even do, or I'll do it like with the knight itself. That pretty much had nothing to do with the position overall, but go here. This is just like a dynamic multi-attack, so at the very least that could be nice, even if you take with the bishop itself. Now you could move this wherever you want. No, I mean it doesn't really matter, but everything is still fine with this position. I don't mind it. In fact, I could go here, then you take, and then we are pinning that. So how do you really solve this problem? And the answer is you could try to, I guess, do something like that. You go here, I would take. I would just take. So you're the one who put this here itself, so you'd have to move everything around to try to basically, you know, you would have to move everything around to try to basically cover with the bishop, which they obviously missed a chance to do. I could take this with the queen itself, and then you know, that's fine. So you win the knight, and then you're still attacking the queen itself. See, we're in a similar position to last game, but then this always causes trouble still. You're attacking this, which is actually still covered. So everything is still fine. Right, like there's nothing actually under attack. So here's where you just have to show that you're the better player. Like, okay, don't make the same mistake, or a mistake of the same caliber like what they just did, but it's very hard to figure out how to use this kind of structure sometimes, or sometimes you even do have to like sack a piece. Maybe we go here, and the reason why is because no, but then you lose the light square bishop as well. You could just try to push another one of these pawns like crazy, because at some point I just run out of ideas for what to do. So I'll even do that, but I'll do it in the process of trying to trade queens too, which would obviously benefit me in every game ever. Even if we are even if I'm down material, it seems to benefit me, just because whatever. Let's just go all in with the pawns here. Everything is adequately covered. Even the dark square bishop, I guess, was not covered, but it wasn't really under threat. So see, they sort of did that to themselves too, though. If it was me, I'd be saying the same thing, like, oh, I didn't have to do that. I didn't have to put the stupid knight there in front of the thing where it's always like a liability. You're going to double stack onto there, which just, again, it doesn't matter because I don't see what it does. If we go here, this is excellent because what you're able to do is you can just... Okay, fine, fuck it. Like, that's what I wanted in the first place. He denied the trade just so he could give me the trade again. Incredible. If I go here, you'll maybe go there. I should maybe try to do it from this angle. I just gotta play it safe all the way through. But see, whatever attack I was trying to do with all these pawns just didn't materialize, but it's still good. So now you'll bring the other rook maybe, and we can try to take it here. We gotta watch this stupid ass diagonal. That probably won't really do a whole lot. Now we can attack the other, or I'll just take this one first. We could have attacked like both of those too. So I'm going to end up ignoring this at my own peril, but there's no real need to worry about it because... Let's just bring this back, and then I can always bring that thing there. The dark sphere bishop is here, and the light sphere bishop is here, so no matter whether you move it or not, it should be gone. Unless you would have tried to cover it there, or... It doesn't even matter, though. I mean, the more you trade, the better it's going to be, so fuck it. Like, his king would have to do a real big walk over here to make something actually happen. You can't even do anything with that. You can't even take the bishop itself. Right, so what are you going to do? You could try to block this off, but if you try to do it, then I take anyway. I want you to move it, obviously, so I'm not even worried about it. You'd go to here, go to here. You go here. You raise it, I can easily take. If you don't, I can go into here, so... It just doesn't matter because you still can't even give it check. But even if you could, I could just take it with that and then still come back and cover the rook itself. Now here I'm not even worried about time like at all. Even though he's provisional, he should still give me a decent amount just because, you know, it's 17, whatever. Although he's only played one game, so he just created his account and played like one game of that format at least. Okay, now here we have to be a little bit careful, but maybe not even. Oh my god. It can just be so annoying to sometimes win positions that are obviously objectively winning. That like you have to get an even bigger advantage than this, or you have to have more of an attacking mindset, which I obviously don't. That can just stay there like forever, so I should try to push one of these pawns a little more. You go like this, and then you try to cover it, and then you attack it with there. You can go back to there, I guess. This can also sit here forever, so that's perfectly fine. You can try to... I don't know. I'll go here, then maybe I'll go here or something. Then if I push, then you take, then I take, but then you still take that, so I better cover that with the king too. Their king is moving, but into kind of a no man's land because you can't actually do anything with that. Let's go... No, we can't do that yet. Let's go here, then if you take, then I take, and then you can't take. Somehow out of doing all this, we'll get a passed pawn or something of the sort. You might end up giving some sort of annoying check here, but I mean, you can even just block if you really feel... So at some point you should just be winning a lot of these pawns. So he'll try to go on the other side and win one of those, which, considering how few he has, I wouldn't think this should be a concern at all, but somehow, some way. No, it's still going to take too long though, isn't it? This is my problem. I'm still giving him a chance. You block, I can easily just take. You take there, but you can't even do it. Yeah, you're way off in terms of the pace of pushing your pawn. Go here, it should be pretty much over. I'm not even really thinking whether it's mate or not. As long as it's not somehow going to be a stupid stalemate in the long term, it should be fine. Like, that is actually a little bit annoying because I can't figure out exactly what to do with it. What the fuck? But you can't even try to promote though under that circumstance. You can give a check, you can take there, or no, you can't. Go ahead, dude. Keep playing. You know, make it annoying for me. Fuck it. I could even go through all this and still just promote the other one. Like, I don't care. There was no real reason to do that, but... Okay, so we could do maybe one more to try to get to 17, but I don't know if I should even bother. What time is that? That's the way that these people can feel really morally a victory over you, is just the fact that they succeeded in wasting your time. Pretty much all the game of chess ever is meant to do in the first place. Show them the way. The way to what? So that one, at least I didn't feel pressured under time at all. I didn't even mean to play like the whole soundtrack here. I was just trying to play like one song on loop. Let's see, what would be a good song to represent my ascent to 1700, assuming I'm even going to do it. What's a good one? What is that one song I was listening to? It's like, I'll listen to the instrumental version of it. It's like that stupid sad song that's in like a lot of meme videos. It's like, past lives can't keep us apart or something, come between us. Is it that one? Fuck. Yeah, I hate listening to stuff with lyrics, so then I'll just listen to an instrumental version of it. The way to their end. Yeah, because that's really my specialty, the fact of... Or yeah, even the few times you do win... Even the times you do win, right? You never get to actually see the mate because they'll just resign and deny you the pleasure. So that's what can be so stupid about it. Wait, why is it so short, though? Is this even the same one? Whatever, let's just do one more game. So this will get me to 1700 if I win, presumably, or it'll be some weird matchmaking where it won't be. No, but we're the same rating, or like we're both fighting for 1700, so I can both get the satisfaction of getting there, but also deny them that at the same time. This doesn't even sound instrumental. What the fuck? Or I was listening to like Jack Stauber stuff, instrumental too. So here we can just accept the fact that he takes there, which I normally, originally would have always hated that, but... You can just ignore what he's doing, I guess. By how ugly of a pawn structure that might make. I've really shown how you can succeed at chess, though. Play it in the very dry way that it is. Like, both in terms of the style, but in terms of the amount of time. Like, if you play it this much... Then again, my average opponent has played much more than me. I didn't know this would be what we're saying, but... Like, explain that to me, dude. How? I guess it even makes it seem like more than what it is, but even in the same format, you've played 16,733 games. This guy must be a super grandmaster smurf, just for some reason he's trolling on this account. Surely you could not be this bad. So this you almost want to raise like just the one time. So you have the nice little light square diagonal. everything is fine with this position. They don't have a light square bishop to even punish me on this side. We have a nice closed off structure in the middle here. All my analysis is like reductive. Not that, oh, now I have a good attack. It's that, oh, they don't have a good attack because, well, I guess it makes sense because I'm black too, but in a broader sense, it's like, I'm happy with this because like nothing's going to happen. So at the worst case, we'll get a draw or there won't be any sort of advancement or movement that happens. So this is good because you get to take, but I almost want something else to cover it other than just the rook. But they have no way of really attacking the rook anyway. Or they do, shit. Because they could bring the queen and then they're one step away from taking this. But then I could just bring the rook there to cover it, I suppose. Now here, you're 100% supposed to take. You're not supposed to keep going. Because you have to open this light square diagonal to make it useful. I'm not sure what that even does. They would take, I would take... That's just one of those moves that's trying to distract you. If I take that, I don't know what that has to do with the position really, but I should still be able to do both. They'll take with whatever they want. It doesn't open anything up crazy for them. And then I'll just take. And then they'll take. And then I can't take. But it should at least be easy to deal with that one little dinky pawn blocking the diagonal instead of several. Or they don't even bother doing it. So now the diagonal is wide open. So I just have to figure out one more attacker to get in there. Which is obviously going to be the queen. The queen might sneak in there, so I almost want to take this light square diagonal as well. Or something here should be tradable. I just can't figure out exactly how. There's no reason to give up the light square bishop when I've gone through this much trouble to... This is a bad move because you're doing it just to trade, and if the trade doesn't happen, then you're just kind of wasting time because there's nowhere else you can go with it. Okay, the dark square bishop is not really doing anything, so maybe I'd be fine even with doing this, because you're threatening like a pawn at least, and you can't move it, so you'd have to cover it. Let me try it. Okay, now we'll just sit here and give it check, which is not actually a bad position for the bishop to be in, because he could just stay here basically forever. A little bit of an unusual bishop pair, but it's still fine with me. So now at this point, all we have to do is figure out some way to actually attack this and take advantage of the diagonal, which again, that knight certainly isn't going to help them in that regard. It's just going to be stupid. So we get to go here and we can attack the bishop, so we're double attacking it. I don't see anything else really special about this. Just double check, triple check everything you do. Okay, I'll take the trade in a heartbeat. I don't give a shit. Like, really, what are you gonna do after the trade that's gonna make me so punished and so upset? Like, there's nothing going on. This is fine, and then if I go like this, it would allow a good sequence. And the reason why it would allow... No, but you can give a stupid check. I mean, shouldn't this just guarantee a trade? But it might lead to something bad, like I'll go there, then they'll take, then I'll take, then they'll take, then I'll take. It's just sometimes like I'm trying too hard for the trade. I could take this one like first or something, and that'll at least fuck up his pawns, right? I don't know. I mean, you're gonna have to trade at least one of them, so I consider this like a win, just that, oh wow, what a great thing that I'm trading, but you're not really getting anything out of it, so this is still like a lazy mentality to have. You obviously have to take with this. If you take again, it's fine. And even if like, oh, you know, the rook is going to take, then you could unleash, but it's not really an unleash because everything's fine. So you move this there. You're going there. Now it's more so just a question of where do I even want to put this? Right, and there's nowhere especially great to do that. Just make a simple safe play like this, I guess. You take, we're obviously covered on the back rank. We have that diagonal still, but I almost doubt it's going to come into play now. When the queen's off the board, it's not that big of a deal. We could do this and then we could just do it again because we have that bishop cover, so we still control the open file. That knight can't do anything. The bishop's not doing a whole lot. I should almost bring my king. Like, why even bother with the bishop? Okay, so we're in a relatively comfortable spot. I just have to figure out something really good to get out of this, and I don't know what it is. Like, he does have a dark square bishop, but there's some like crazy sequence you must have to do, and I just can't figure out what it's going to be. So I might put my faith in the king a little bit just to try to get it into the game. That allows me to undouble my pawn, so I'm pretty happy about that, even if it opens up like a diagonal for him. Right, that would allow me to undouble what I had there, which again, in this kind of position, maybe it doesn't matter, but I have a bishop pair, so if I just use it properly, there's no way the knight can keep pace with that, and it is a relatively open position as well. Only weakness of it, I guess, is the fact that I do have a dark square pawn, which means that their dark square bishop could maybe target it in some way, like if they go here, which seems to be maybe exactly what they're doing. I could still cover it, but it's just like the fact that I have to is a problem. You have like all these potential checks available. I don't know. I could go like this, which kind of shuts down whatever he might be trying to do. That the knight, look how the knight is sitting there this whole fucking time doing absolutely nothing. You go here, he just blocks with that. This would be a double take, so I'm not too happy about that. You could go here, and then if he takes, but it's going to leave my pawn sort of stranded, so I don't really want to do that. I might have to do the same thing and just go behind his pieces, because nothing's really happening with this. Like, we're waiting for that knight to finally do something, but if I just go here, go here, go here, then he's forced to do this, then... Okay, the knight finally moved. Which allows you to do what exactly? You could go here, assuming if you... Let's try to stay on what I was trying to do, though. You can go here, and what that will allow you to do is it would allow you to basically try to take the bishop, but I'm not going to let you actually do it. Or you could try to take this with the knight itself later. So how do you actually save this? But the thing is, you don't really have to save it. It's just more a question of... You're not targeting this, so it doesn't matter. I can go here to stop you from coming in any deeper with the knight. The knight finally did come into play. It is one of those pieces that's kind of satisfying at times, as much as I hate it. Like, you wait for the opportune moment, and then it finally makes like a clutch play at the end. It's like some sort of a... almost like a movie trope where you're kind of like... I don't know, like just this last second savior type of piece where everything is fucked and then it was just sitting there doing nothing and you forgot it even existed. Now this could be a little problematic for you. You raise it, I take, but then you still take, so it's not like it matters. I should have maybe raised this first. But maybe it's not such a big deal. So you're also threatening the knight itself, and there's almost nowhere that it can go. You go like this. No, I mean, you have a couple squares, but... You're attacking the bishop itself now. Might be getting too ambitious with the thing. So we take, so it's still fine. Right? It doesn't mean that... I really should have maybe pushed that one first somehow. Now my pawns are not in the greatest spot, but then again, I do have a passed pawn, so that's perfectly fine. Now the bishop can't move, otherwise I take this. And so let me actually do this to anchor it. So he'd have to sack. He'd have to actually sack it, the knight, and then this is just sitting there forever. Or even if he takes, then it's still a passed pawn on a light square. Now I have to bring like the king inside to try to do this. I wouldn't mind trading for this, but I'm not getting the opportunity. Right, like now is the time to just trade and try to promote. I don't see how the knight can really be too effective here. Take. You try to promote that, you try to get to the other side, but then again, you can't leave this either. So let me try not to move too fast, but I kind of have to. If I could just get this one, I'd be in such great shape, but obviously that would take way too long. Or I should just try to trade these off and then I'll be happy. Like, you can't do anything about that, that's the thing. Might be a mistake, but... You'll go there, maybe that's what you wanted to do anyway. I go there, he goes there, I go there, he goes there. Isn't it just trapped? No, but you can do that stupid ass shit. Fuck you. Damn it. I'm gonna fuck it all up now. King comes in, we cover with lights for bishop. You can do a lot of back and forth movement with this. You can't do anything with the knight. God damn it. There's this side that he might try to promote himself. And so... What am I supposed to do? I go all the way around the fucking outside? Gonna go ahead and give an undesirable check. You can just go ahead and take it. In which case I maybe shouldn't take there, or maybe I should. Because I'd be close enough to maybe disrupt this. I don't know. I can't do the math in my head here, but I might just have to go for it. You take, I take, and then you raise, I take. I go here, 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 take, take. But by the time I do that... Nothing is on a light square, so I don't even see what the bishop is doing for me if I do that. This fucking knight, man. What do you want? Like, what are you gonna do? You could have done that anytime that you wanted. All you did was put your king farther away, so now it would be less useful if we did do the trade for you. I'm gonna go after this side now. And let that still cover it there. So he didn't have the balls to do it. He probably would have been better off, but... Fucking stupid knight, man. I just have to go for it here. So you might try to take on that side. Wait, what? Well, now you'll have to... I don't understand, but we might just have to go for it. So he can sack the knight for the thing, but he would have to address that still. But then you can't get there in time. You can't get there in time, can you? Okay, we gotta do it quickly. Go here, it's covered by the thing. Could bring in the king. I could just give a bunch of spam checks either way. Maybe even try to do a threefold repetition because I hate what's happening with this, but I might be better off doing it. Right, like there's no reason to lose that if you're that nervous on time. But maybe I should do yet another one, but I don't think I have time. So fucking stupid. So I probably should have been punished for that a little bit more earlier, but pretty evenly played game overall. What happened? I mean, but still, like, you can't even be too upset about a draw because, like, most of the way you probably are in like a drawn position. Let's see. Guess I could do one more, maybe. I mean, I just want to fucking get this over. Let's just get to 17. Which even this guy might not give me 5. Unfortunately, that would be the ultimate troll. He'll give me like 4 if I beat him. Yeah, everything's fine with the opening. Just gotta develop in some other way here. You are often supposed to do this, but it's just not my style somehow. So I end up doing that, and then I end up doing... Now this should guarantee the take on the bishop itself. Right, because anywhere you go, you could... Okay. Oh shit, maybe that was all part of his plan, but... It's not super clear exactly how you take advantage of that stall. Right, like you have adequate cover for this, I don't know. I'd be trying to put the bishop here. This is some H-file trap, I guess, but it doesn't seem like you played it exactly like you were intending for that. But maybe you are, who knows? You have a certain thing going on here, but I just don't know exactly how it happens. This will be good too because it allows you to actually escape with the king, assuming you have to, considering how he's playing this so strangely. Maybe not the best idea, but... Oh my god. Look at him go, dude. Look at him. I don't like this position at all for the king. But let's just get out of there, and then we could even put the rook there to cover, so at least we're disassociating with the H-file as much as possible. You try to take the stupid knight at some point, or I don't know exactly what his attack with the queen is going to be. You can go here, give a check. So I should prefer the closed pawn structure for now. This is necessary, so I really should just do that because you need as much cover on there as possible. Right, just get it there. It's not doing anything anyway. If you give a check, I can block or whatever. You go there, you're trying to attack. They would take, I would take... They take, I can take, what the fuck? I don't see an immediate reason why that's so bad, though. The queen can't come in, the bishop can't come in. Or I guess it could, but not the way I expected. This is still covered, so now I don't know. They're playing at a very high aggressive offensive level that I can't really question. Like, I don't know how you're able to just do this, but... If I just do this, I could cover it back. If they raise the pawn, I could just take. Right, so it wouldn't really change anything. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. This is adequately covered. Isn't this still fine though? Like they would take. I keep missing something, but I don't know what it is. They bring the knight, possibly. I should just go here just to be safe about. But you know what could be good actually is this too. Since they're fixating on that one stupid ass thing so much. You're also covering it with that, and then you're also trying to... You could maybe even do that, but I want to move the rook first. I don't know what actually that does at all. I mean, yeah, this is how you should learn chess. Just sack pieces left and right and fucking do everything you want. It doesn't even matter. You're covering this more than adequately, so there must be something else altogether I'm missing, or maybe you give a check there. You know, I can withstand this barrage, but then I have to actually do something back, and I must be missing something then. Or when I try to do something, it'll backfire. I could just threaten the queen somehow, I'd be happy with it, but I don't know. He'll double stack on there and then try to take that. I don't really even need the knight here, do I? The other rook almost isn't necessary there either, too, but it's just not... Something about this just isn't making sense. If he ends up putting that there, then I basically just lose that on the spot. So why don't we actually do this? Wherever you go with the knight is going to be irritating, though, too. And if one of these moves that always fucks me over, just that I don't know, it's like you try to do something but you just can't figure out what it is, and that's how you lose. I give up, I don't care. He could have already taken that too. I don't give a shit. It's just so frustrating, some of these positions. Okay, at least we lose one of the rooks. He could have just taken it because he had a double attack. That's the downside of playing so fast too. Okay, now at least I feel a little bit safer, but definitely not a deserved game. Can I please just do this? Like, why is this so hard to do? I can do this because the bishop is still covering it too. Right, so if you take, I take, you take. Oh, shit. Or like I have no choice but to take. And then you can double take. I mean, dude, this guy, I'm playing Judith Polgar. She's just smurfing. Like, I don't know what the fuck that is. I mean, it's good enough that you have 13,000 games to get there, but I don't know what the fuck that was. Normally, that's the kind of style of play you should be able to punish. But okay, dude. I'm only -4 though still, so it's not the end of the world, but you know, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, so you raise it, I can't really do anything about it. You know, a lot of these things I'm not going to necessarily be able to cover, although that one is at least kind of cute. That's a good move, I guess. Alright, it won't be this time then, I guess. But, I mean, just the way that I lose games is pretty amazing. Like, this was at least one that felt more clean. Like, okay, he just played at a really good attacking level the whole game, and just to be that sort of cocksure is interesting. He's like the polar opposite of me, where all I want to do is defend, all he wants to do is attack. But you would think there would have been some opening there that maybe I missed, or maybe he just did play that well. Because like what happens is they load up their pieces like for a good attack or whatever, but then they can't actually do it. So then I try to do something, but then I fuck up. I should just stay more like, just accept the fact that nothing's going to happen and put the pressure on them to actually do something. And then they never do because they're not good enough. Yeah, fuck you. You should totally quit out too. You're cheating or something. I mean, it could just be that they've studied attacking like in great depth over 16,000 games of their life, but if you can attack at that level, you should probably be closer to 21, 2200, something like that. Not 16, 15, but okay. Whatever, man. Like, if you look at the normal opponent that I'm playing, I mean, he probably made a lot of mistakes too. That's the whole sad part about it. I just don't know how to punish it, I guess. Like, obviously that one was just that he missed the opportunity to take advantage of what I did there myself. Whatever, see you later. Okay, so today is normally my smite day that I've been doing, but actually I'll do maybe a little short session at the end here, but I'll play at least until I lose because I want to get to 17 here. So that'll be fine. I actually wanted to do something else too, or when we're done with all these channel arts, which I might almost be, or at least for the set that I have, I want to almost do like a little thing where I'll go through and I'll like review each one or kind of tell the story behind each one and like whatever in detail. So maybe if we get to 1700, I'll celebrate by doing that. This is like the last one that I have at least on hand. Like I have to go and organize them. So this is like the one that had to do with my debate format, where it's obviously Yugi or the Pharaoh, who's like very skinny and slender here. Yugi versus Panic. That moment where like whatever, he gets saved by plot armor from his little Millennium Puzzle, but it's like, I guess I can't show it, or I can't here. This is like the line from, what does he say? Like, my Millennium Puzzle protects me from your cowardly assault or whatever, just to show like even acknowledging the plot armor, but nothing will protect you from oblivion. And then he kind of mind crushes him or whatever. So very violent imagery for what is supposed to be a kid show about card games. Meanwhile, this guy's about to fucking burn him to a crisp. Or this makes it seem like he has powers too, like he's just shooting fire out of his eyes, which doesn't exactly get the point across, but it still looks cool. He just uses these things to basically, you know, whatever, try to incinerate him. In a way, it's a good way for them to at least acknowledge the plot armor. Like, why couldn't you just kill Yugi and take his puzzle, or, you know, take his cards, or whatever. But, okay, I already forgot what we were just using, but it's somewhere in between before, like, the formal set of pieces. So we still have a lot of piece sets left, but we were at, and some of these, again, I'm not going to be able to necessarily do if it's, like, go pieces like that. It can be inconvenient, but it can be, oh, do we get chess 24 again when we've already used it before? I don't mind if I do, because that's one of my favorite sets maybe ever. It's just very simple, but I like it. We had used that. We had used this. ChessBase is like some program that you use to try to study the game that costs like $500 apparently, or at least certain versions of it, maybe like the newest version of it. So it's very Yeah, clearly that's what I need to do. But I mean, I don't even like to study in the first place, so why would I do that? So I'm pretty sure that's what I was using. And then we're also going to run out of boards pretty much too. Um, right, and then I'll start to maybe just mess around with, like, you can do so many combinations of them, I guess. Although the opacity, I don't actually get this. How would you know, like, I don't get it. Like, there's so many different ones for each. I don't know how you would really do that. There should be like two different sliders for like two primary colors, and then you like combine them. But there's at least a lot you could potentially do with this. Really, it doesn't make sense. Why is it changing the ones that are already there instead of like creating its own? Whatever. We'll use this one, and again, I'll just play like maybe 2, whether I win or lose, and then I'll do like some sort of maybe review session of Smite. Like I won't actually play it. I'll just kind of like watch through the tutorial that I did or something. I don't know. I didn't really have too much time, so I didn't want to even bother doing that. And I'm kind of obsessed with getting to 1700 here, which 2 games should pretty much do it, but or they're exactly 1700, which again is not a surprise to see 1700s now. It's just a question of, they won't even give me that much necessarily anymore. So you could theoretically do that, but you can't. And the reason why you can't is because somehow the queen pins it and it creates all kind of problems. And you can still deal with it, but it's like it's not even really worth it to do that. Like I could still do it. Even now I could do it. And so the worst that would do is it would allow you to, I would take, then you would attack it, then I'd have to go back, and then you could like double take it. It almost compels you to do something like this. Again, I shouldn't even be trying to do any of this, but somehow. But see, the reason why that's not even pertinent, no, I guess it would have been better to take it before, because then you would have been posing this threat, so it wouldn't have mattered. Now you could just do the 6 for 6. But that's still a good way to escape it. Like, okay, you go there, then I just take, you take, I take, you take, and then I would have time to cover it. So actually, on that basis, I see no reason really not to do it. But somehow I'm still scared. Like, somehow you just want to cancel first. Like, I'll do this, then you'll attack it with the queen, right? You attack it with the queen, but then I just take. And then you're forced to deal with the take. So then you'll take, I'll take, you'll take, and then I have time. I have time to cover it, so I don't have to worry about anything at all. Right? Just, you do that, but again, it has nothing to do with anything. We can just go here, or either way kind of compels you to take. Right, so you're attacking the queen, and then if you don't take, you can unleash. Maybe this isn't the best idea, but you wouldn't be able to react like that because you would have to deal with the threat first. I'm fine with that, right? This is a simple 6 for 6 play, and of course I'm +1 in the process of doing that too. And so let me maybe stay on the aggressive a little bit, even though it doesn't entirely make sense. Like you could bring the bishop itself there to attack my queen. Almost like I want to do this. See, I'm doing a little bit too much. This is my problem right now. I'm just doing too much. But I like how their king is sort of a little bit in an awkward spot. That was worth it, right? Like sometimes people question the 6 for 6. Is it really worth it? As in a knight and a bishop for a rook and a pawn. I mean, I guess you could say 2 bishops for a rook and a pawn, but that scenario doesn't present itself really. Or like 2 knights for a rook and a pawn. But normally that's not a good thing to do, or it's not terrible, but it's just like it's not really something you should go out of your way to do. But it sort of just suits me a lot where, okay, I should just fucking castle and get it over with now. Or I still want more though somehow. Like I want to pin it down, or I just kind of do. I overdo it sometimes. Right? You get excited with like an early game threat. Like that one pawn could make the difference in the game. Especially when it comes down to such minute things anyway, or it just comes down to time. Right, but if you're going to take that long in the opening, at least you get something out of it, or at least you survive what could be some other crazy sort of trap. You go like this, and this allows you to also, uh, it allows you to also activate the Darkspear Bishop, which I almost want to put here. Right now, you could potentially take there, so I can go here. And if you bring this stupid thing, then I could just take it as well. So this seems like a fine spot to put it. Right thereby, you could just take here. You also could have just probably moved the king, and that would have been fine as well. Their development was a little step behind, basically, but I'm not necessarily getting anywhere with it. In fact, what I could do is I could just do this, and now you guarantee the take on the Darkspear Bishop itself, because anywhere it goes, you're going to be able to... Anywhere it goes, you're actually going to be able to... Okay, dude. Creates a little bit of an awkward spot, but I mean, see, that would still be a take on the... You know, I'd be still trading with the queen if you try to go there basically to trap it. Like, what more can you do here? You can't attack me with the Darkspear Bishop, so I'd just be sort of baiting for a trade that may or may not be really worth doing. And I guess if I don't do that, then this makes sense, because like, what are you going to do to stop me from trading it? And the answer is you really can't even do that. Right? You could attack me with this stupid thing again. With the other knight, but then you'd be accepting the fact that a trade is going to... Oh. Well, that'll be fine. That'll be the session then. Alright, whatever. I shouldn't try to force it like what I'm gonna... I'll get there eventually, but I don't know. So now you have the problem of basically... you could like royal fork from here, assuming you could get there. But how would you even plan the path to get there? Because you're going to take there, and that's going to pose all kind of problems too. So you could just move this, but then you'll take the knight. What would be a logical path for the knight to take? And the answer is there really isn't one ever. Because how would you get there? Even if you wanted to move wherever you want, right? If you had total free reign, how the fuck would you get there? It sometimes makes more sense to try to do it backwards. Like, you'd have to go from here, so like there. Let's just let him try to do this sort of mate idea, and that's perfectly fine. Go ahead, take it. And that's fine. Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna put forward that level of effort, then just forget it, you know? Again, it's the kind of thing that goes beyond rating. It's like there's nothing that it has to do with anything. Anybody can just see that. Anybody, if they make a mistake like that, like, what's the point? Why even play? You're not even paying attention. It's like you don't even care, so why even bother? So they'll bring the queen or do something stupid, I bet. Should be able to probably mate. I don't still see it, but... No, now I actually run out of channel arts to use too, so I'll have to start using, like, I'll just use my thumbnails or something, maybe. I don't know. You'd want to almost just push this out because you... No, but I'm acting like I'm doing it for the royal fork, but you're not, because... Whatever, you're not gonna actually even get it because that's not even there anymore. Go here. There's no mate yet. You can't really push out the bishop very well. I mean, again, that's even something I walked into. Like, oh, I want this trade. Like, maybe you shouldn't be so eager to try to take trades all the time. But even if you were, you have to actually think through it a little more. I mean, see, like that's one of those fallacies where people like somehow criticize like a specific, oh, that's why your style of play doesn't work or something, right? With whatever, if I'm trading too much or this or that. But the problem with that is it has nothing to do with that. If you just are blundering pieces, or if you just play more accurately, right, you can get away with any style of play. So it's kind of, you'll focus on the wrong thing, where it's just like something that anybody can do no matter what. If you just actually concentrate, like we're still making it kind of annoying for him, I guess, but you'll take the dark square bishop itself. You double take on there, or you could just double take on there. Also including a check. It's still not going to be mate. Like, look how long it still takes the guy to mate. Not even to any fault of his own necessarily. Although maybe he missed something better. But look at how long it still takes. Like, just innately to the game of chess to actually mate somebody. It's just so annoying sometimes. Like, he obviously deserves to win. He should win, but it's just going to take like a fucking hour. This should be relatively the same scenario where nothing changes there. Just please do an accidental threefold repetition somehow, or I wish he was like lower on time. This isn't even one of those people I can accuse of, oh, he's just a clown and he's played so much or whatever. That one goes into there. It still wouldn't be mate, so it doesn't really bother me too much. In fact, mainly it's just a case of you'll be able to double attack onto there. So that's like the worst possible thing I could have done. Right, because you'll go, it still won't be mate though, that's the thing. It still won't be mate. You go down, you just go here, you could check there, but it's still not mate, but then it will be because you go like that. To just like go here, go there, go there. Sometimes it's even nice when they want to go and pick up and clean up all your pawns because you get to basically, increase the possibility of a stalemate. Or again, you're just trying to move them to a point where they can't be used or whatever, but seems like he's making this a lot more annoying than it needs to be. Like, there's nothing really you had to do with that. Alright, -5. I almost feel compelled to try to do more, but then I'm going to go on a bad streak. Or like I said, I'd even have to search for the art or something. Let me just not even bother. But let me maybe do... I don't know if I should do it now. I guess that is like most of the ones that I would possibly have. Right, like it's probably there's some in weird places that I've forgotten about. But yeah, let me do like a recap on those. Yeah, that's like just a very low effort, stupid kind of game. Let me look on my Imgur. It's weird because it says they're hidden, but then it shows that they have X number of views to them too. Like you'll see some of them show like 20 views. Like how could anybody be doing that if I guess somebody who's watching the stream could take the link and look at it, but it's just weird because it acts like it isn't. So let's look at one of these actually is public, but like let's go one by one and actually look at sort of each one of these and the story behind it. So, some of these are kind of repeating or there's like alternate versions, but I don't really care about that. Some of these are silly because they're done for like just a single thing. Like not even for a series like, oh, Luigi's Mansion, but like overall just for a single episode or a single, little format within the episode. Like, yeah, like this is not just for Phoenix Wright, not just for Spirit of Justice, but literally just for the fucking case 3 of Spirit of Justice, and it wasn't even the correct sort of thing that actually happened. It was just a theory, but I guess in that case it's like a good alternate ending sort of basis. Let me see. So this one is my chess art that I always use, but also, and I made it so that you could like put, pieces of text. So like road to 2000 on here or whatever, like variants or challenge. You can put like a little note or something on there. I put that little joke like I'm not AFK, I'm just calculating as my like main thing whenever I use it as like an AFK screen. But the point is that I didn't actually make this for chess. I made it for a little like short story thing, a game of God type of thing. Like, oh, it's like Space Jam, but with chess. Like if you lose, like an alien basically comes to Earth and like they're using chess as a way to measure humanity and see its usefulness and how impressive it is. It's like I'll choose a game of your choosing, of your creation, and beat you at it. And if you can beat me, then like your best player gets to play against me. And if you beat me, then you survive. Or if you don't, we'll blow up the planet. Like so, he's about to die, and they're already starting their attack. That kind of a thing. I'm using Fortune. I'm using Imgur. How's it going, Nightmare? Yeah, this one was pretty fun because whatever, it was for that, but obviously it fits for chess because I didn't really have an art for chess. So I would give this one maybe like a C grade, or no, I'd give it like a B. It's pretty good. I kind of fucked up the pawn there, and I've been too lazy to ever try to change it. Like that one almost looks like a flying saucer type effect, like where the thing is like a little bit too wide. But other than that, this is pretty cool. It's way more action packed than chess would normally be. And so I give that one like a B. It looks aesthetically good. In fact, this is probably more like an A still too, because it's just, it looks good, and the theme and the story and everything behind it is good. Some of these are going to be really shitty. Like the Magic the Gathering art is terrible, but it still has like the joke in there. So that's what it should be like. There's like 3 points, right? So like 1 star is it's bad in terms of its theme and its visual. 2 stars is good in one of them. It has a good theme or a good visual. And then there's 3 stars both. So that had a good theme and a good visual. This is my main channel art. This will probably get like a 2 star, where like the visual is very simple and basic and to the point, but it does allow you to have a good joke in there. In fact, it has several different meanings to it, where it's like, the quiet gamer, like he's shushing me is the whole joke, but he's not actually shushing me. He's telling me I only have 1 life because I like permadeath runs. But then he's also pointing 1, like the number 1, as in I'm 1 quiet gamer. So there's a few layers to that. Obviously, it's also the fact that I love mages in games, so obviously I'm the mage there. And then I think this is like Atiesh or something too from like WoW. I don't even know what that icon is exactly from for the staff. And then what else? Just the fact that it's Diablo. So this was obviously for my first playthrough permadeath, my first playthrough permadeath when I introduced the format like in 2016. So that was obviously, this is like giving a eulogy to my whole chess experience though too, because I've run out of art, so I'm kind of just recapping them. But I might actually do more just because I want to get, it's going to take me all night though, because I'm just so streaky. But here we have, yeah, so this is pretty good. I'll give it a B or like a 2-star rating. Because again, visually, it's very simple and almost bland and just basic. It's just like the Diablo. I didn't even take off the text, of Diablo in there. So that's probably shouldn't be there right on the back. But the pun and everything like that is obviously my whole primary channel art. So that's fine. This one is probably a 3-star because it's very stylistic and it's kind of like, there's a lot of story to it. So visually it's very good, and just this is Dark Souls 2 obviously, and I'm fighting the Smelter Demon for like 15 episodes, and I just can't beat it, and it's such a frustrating boss, and it's so annoying, and I'm getting like one shot by it because of my whole Dex only character and everything like that. And so it becomes almost like this existential experience where I'm turning it into an RP thing, where that didn't start off as an RP series, but then it almost became one because of how frustrating that was. Like, a soul of fire never dims, for its kindle as will. So it's like I'm analogizing the effigy as my like burning whatever, like my soul is not sort of I don't know how to explain it. Like he has the heart of fire, basically. How that's part of his mechanic, is that his chest has fire coming out of it, and as the fight goes on, it keeps doing damage over time to you. So not only was I getting one shot by him, right, because I didn't have any health or vitality, and so I was just straight up, only Dex, but also I would be taking damage over time too in the fight, just from getting so close to him to have to hit him. So you're getting a fight where like you have to heal, not because you're getting hit, because that's the one benefit of getting one shot, is you never have to worry about healing, even if that doesn't seem like a plus. But you still have to heal just because you're taking unpreventable damage over time, because I'm also not allowing myself to use ranged weapons. So it was a crazy fight, and then we obviously get the one where we have to fight it again, like in the DLC, which was a real shock to the system. That's almost like a traumatic moment. But no, it's just analogizing, and this obviously gives you a good indication of what my character looked like for most of the playthrough. I was using that lance, which isn't even really a dex weapon, and then obviously the Shadow Man's gear, basically RPing in that style as like a stealthy type dex character, which kind of sucks anyway, because how is it going to help you in a boss fight? You're not going to get like a sneaking hit. What's it called? Like whatever, like where you go behind them and you get like a critical just because you're like in stealth or whatever. How are you going to take advantage of that in a boss fight, or even, just overall, it's not a very good style of play. I remember in Dark Souls 1, people always said it's so shitty too. Like, what's the point? You can't even... I can't remember. What was it that you couldn't do? Like, you couldn't parry or... No, you can't dual wield. You can't dual wield dexterity weapons, so what's even the point? That's kind of the whole reason why you would want to do it in the first place. Am I a 4chan user? I hear... I can't even see what he said there. I hear what? Oh, I hear they're crazy. I wonder why it censored that. That's stupid. I haven't used... Maybe I've used it briefly in the past, but I don't really know much about it now. So yeah, this one is definitely good because... Whatever, a soul of fire, so like that's my soul of fire. Like, let's see who's... I turned it into a whole thing too. Like, I made the eulogy of Man Scorpion Tark, where I tell this whole like little short story. This was like a little rebirth of my RP type series from back in the day. Like, basically we will see which of ours is true and which is a pretender, for a soul of fire never dims as its kindle as will. Like, which of our hearts of fire is actually stronger and true. So that's a little good analogy there. Pocket TV, like, see, this one's a typical B because it's artistically it's nothing special, but it has like kind of an okay theme to it, so it's all right. Like, all it is just a screen capture from the game itself. First playthrough Permadeath of Pokemon Y, in which I'm able to, just I spent the whole first episode, like, this at least came about organically, where I put the first episode, I just walk up to a TV and I'm like super completionist and thorough. So I start watching the TV and see all these different messages and shows it's talking about, right? It gives you like a whole little spiel, and then I just get obsessed with it. So I spent like the whole first hour of my first episode of the playthrough just doing that, and I'm laughing at the stupidity of how, this is probably the least enjoyable, least normal way that anybody would play it, where you sit there and watch like an hour's worth of these different things and just exhaust every possible option. So basically, it's like my hero gets addicted to Pocket TV in their first episode ever, as they're supposed to go out on their adventure and everything. What are you doing, and what are all those tabs on your PC? Oh, like I was using all these channel arts for my background on the chest, like when I was playing a game. So like whenever I lose, I have to use the next one. So I ran out of them. So I'm just kind of recapping what they're all about and telling the story behind them and stuff. Since, yeah, I think I did actually use every single one. Which, I mean, eventually that was going to happen anyway, but maybe it didn't last as long as I thought. Yeah, that one's okay. It's nothing special visually. This one is probably also a B. It's kind of a weird one because of the amount of text on it. Alone in the Dark, this is my mansion now. So this is obviously Uncle Grimly. So this is part of Luigi's Mansion Super Hard Mode, which is also a world's first clear. But just the Blackout Challenge you could do even in the regular game. But basically, this is the Blackout Challenge with the 200 HP with the Super Hard Mode, with respect to, you go around the mansion and try to clear out every room, right, of the ghosts in the Blackout, which, yes, they'll respawn after time. But I think when you're in the room, you can suck enough to... You would think I should know that actually by now, but you can suck enough where you basically beat the room and then you move on to the next one. So try to survive as long as you can in the Blackout, with the ghost even having 200 HP instead of just 20 or 30 on average. And also you're trying to basically clear every room out, and you can kind of go through it like that. So that's just like a fun little thing. I think we actually have two versions of this. I don't know why I even bothered to do that. So this one, I really like the way he looks, actually. Like, he's trying to scare you, but sort of unsuccessfully, which is part of his little gimmick, too. That he's always trying to scare his family, but nobody finds him scary. Or, just people in general. But no, it's like that's the only time he appears, so it's like he's the true final boss of the game in this context or in this challenge, because it's like now he becomes more badass because pretend the lights never come back on, so now he basically rules the mansion because that's the only time when he feels comfortable. So he gets his revenge basically for how useless he feels the rest of the time. This is also blackout challenge. Yeah, these are both maybe B's, or this one's almost like it. No, this one's okay, I guess. All ghosts have 200 HP. Alone in the dark. This is my mansion now. Okay, so those are both pretty much the same. This was part of my old debate format, basically, objective podcast, where, this is just a very simple example of false duality. Like, this is also, they're all kind of like B's, unless they look really bad. So, like, the idea behind it is okay, the art is okay, like, it's nothing exceptional. Basically, just showing, false duality, like, of course, humans are going to say land is better because they live on the land. Of course, fish are going to say water is better because they live in the water. Like, it's a very simple, stupid thing, but it gets the point across. I like the little text here, though, to show, like, that the is in the clouds, right? Then half of this is in the clouds, half of this is in the seaweed, and then that's in the seaweed. So you kind of see the two sides of it there, even though, the clouds almost represent the land more so in the context of what's being talked about. Well, whatever, that's okay. This one's very simple, but I do like it. In fact, I'll even still give this one a B. I'm basically just giving everything a B, except for, what was it, like maybe one of the first ones. Just very simple, just the namesake, just the, you're sitting there watching a movie, reviewing a movie, you got your little popcorn thing. That's not at all what my hair looks like if it's supposed to be me, but, that's nice, simple. I used that one for a long time, actually. In fact, I would still be using it if I was doing those kind of reviews and stuff. And then this one is, I guess some of this I'm doing without the text on there because it's less important to have the text there when you are just using it as a background, like on the chest. But yeah, this is basically Alduin's crushing you, and I've never even beaten the game, but I just know he's the final boss somehow, right? I probably heard it somewhere. I got spoiled on that, but it's not like a big surprise. But no, he's just shushing you, and so this is like a play on the channel art overall. So I'll give this one a B as well. This is a play on my original channel art where he's doing the same shush thing, but instead of saying, I don't have the text on this one, but instead of saying, no fool, this is how many lives you have, right, as in 1, meaning it's a permadeath run, my character says here, oh, he must want me to do another permadeath run, as if, in continuation of that. Like, we finally learned that that's what the shush means. He's not trying to shush me, he's trying to tell me you have 1 life, meaning he wants me to do a permadeath run. But actually then he responds and says, no, you fool, this is how many times you get to play this game every year. Because of course I have this weird rule now that I can only play Skyrim on Christmas for whatever reason. Like, that's just my Christmas special episode, and it's almost like, oh, I'd be so addicted to it that I have to restrict myself to only doing it on Christmas. So that is a weird tradition. So no, originally it didn't mean shush, it meant, well, you have 1 life, but now it doesn't mean 1 life, it means obviously that you can only play the game once a year. This is how many times you can play Skyrim once every year. Now this one's very good. This one actually is probably an A because, again, it looks good visually, whatever. You get the background of like the saloon and stuff, but also you get obviously it represents the whole storyline behind my bounty series and the whole joke in that, like, oh good, a bounty hunter, we could use some help killing criminals, like hunting, people to try to whatever, being like a good bounty hunter, like you're Samus Aran or whatever, and you're solving problems for the community and for law enforcement and taking out wanted criminals, and so therefore you're hunting for bounty that way. But instead, no, I'm hunting for bounty for myself, like as in I'm killing law enforcement and seeing how far I can get my bounty up. So that's basically the whole format that I do, the bounty hunter challenge. So it plays into that pretty well. That one is pretty good. This one's pretty shit. I'll probably give this one a C. I don't like the way it looks, but this is just like a little RP type of scenario that happened in Hardcore Classic where, it's like the trap within the trap, trapception. So my character learns the trap for the first time, and that's the kind of nature of what this series was about. It was like very slow paced and RP intensive and things like that. But like, my pet had died previously, right? So, or maybe it hadn't, I don't know. And so it's kind of like telling me, it's a trap, whatever. But the point is I learned the trap and I'm excited to use it like for the first time, and then I get sort of baited by this NPC, whatever, because he spawns in a spot that you're not expecting. Like he's up on a ledge somewhere. Or no, I think he's on the ledge, but then he's somewhere else or something like that. And so he kind of baits me. So like I'm excited to use my trap, but as like this young, inexperienced hunter, it's like a good learning moment that like, you know, traps don't always have to come in the literal form of a trap or whatever. It has like a little story resonance to it there. This is obviously for the debate format, Court of Reason. This one will get like a, this one's like a C too. There's nothing really special about it. Just to show like the objectivity of it, that everybody's sort of not even, you don't need to put a name or a face to the people there, like kind of like how I don't do face cam, but you know, logic and reason outweighing the fallacies and preconceptions. So, like this one gets the point across, but there's nothing really special about it. This one is kind of very specific for Plants vs Zombies hard mode. So obviously you got the Archimon doing the little Drake thing, and you might think, why is Archimon doing it? But it's because of the world tree or whatever, right? Like why he's the one who there's a reason more than that though, right? Because I used the title like Tremble, Undead, and Despair, Bloom has come to this roof, which is of course a play on Archimon's line, which is like Tremble, Mortals, and Despair, Doom has come to this world. So instead of Doom, it's Bloom, and instead of Mortals, it's Undead. So I used that line, and so then I did this, right, for the episode title or whatever, where I finally beat 5-4. And so it's like, would I rather farm 80,000 and save up for the 10 seed slot, thereby enabling me to do the level a lot easier? But I was too lazy to do that, so I would rather just keep doing it over and over until I get it. And so then I do that instead. Do a world's first clear of 5-4 with 9 seed slots. This is the little stupid Drake meme, right, where he's doing the same thing. So that one's probably like a B, because even though artistically it doesn't look that good, it is still pretty funny, the idea behind it. This one's probably an A, but it's kind of still simple and to the point. In fact, I put like a little Marvel Snap icon up there, but I guess it's just not in this version. So, you know, when I snap my fingers, you'll like this game. That's why it's called Marvel Snap. He's got the Infinity Gauntlet. And of course, I wasn't very impressed with the game, so I, you know, was kind of bashing it the whole time. The fact that every game ends in 6 turns, every match ends in 6 turns automatically, which I think it might still be like that. People might have said at the time, no, they'll change it or whatever. But yeah, like it's obviously playing on that. And then I even made a joke, like, because I'm always into psychology and stuff, like card game addict with hypnosis fetish plays Marvel Snap for the first time, but 6 turns just isn't enough to climax. So like you're playing on both senses. Just the fact that I like card games, I still don't like it, and the fact that I am into that, like what snapping could represent in the other sense, I also still don't like it. So even that's not enough. Yeah, that's a horrible design decision. Destiny, this one's probably a B. It's okay. You know, you got the little planets in the background, the whole motif. That's actually not a planet behind you, or even a moon. The way it appears, it's actually the traveler itself, right? And then just basically you have that on your forehead there, the icon. And this is kind of looks sort of like my character. It's not exactly perfect, but this is like the whole motif I want to use for like every series that I do. If I make other channel arts, like where any game I can do, like I'll do that for GTA 6. I'll do like the main character shushing, and it'll be like, you know, that could be my channel art for that series. Like that's my motif for my channel. Nobody's ever done that before on a gaming channel, right? So I could do it with every character. Just make a character, you know, it just suits me with my namesake and everything like that. And that one ended sort of unceremoniously. In fact, most of my recent permadeath runs haven't been that good, or they end in like such stupid ways. I can understand if I die, but like that. So there's 2 versions of this, right? So let's say I should do these 2 together just because it makes more sense. So this is also part of my debate format, which you might not guess that, but this is the same scenario from Yu-Gi-Oh, where basically this one's like a C because it just kind of looks ugly, and this one's like a B because it doesn't look perfect, but it gets the point across a little better, and the Pharaoh's a little bit too slim, and of course the fact that he's shooting it out of his eyes is a little bit lore inaccurate, but still, that's fine. So this just is a play on the line of, obviously, what was it? I had just said it earlier, like, my Millennium Puzzle protects me from your petty attacks or assault or whatever, but nothing will protect you from oblivion, and then he mind crushes the guy or whatever. So then it's, whatever, the long form posture was one of my main things in the court of reason, obviously the whole basis of it, that if anything deserves to be discussed or considered, it deserves to be done so in long form. And so obviously that's the same kind of thing where Panic's shooting the fire and you're kind of blocking it. I guess this is sort of more lore accurate, but this one just doesn't look as good. And then obviously this one's much better. So you're kind of equalizing that with the Millennium Puzzle and the fire. Like, I guess it combines a lot of things that I like, though. The debate format with Yu-Gi-Oh, with whatever. It's a very specific inside joke kind of thing. This one gets an A, and of course there's no text even needed for it. But basically what you get is a great sort of representation of a sort of halfway point in the playthrough where it's like you're getting one shot by the bar bots using this PK Thunder Lightning whatever shit on you, right? And then you're also getting one shot by the cars that get you in this loop of like they'll make you have an asthma attack and there's nothing you could do. So you're caught between like Ascilla and Charybdis, like rock in a hard place moment where you're getting one shot this left and right. And so now you get two ways to sort of solve that situation where you're kind of fighting back. You get the little Franklin badge, it absorbs the lightning. You get the asthma medicine, so it absorbs that. So that was kind of a cool moment where it's like a turning point where Ness is finally able to stand up to these two. It's technically not Ness, though. It's Ninten is his name. But whatever, I kept calling him Ness. And so it's a way to sort of show the tide is turning and you're kind of, reaching a good benchmark in the game. And of course, it just looks very stylistic. You're kind of trying to represent there should be more like a representation that's like on first base. That was the whole idea. But there's nothing really under it, right? It should be like that little white padding and stuff, but whatever. The orientation wasn't exactly right, but this one looks very good. And in fact, I use this as my banner on YouTube too. So it's like, whatever. This is first base. This is third base. And that's like the car trying to give you an asthma attack, but this thing is stopping it or absorbing it or whatever. And of course, the Barbot is a pitch. Right? This one has a certain resonance to it because it's not just that it looks cool. Like, obviously, people could recognize the images in there and like what this is supposed to be. Like, oh, it's the car, it's the badge, it's a Barbot, it's Ness. But it's something more where like it's telling you something specific about that playthrough and that part in the story, like or just an event that everybody might go through where you're getting one shot by these mechanics, so you're kind of turning the tide and finally, your character can deal with them and stuff like that after maybe struggling with them for a while. So that is a very good one. And of course, you see the little lightning on the bat to show that he's been kind of deflecting in that direction already, right? So he's ready to hit it again. Little touches like that there. That one is quite elaborate. Like, let's compare these two. Like, look at how much detail this one has versus how shitty this one is. This is like some little clip art project that a kid would do in fucking 8th grade in computer class in 2002 or whatever the fuck. Like, so this one's a C, even though it has like a good little joke to it. This is the wisp that looks much better than the just simple blue dot in Magic Arena. So this small time streamer can make a better looking wisp than that. But even in that clip art shitty context that I was just talking about. But yeah, that's not a tree, right? So my whole thing with Magic the Gathering is I love green and I love dinosaurs and I love their statting and that whole kind of, just the card design and play style. And so the idea is that, I think I love green. It's my favorite color, which it is in the game, obviously. And so it's like, it looks like I'm hugging the bottom of a tree, right? Like a tree trunk. That's what those are supposed to look like. But then it's actually a dinosaur, but that still fits into green too, because obviously dinosaurs are minions you get with green a lot, in addition to green, obviously representing forests and, the forest lands and stuff. So the pun and the idea behind it is pretty good, but it looks so fucking shitty, right? I should make like a better version of it. So that's definitely an easy C. I'm only doing A through C too, so it would be an F if I had them here. This one's probably an A because again, it has a lot of story behind it in addition to just looking very cool. You can just look at it like it's an alternate ending to case 3 of Spirit of Justice, where if she had been the killer, which I had predicted and I'm kind of using my theory in there, this is like a Kira-esque breakdown because of course they're calling the killer Lady Kira, as in, written like this instead of Kira, like Kira from Death Note, like Light Yagami. So it's written in the same way, like the laughter, and this is like literally a text bubble like from written in Death Note style, right? The text and the font and everything is the same. And so this would have been her kind of cool reveal moment. And I'm playing into the Death Note trope a little more, like, oh, this case is exactly like Death Note, right? Like, that's right. I am Kira, just said differently. And then to channel, you need a name and a face, just like how you need a whatever name and a face to write somebody's name in the death note and actually kill them. And so yeah, I mean, this one works pretty much on every level. So this would have been the scenario, and actually looking back on it, this would be much more exciting and enjoyable. I would have rather this been the ending to case 3, right? It would have been so much more badass than we just get this sympathetic stupid romance moment, like a Romeo and Juliet type thing where the guy kills himself and it wasn't actually her, and like all this kind of stupid stuff. They were trying to make it too complex and too novel. Like, this would have been much better, and you get like the little sideways Lady Kira on there. So yeah, I like this one in every sense. It looks good, it's detailed, you got the little red eye the way that Light does, you got her kind of doing a pose as if she's laughing, and that's kind of how Light stands too when he finally confesses, right? He's at like some weird angle like that, looking down and sort of to the side. So it's just kind of mimicking that very much. And again, the whole joke is born of them using that, because the word killer in Japanese is said or written somehow like that, with like an R instead of an L. So like Kira means killer, right? Somehow in Japanese, or whatever. That's what it's supposed to mean in Death Note. I don't know Japanese, but like, so it's the same joke that they're playing on, I guess, but whatever. It just is me. That's immediately what it made me think of. This one is part of the Luigi's Mansion, obviously world first clear. I guess this is an A2, right? Like, you're making the joke. This ghost is the purple one that has 0 health, so there's a bug in the game. This is part of the reason why it was considered like impossible to do it or whatever. You have to use the element to kill it, and it still has 200 health. This is obviously the Van Gogh boss fight in that whole room, and of course that's Mario struggling to get out of his painting. Like, the more elements there are of detail, like it's Mario in the painting struggling to get out, and Van Gogh's obviously the one who put him there, right? And so he's sitting there with King Boo, and he's just trapped the whole game. So he's trying to struggle to get out of his painting, and he doesn't trust that Luigi's going to come save him because, oh no, he has a vacuum to suck up all the ghosts. But these ones can't be sucked because they're immune to it, because the game wasn't designed for them to have a health value. They have 0, so you still get to suck them, but you only get to suck them up. You don't get to suck them, and take their health down. You're meant to suck them in one motion. But because they have 200 health now, you're not allowed to suck them at all, because it bugs out and acts like either you're supposed to suck it from 100 to 0, as in 0, is where it starts, and you just, suck it up, or you're supposed to not be able to do it at all. So it just gets stuck and you can't do anything. You have to use the element and all that, and that's one of the big frustrations of this whole experience. And of course, this one took me a little while to do, and of course, that's Van Gogh as well. And so the point being that obviously the whole joke is can't be sucked, but sucking is a specialty, which in a literal sense, yes, it is. You know what's funny with this one is actually that video got flagged for like, oh, it's mature content because of this joke. But we're not talking about any sort of innuendo. I'm talking 2 meanings of the word suck, but neither of them are actually mature caliber, right? Like, you can't suck them with a vacuum, but sucking with a vacuum is his specialty, because that's the whole name of the game. That's what Luigi's doing. The whole, experience is that he has the Poltergust 3000 or whatever, right? And he's sucking all the ghosts. But also, it's the whole joke that everybody always makes fun of Luigi, that, oh, he sucks as a character or whatever. And so what happens is, obviously, it's Mario making fun of that as well. Just like, oh, sucking is his specialty. That's why he doesn't trust him to save him. So that's why he's trying to get out on his own. Yeah, that one looks pretty good. This one's also like an A caliber one where it just looks very elaborate. And you got Frostborn in the background. You got the frozen throne that he's sitting on, which you almost can't even make that out too well. That's what that is supposed to be, but you can't really see it because his body kind of covers it up so much. You got the Lich King. Obviously, this one is a play on that Kaiba art where it's basically like, it's him saying, you're a third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck, right? Where he's hunching over the table and like breaking it apart or whatever, and knocking all the cards, and he's mad at the little girl who's sitting across the side. So this is like a little kid from Goldshire almost, is what it's modeled after, and he's just sitting there innocently playing, but yeah, you're a third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck, and he's being like a dick and yelling at her. You can't really convey the facial expression here as him being as upset as Kaiba is at the little girl, but just obviously the steam basically coming out of his, or what would it be like? It's the frost version of steam, like whatever. Just, you have that shit coming out of his eyes to show that he's upset, and then he's also, I almost meant for the table to be sort of cracked. The other one might be like that. Where is that? Yeah, like the table's cracked here to show that he's so mad. And he's not mad that, oh, he lost. He's mad, that he won and it was too easy or whatever. And the quote here is also pretty profound too, is that like the children of Goldshire deal with more ferocity is they play on a very sick line that Falric / Marwyn say, I can't remember which one, in the Halls of Reflection, where those were the two guys who were next to Arthas when he does the Culling of Stratholme and when he kills his father too, I'm pretty sure, right? Those are the two guys standing next to him. And so that's one of the sickest, like darkest lines in fiction history, maybe, where they say the children of the Goldshire fought with more ferocity when they're killing some of your players, like in the Halls of Reflection, right? It's like a 5-man dungeon, so they're killing you, right? This is like obviously further on in the lore, so they're referencing back to not only did they kill children in the Calling of Stratholme, but they're so like proud of it, or they're almost reveling or relishing in it, like, and using it to insult you too. So it's like showing you, not only did they do that, not only did they call Strat, not only are they sort of aware of it or even proud of it or okay with it, but they're using it to talk shit to you and say like, even those kids fought me better than what you're doing now in this 5-man dungeon. Like it's so obviously this is a more lighthearted version. The children of Goldshire dueled with more ferocity than you did. You wasted my time coming all the way up to my frozen throne. So this one's basically the same. I kind of like the other one better. This one's not quite as clear, but the one thing I like better is that the table is actually cracked and broken and stuff. Yeah, this one's probably also an A. You get the Frostmourne. You get to see the throne a little more clearly, although it doesn't really look that small. And then you get to see his hair come out a bit, and you get to see even his little fucking kneecap has a bit of expression to it. But yeah, this one's pretty much the same thing. So yeah, that one's good. This one's like maybe a B, maybe not even. Like again, it's one of those where the idea is good behind it, but it's not really too artistically good. You got Orgrimmar in the background. So this was the episode in my hardcore classic playthrough where I was doing it like very slow and super immersively. Oh wait, that was just the whole series. But I went into Orgrimmar for the first time after a little bit of build up and trying to do everything in Durotar first. And so I go in there and I'm like, I'm going to talk to every single NPC, whether I have something relevant to do with them or not, right? Just to get all the dialogue and flavor and familiarize myself with every nook and cranny, because the whole joke and the title behind it was Alliance player who killed every NPC in Orgrimmar talks to them for the first time instead, right? So instead of killing them this time, I'm actually just talking to them. And so it's like I'm a double agent, where this could be seen as a troll or it's meant to be a troll, but it could be seen sort of as a pseudo night elf, right? Just the way that it looks is sort of nondescript on purpose that way. And also, you're a double agent with the Alliance tabard in the back. So you have Alliance scum, traitor, no entry. Like they're all mad at you because I'm the same guy who not only attacked Orgrimmar and killed Thrall and all this kind of stuff, and would love to do, lead raids like that and be a part of them and just kill all the city leaders and this and that. But I also would make a point to do it. Like I would just go around killing random NPCs and stuff like that in random towns and just troll people, killing fight masters. So yeah, I tortured the Horde so much that now I'm finally getting to, it was my first time really playing a Horde character in any meaningful or thorough sense. So that was part of the point of the playthrough, was to kind of read all the quest text and actually finally appreciate that part of the game. Even if it comes with some ramifications where obviously the Horde's not going to be entirely happy about it. And especially, like, I don't know, that was like a 5-hour episode, where like I'm just going very methodically and talking to every NPC and doing stuff like that. Yeah, just Alliance player who killed every NPC in Orgrimmar actually talks to them for the first time instead. And then this one is probably I don't really like how this looks, but maybe it's like a B. So this is like my character, and this is like supposedly some leader of the universe. This is one of those things that I almost spoiled myself on, just to, whatever, the Chancellor at the time in the course of the events of, this was my first time playing, first playthrough Permadeath of Star Wars, what is it, the Old Republic or Knights of the Old Republic? I think Knights of the Old Republic is like a single player older game. So this must just be the Old Republic, the MMO. So yeah, it's a first playthrough Permadeath. I'm playing like a medic. And so now this is sort of mirroring the scene from Revenge of the Sith, where, have you ever heard the story of Darth Plagueis the Wise, or the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise? So this is just obviously, have you ever heard the story of the Old Republic? And this is like the Chancellor character in universe, I guess, at that time. And I mean, I never met them in the course of whatever, the one session I did of the game. But that's like my Saturday format where I just play it for the first time and try it, and then I always could come back and make a series out of it later. But yeah, like, so we didn't actually meet her, but I just looked up who's the Chancellor. So to kind of mirror the scene with Palpatine talking to Anakin, have you ever heard it? No, I haven't, obviously, in a very blunt way. So that's why I'm playing it in the first place, right? So what was my title for it was something like that too. Like, have you ever heard the story of the Old Republic? I sure haven't, so let's check it out. Something stupid like that. Right, so again, I don't like how it looks artistically, so that's maybe still a B though, because I like the whole joke and the idea behind it. And then this one is probably like an A as well. Pretty simple, but whatever. This is just my bot challenge, which I kind of have abandoned even doing. Where you have Martin, obviously is iconic, Madam Murder, as I called her, but she's like actually called what was it, like Madam Mate or something? Which was kind of a bad one to even put there, though, because she was just a temporary one for the month. I didn't even realize how those ones worked, right? Some of them go off on a cycle, like, so that there was, like, the Murder on the Nile type set, and then there was, like, Generations with, like, Boomer and stuff like that. So those are the ones I started playing. And then we have the Queen of Cult of Personality, my absolute nemesis when it comes to whatever. All the things I'm about are, like, the opposite with respect to no face cam and things like that. So that we'll get around to playing her mod at some point, Alex Botez. And yeah, just attack. So like this one's pretty much to the point. Maybe this one's actually a B because there's not actually a whole lot to it, but it just it gets the point across. And this is a series that would go on for a pretty long amount of time where I basically just going through every single bot on there, including the highest rated ones, 2800, Magnus, Dinglier, and whatever they got. And I have to play every single one until I lose, and then the challenge is over. So I was cherry picking the lowest rated ones, which I'm allowed to do that, but I have to either beat or draw every single one. And if I draw them, that counts as still winning because I get to move on to the next one. But if I lose a single game, then the whole thing is over. So that only advantage I have is the fact that it takes place in correspondence, obviously. So I literally have infinite time, and it was sort of to show with enough time I could be just as good as anybody else, just as good as Ding Liren or whatever. This one is probably like a C caliber one, or I don't know. This one looks very bad artistically. What's the last one here? That one's pretty good actually, but it's just basically my pet had died, so it was meant to be like I'm holding it more like the Mary, whatever it is, like it's the statue where Mary is holding Jesus or whatever in her arms, like side to side horizontally, and it's like something that's used in other fiction. Like I remember they used that in the Death Note opening, like with Ray Penber being held by Naomi Mizura, right, like that. So it's like you're dying over the cross or whatever. You're like a martyr or something is how they show it. So like you're showing the pet in that same way, and then you're showing the fact that in my RP, my character gets addicted on liquor, where for the next few episodes I have to be drunk like all the time, and I have to waste all my money on liquor just because that's one of the conditions of my RP sort of for the character. It's like if my pet ever dies, I can't revive it. So it's also permadeath for pets. But on top of that, it's the fact that I have to like pay this penalty of having to be drunk for a period of time afterwards. So it's nothing too artistically good, but it still tells the story of that point in the game and the playthrough. And then this is the final one for what was this, like if World of Warcraft was a detective game basically. So we were kind of wandering around Duratar, and so this was just making fun of the whole thing with Razor Hill, where there's like some sort of body of water there that I could never identify even to now what exactly it is. And so just making fun of orcs being stupid, Zug Zug, like I'm taking it so seriously trying to figure out, and we're supposed to look like a detective and our assistant or whatever. So this could be a whole buddy cop dynamic and everything. So I'm thinking seriously, something is fishy here, fishy literally, because there's a body of water that I can't explain, right, in Razor Hill. And then obviously he's just thinking to himself in the similarly serious pose, but just Zug Zug, as orcs sometimes say in the universe, right? Especially in Warcraft 3 you would hear that a lot. And then this was almost like a Chinatown inspired thing too, because if you've seen Chinatown, obviously the whole storyline focuses around water. So it's like I use that maybe as a subtitle or something, right? Like either you bring the water to LA or you bring LA to the water, like how Noah Cross says, right? Like it's a whole conspiracy with the water system and whatever they're doing in Chinatown. So here it's the same thing. Like you somehow either you bring the water to Orgrimmar, or you bring Orgrimmar to the water. So it's some secret reservoir that you're trying to siphon all the water to deny it to Razor Hill and bring it all to Orgrimmar and steal it from them. So there could be all kind of conspiracy going on with that. So maybe I should actually do another one, or maybe I shouldn't. But no, that's kind of just a fun thing to recap. What I think is most of my channel arts, I'm not 100% sure. Right, at least offhand, these are all the ones I had. So I actually ran out of them. So if I was going to do it now, I'd have to actually like go on my YouTube or something, and I could just start using my thumbnails like one by one from the beginning. So some of them are going to be awfully stupid, or they're going to get me flagged for mature content again because they'll make some sort of joke. You'll see how shitty actually some of them are towards the beginning. Let me actually do that. I'll go on there and I'll try to do that, and then I'll maybe do some. I won't even place I might just do some kind of a whatever, like a recap sort of episode. I'll just like watch the tutorial and try to understand what I didn't understand from the last times. Or actually, since I'm in the mood to recap stuff, as we're gonna go to look for channel art, let me actually show off some stuff on my channel, because since you can't see my dislikes, I should like look over and recap and review my most disliked videos or some of my comments or something. But this one's kind of funny. We just uploaded this and it has 1 view, and I guess that doesn't count myself when I just go through and try to put the timestamp in there, but it already has 1 dislike. Like, look at that. Like, let me look for some of these. Like, this one I probably just triggered people in the chess community, right? But the way I wrote the title was even in my stream. So, like, before I'd even played it, I put this title just as, like, a joke or a reference to the fact that, you know, Elon Musk had said that the game is more complicated than chess. So I didn't even know that or necessarily agree with that. So I'm just using the title in that sense. Like, I played the game that makes chess look like checkers. Now, it's true because every game in existence kind of does that, but that doesn't mean it's bad or that it's easy for you to master. Some of these are just kind of dumb. Like, what did I want to do with this? There was something I had said specifically. Like, just I wanted to show off, this is just a dumb death where I try to jump across like a pool. Some of these things I just trigger people because, whatever, I'm playing them blind in a certain way. Like, this one's just stupid. This is the kind of short form content that I always make fun of and criticize. Like, you know, why would I want to do this? Like, all it is me just trying to throw a Pokeball or whatever at the thing and just missing because I expect it to kind of auto lock on or something. But again, regardless of that, it's still like 1,800 views. That's one of my most viewed videos. Like, it's so stupid. But no, because they removed the dislikes, you can't actually see them right anymore unless you have like some sort of external add-on, and a lot of the time that doesn't even work properly. But no, a lot of the time people just are like, this is what I trigger in people, right? You're playing the game for the first time, but you're playing it the wrong way. And like, I embrace that because I like to play stuff blind, but you know, you can just kind of see what the dislike ratio on some of these are. A lot of these are either, you know, my most viewed clips are typically just me dying in a permadeath run, or me, you know, people would rather watch me die and ha, look how funny that is, what a stupid moment, rather than actually watch like a full permadeath run because that would take too long, right? So that's where the short form stuff gets rewarded. Something that's less impressive, that's actually bad, people would rather watch that of you just dying rather than you actually accomplishing something or doing like a world first clear or something. And yeah, like this one I completely disagree with, having so many dislikes, because it's like all I'm doing is just kind of wandering around. But at least I put even in the title, right? Warcraft Lorekeeper plays retail WoW for the first time since Wrath, even though that's kind of not true even, but whatever. Like, I didn't really play it since then. I just kind of did the same thing where I wander around. But maybe that's why people disliked it, but I doubt it, because I even acknowledged that there. But no, I even put go sightseeing. So people might be complaining, oh, you know, whatever. They're like, you know, I'm just wandering around and I'm not doing anything, but I'm even saying in the title I'm going sightseeing. So, like, those are the criteria for like dislikes and stuff like that, right? Do you like think about like it's a news channel, right? A news channel is reporting on some horrific crime or event. So do you dislike that because they're reporting on the bad event? Or like, I like your reporting, so I'll like it, but I dislike the event that you're describing, so I'm disliking it, right? But it's not their fault that they're doing that. So it's the same thing here. It's like, how can you judge it you know, I'm saying what I'm doing. So what if okay, so I'll upload a video that says like I'm farting, and then that's the video, like man farts, and that's what the video is. Or you might find that idea stupid, but at least you're being honest about it, right? You're not clickbaiting or saying it's something other than what it is. So clickbaiting is the main thing that you could objectively dislike. Like this is a community that I triggered, right? Path of Exile, and again, 104 likes is still good, but this is always my core criticism. I don't like the Diablo genre of games. I don't like the perspective and the overhead style. Like, clearly, people are very passionate about this, but a lot of it is just very sort of hindsight bias and stuff like, oh, you should know how to do this, or you should do this thing in this exact way. So I find that kind of interesting. The same thing happens like with WoW a lot. Right, like my hardcore classic series had a certain number of dislikes, at least just because maybe they don't understand what kind of series it is. That's often where it comes from too. Is like it comes from a place of like, what do you call it? Like they're expecting something different than what it is that you're doing. So it's not even saying one thing is better or worse than the other. Some of these art clips did pretty well actually, and I've done very little in art. Like I have like 5 or 6 different clips, but it's just like all the same thing. Like I'm always using a spear because I've never gone past row 7 on the Engram row or whatever. I don't actually have too many chess clips that I've ever done, just because I maybe play so much chess that it becomes kind of sensory deprivation type stuff. World first, Five Nights at Freddy, which I still haven't even played. This one I don't even understand why it has so many dislikes. I don't get it. Like, this is again where hardcore classic is like, oh, you're doing something wrong. You're not playing it the meta optimal way, even if I'm playing it a very specific format deliberately. Again, it's not saying there's a right or wrong or that you should play it the way I'm doing. It's just like they don't understand, or they're so like cynical with like, oh, there's only one way to play it. Like, there's something weird about some of these communities. Right, so Path of Exile seems to be the same thing. It's like they're projecting something of like, oh, you have to play it this way and this way only. When you're doing it, I'm doing an RP run. Like, what? Am I not allowed to RP? Or I have all these other rules that I'm setting for myself. Like, I'm a hunter who can't use a bow. Right? Like, that's just my character. I'm not saying anybody else has to do it that way. This one kind of has a funny moment at the beginning where I'm going on like a rant about the high ground in Star Wars. I should have almost uploaded that separately. Like, just how stupid that scene is and like why it gets memed on, and you know, just because it happens to be a Star Wars game. So yeah, this is the one that I was showing there. So some of these RP titles were pretty good. Some of these are from PvZ hard mode. Kind of see if there's something notable. Like, this is the bug where Renounced Darkness would keep fucking me over, like it wouldn't work in the twist mode. And I don't know. So, yeah, those are a few communities that seem to be a little stuck up in that way. Like, could be WoW, it could be Path of Exile, it could be Magic the Gathering, and it's rooted in something good that I actually respect and like. And sometimes I'm like that too, where it's like it shows you they're taking the game very seriously, right? But it doesn't mean that everybody's doing that all the time. This one's actually pretty favorable considering how bad I seem to actually play in that. Right, like again, a lot of this is just not notable one way or the other, right? Like I don't deserve 39 likes or 1,700 views for that either, because it's just a random dude just playing Ark for the first time. But people want to live vicariously and blah 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 through somebody else, and so it doesn't mean that, right? Just because that's something that people like to see doesn't mean it's necessarily good. You're not doing anything impressive there. This one almost seemed like it was a bot sort of thing, because it got suddenly, you know, 400 views and 36 likes, but no comments, no dislikes, nothing. It's just sort of random. I don't understand what happened with that. I don't know why this is even copyrighted. Yeah, a lot of this is just the RP WoW series. This is just me dying in the tutorial of Titanfall 2. Yeah, let's see. A lot of these are just for the WoW Classic. Like, you're not allowed to do anything. You just have to. Again, I'm not saying you have to like it, but there is something irritating about the WoW community. As much as I consider it like the greatest game of all time, like, yeah, why doesn't this have more dislikes? It's me just sitting there the whole time and just RPing with my pet, but you're not allowed to do that. That's not the optimal way to play the game. You're playing it wrong. This one I found kind of funny. The thumbnail. These are the ones I'm going to use as my chess arts now, I guess. Like, the Freelancer versus the Monitor, 2 of the least badass namesakes and titles for characters ever. And what else do we have? Little RP moments. I mean, at least I guess here you're labeling it correctly as an RP thing, right? Otherwise, people are too dumb to know what the fuck you're talking about, and it's just not acceptable to do things in a different way. Yeah, like look at this. Every time it's these WoW ones. Like, it's correct. A melee hunter does clown paladins for having less abilities than they do, for less melee abilities or just less abilities overall, right? So like, I'm a better melee class than a paladin, which is objectively factual. What else do we have here? There's the Ben Brode thing. That's another WoW clip. This is the retail WoW one where I'm just kind of flying around on Ashes of Valar. These are to do with PvZ hard mode. This is like a really old, just random one where I'm just listing stuff that they should improve. This is like from whatever, like 10 years ago or something. I can't even remember. Maybe like from 2012 even. Like, who would have thought it would have been this long? Because I never uploaded it or bothered with it. And then I'm like, fuck it, I'll just do it now because Elder Scrolls 6 still isn't out. Who would have thought it would have taken this long? Both for GTA 5 and obviously Elder Scrolls 6. Let's see. This is obviously me using that Earthbound thumbnail. This is also the same criticism of... Or no, that's not actually the Diablo criticism. Just why I don't like speedruns and stuff. And almost what I like is antithetical to them. Doesn't mean they're bad or that they don't take skill, but it means... you know, I like to stretch it out. Like a hard mode or something would just make it take longer, right? You're not trying to rush through it. You're trying to... you know, make it take even longer, make the bosses have more health or do more damage or have more enemy spawn or make them stronger and things like that. So you're trying to make it harder and flesh out the mechanics more instead of trying to shrink them and basically skip through them. Because the whole assumption is it's a good game, so like you want the game to be fleshed out even more and maximize the mechanics instead of minimizing them and shortcutting them. But then the flip side of that is a lot of speedruns will be permadeath anyway. So it's like, wow, if you can do that, you know what I mean? It sort of trivializes permadeath runs a little bit because it's like, oh, every speedrunner could obviously do a permadeath run in the game with ease. But it's such a repetitious thing that I kind of dislike it. Let's see. Diablo 4 there. Some of these are just like very random or from a long time ago, so I don't even remember what they are. Let's just see what some notable... Yeah, again, like... got me to platinum. Like, oh, it's not impressive to get to platinum. Anybody can get to platinum. Just use a meta deck. Like, I'm not saying it's a big deal or it should be considered impressive, but it is interesting the kind of ones that at least this is still a favorable ratio, 649 to 203. Again, this is something that I said like literally in 2019 on like my old channel, and yet now all of a sudden people's brains have finally caught up to the point where it's just worth noting or talking about. Like when I talked about it again, I was just kind of recapping it. I didn't realize it would be such a big deal now, but whatever. I kept coming up with different namesakes for these too. Like, it's world first clear, then universe first clear, then omniverse first clear. This is a short story about chess. Let's see what else. This one's kind of interesting. It has 2 likes but only 6 views. Couple Skyrim clips. I don't always post a clip from Skyrim, but when I do, it gets like 200 plus views, apparently. This is me having to delete my chess.com account. This is just some random... Oh yeah, Hearthstone can be like that maybe sometimes too. Just these communities that, again, are very committed and dedicated, but they can't sometimes see outside that own bubble of like, not everybody is trying to do it the exact same way or have the exact same experience with it. But they take it as like an ego thing, like, oh, haha, you know, everything has to be seen as somehow, I don't know, everything has to be seen in like a zero-sum sense, like they're assuming the intent of what everyone else is trying to do. This thumbnail is kind of funny, like, it's a bad karma moment, like Manfred von Karma, that's what you call bad karma. Jinx, obviously that's the bad. It's sort of like I'm talking shit about it and then it one-shots me. But yeah, some of these things are just totally random or just like things that I randomly talk about in the course of something that yeah, see, like even this is interesting, right? Like, again, this one I can kind of understand why people are disliking it because I'm shitting all over the tutorial, right, with how long it is and I'm fucking up or whatever. But it's like I'm still playing the game to this day and I still like it, so it's not like I dislike the game. It's just, obviously I don't like the tutorial. But people get like overly defensive and mad and whatever. It's like, wow, you're so bad at the game. Almost like I'm playing it for the first time. Like, what is it that you're trying to prove? But on the flip side, I acknowledge that like there's nothing impressive about it either. But those kind of things get way more views because you're almost just baiting it, right? That people are living vicariously through an experience. Is that blackout challenge thing? The main clips actually that got the most views overall were Danganronpa related ones, just for whatever reason. Like it must be something with the game itself. Like I won't even take any special credit for it because somehow, yeah, this is the same thing. Long-standing reason for not liking Diablo-style games. I mean, look, dude, that triggers everybody, but you can't really argue with the point because, I just don't like the perspective. It's anti-immersion breaking. Or, I mean, it's immersion breaking. It's anti-immersive. These are all to do with Danganronpa. But yeah, these, for whatever reason, got an insane number of views. And again, you might say, oh, that's, somehow it must be the way I'm playing them. But, no other thing has gotten this many. Between, like, I post 5 clips and they all get, like, an insane amount. It's obviously just something to do with the game itself. Like, which of these is actually impressive? These are just random. The only one that's actually a good one that maybe deserves a little bit of credit is this, where like I make a prediction about what's going to happen and it's actually correct, which I had a lot of moments like that in Phoenix Wright. But yeah, these are definitely, it's something about the game itself. So that would almost be like a good thing to bait views from, I guess. Like, oh, if you're a small creator, you should play games like that have this very passionate community about them. Because that could just be totally random, but it's weird that so many of them would be like that with the same game. A little writing stream there at the beginning, novel AI stuff. This is one of my personal favorite clips, actually, where it's just like me calling what's going to happen. Like, this NPC is going to talk shit to you and then tell you to go away. And that's exactly what happens, just because that's like a trope or a theme of what's happening in that game a lot. They'll say to come back later when you're stronger or something. This is Luigi's Mansion Super Hard Mode stuff. So yeah, I'll start using some of these thumbnails. Basically, was the whole reason why I was doing this. This is whatever, like some whatever boat has bait type shit. Let's see. I was certainly ahead of the curve. Man, this got way more likes since the last time I've seen it. And then, of course, my first video has to be something to do with either Hassan or Destiny over there. So, yeah, let me actually save some of these thumbnails. I'll just use them maybe indiscriminately from the beginning for whatever stupid reason. Okay, so I'll just totally randomly do this one, which is like... And we're getting close to running out of boards, too, but I guess I'll just randomly do them. This is like the first thing I ever posted on this channel to do with... whatever, Hassan saying something stupid about gambling. I can't even remember what it is. Like, by somehow gambling on the site, you're encouraging. So these are going to be just very scuffed, stupid thumbnails that I'm using here, just because, whatever. Or I could just use like random meme type art, I guess. But whatever, I'll do this for now. It's not going to make any sense, but whatever. At least those ones were like proper, pieces of art, even if some of them were pretty bad too. Wait, did I just lose that one too? I just lost my fucking chest 24 cent that easily. But then again, I guess I didn't deserve to use it because, okay, let's use the chest base one. Clearly means that I'm going to be studying and like actually, taking it seriously like you should. So let me try to do one thing here, which is just to... I should really stop if I lose with this one, but the point is I shouldn't. I should just win like 3 in a row. How much did I even lose for that one, I wonder? 1683, so I'd have to win at least 3. In fact, I'd probably have to win more than that now. Yeah, that was me just actually blundering my queen in such a way that was really, really unbelievable. And I give these people really too much credit because... I do things that are like totally unforced. They're not doing anything to make it happen, right? I just do it to myself. I want to do this, but I feel like it's maybe premature. And the reason why is because We just get to look at Hassan and XQC on the outside, or it's actually even showing like whatever, like all the play bars and stuff. This is literally my quality of thumbnail. Like at that point I was putting forth no effort whatsoever into them because whatever, I just didn't care. Now, you can sometimes get away with a thing like this, but I don't think it actually works. Or it sometimes does work on these type of players because like what does that really even do? That's the thing. Like we could just castle and just leave it. But the point is that there's going to be some stupid sack play incoming. I could just take it. I mean, I don't even care. I could literally just take it. It doesn't matter. I don't have to worry about anything. Like, you know, you almost just should do it. This seems like a dangerous pawn position, but are they really going to take advantage of it? Or wait a second. That's the same thing. Or it's even bad now because I'll be able to take this. And I'm threatening this. So that was just bad. You wouldn't have lost the pawn in any other situation. You can go here, and then if you don't take, you can raise it. So I'm generally comfortable with this position nonetheless, right? I mean, I'm a huge fan of just trading everything like a clown fiend. Let me try to bring my knight over to the other side here. I'm not too upset about this position. I shouldn't do this where like I try to force something though. Like I'm just trying to get to 17, so now I'm gonna fuck up and just tank it. So going here would be great because you get to, you know, I'm baiting for the trade a little bit too hard. But yeah, if you move that pawn, you'd be pinned into it, so you'd have to take. But then if you like raise this, then there's nothing I can do really. So it's not like I really have to do anything there. I should just try to break through the structure at the very least. Is that you? I have actually seen you on YouTube. No, this is my first ever channel art that I did, or I like first ever thumbnail that I did on this channel. That looks really stupid. It's just Hassan and XQC and whatever. But let's see. Should I even do that? Yeah, it's really shitty just to show. Now I'm gonna go back through all my channel art. I don't know you were a famous streamer and YouTuber. Yeah, not quite. But yeah, I ran out of channel art, so now I'll start using these, like my actual thumbnails for videos. If I let you take, it's not going to be good here, so I guess I have no choice. This could be very, very dangerous because if you open that H file, you're basically screwed, so you can't actually do it. If you push it again, you can just move the stupid ass knight. That's actually fine too. I kind of just want to go for this, but you know, they would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. They might be able to take this. They might be able to push this around. I take what should be a fine position and I fuck it up somehow. Clickbait real hard. I don't really think this one's clickbait though. In fact, it looks so stupid that I don't know if that's really a good idea, but you have to not let this happen at all costs, but then it's going to turn out pretty bad still. Like, this seems dangerous, but it might be more dangerous if I just don't. If I take it, I could be screwed, right? This might be somehow better. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, how does he get in there now to take advantage of it? You really can't, right? How do you'll go there, I guess? I don't know. Like, you'll check me there. I think I could just kind of run around. I don't think it would be that big of a deal. But that knight isn't doing me any favors, really. Or all I would have had to do is, like, go here, but I can't. Thumbnail of Hassan, but in reality, it's you playing chess. Oh, yeah, like, would that show up on the thing? I mean, the video isn't like that. The video is actually me just talking about whatever, something stupid. So the point is you go here, but then I don't know what happens. I would have to go here. Like, how would I really even take this? I don't understand. They'll go here. I don't know. I'll just go here first just to make sure that whatever you do is not going to have any impact. Right, just get out of here as much as possible. Dark square threat doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. So you're just kind of completely vacating that. So if you can just get rid of the knight, you win the game because now you're going to be able to promote. And there's not much we can do about it either. You could take there, which is very dangerous too. Like you go there, you go there, you go there, or you can obviously just take there with like the bishop itself. How do I create such busted positions that I end up in? But I guess really it's more my opponent that creates them. I just kind of go along with it and don't punish them. And look how much more time I take too. I got Elytra on Minecraft. I'm making an Enderman farm now. Made a raid farm the other day. Got a beacon and all my set is nether. I totally know what all these things mean as a Minecraft expert myself. So this is cute. I mean, again, all I would want to do is try to take it. But you have to realize these people are so good at the game that it's just never going to happen for you. You'll never be able to... They'll never let you trade. They'll never let you do anything. Right, that's what good players do. They deny trades. Like, they just don't let them happen. Like, even now, it's perfectly fine because you get to... You know, you're not actually losing anything. It's just... So even if you double... What the fuck, man? Why am I even doing this? Like, I go in just like, oh, I just want to get to 17. Like, what the fuck do I think I'm doing? Like, I'm not even trying. I don't really want to get to 17 at all. Clearly. No, they could have double stacked, so at least I'm covering it in that respect. It's still not that big of a deal. In fact, somehow I'm not even really down material. So I must have been up something? I don't even get it. He's attacking there, but you can only single attack it. So I'm... What is this? Dude, what is this? Got a beacon. Hassan has been real quiet since he showed up. Okay, we can't allow the unleash to occur either. So what if we go here? You can't take that. You'd think he'd bring his other rook in there. This one doesn't scare me as much now, but... There's nothing you can actually really do, but you're certainly wasting my time and pissing me off. If you can push one of them around, you could probably do something with this. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would take. This would at least allow you to basically this would allow you to maybe try to take this, but then again, it could benefit them that way too. You don't want to allow it to be a passed pawn, but if I take, you'll also take there. And so... You're going to keep going and turn it into a passed pawn, which almost doesn't even make sense on why I would do that. Or that's actually fine, isn't it? Now you'll attack that. Thereby, I can't come back. I thought that might happen. But what's good about that is the simple fact that if I go here, I'm still covering on the thing. Right, on the position. So I'd have to sack the knight maybe for it. So it's not much of a surprise that, like, even if I was to take that, right, it wouldn't solve the problem because you would still be losing this then. You can try to harass the stupid bishop here a little bit. So the point is you at least have one attacker on there, but it's not a surprise really at all that the knight would be a problem here. You actually don't have that bad of a position. If you can just deal with this one thing, right, it'd be perfectly fine. And so you're attacking, you're covering, it should be fine. If you go here, it's not a big deal. If you had just gone like that, that might have been probably better. Or he seems compelled to just keep doing the same thing over and over. So I was ready to do that, but now I guess I lose out on the one thing that is, I don't know. As long as you can get it like all the way there, but somehow the Dark Square Bishop's gonna stop me, or maybe you just gave me the precedent to do that, because now you can go here, and then if you take, oh yeah, I mean, there are times where you just shouldn't play. I got smited. Yeah, I don't think this guy is really good enough to take that credit though. Yeah, I don't know what's happening. You're like, oh, he's 1776, which I actually didn't even notice till now, but he didn't do anything really special. That's my problem with chess, is I keep expecting it to actually be like somehow satisfying in some way. Like everything is just very stale, and you know what's gonna happen, and you know whatever happens is just very foregone conclusion. So then it really just comes down to time. Like, can you see it quickly enough, or whatever? Have you studied for years to try to subvert that need to take forever? Give me a stalemate. Like, I really should stop, but I guess I don't really care. Like, let me just do this all fucking night then. This is what always happens. What is he doing, man? Whatever. It's like so fucking boring sometimes. I was gonna say I should go till I lose one, but now let's go until I win one. Like, am I even capable of winning a game? Because I go on these good streaks and bad streaks, and it's very deliberate. Like, I know it's gonna happen somehow. I shouldn't try to like pressure myself to do something with it. Like, what is it that really happens in the game? Like, there's something that happens here that, you know, I do it to myself. They're not doing anything, right? It's a knight move. Okay, you're supposed to go here. Then if they go here, you just ignore it. Like, what the fuck? Why would that be? I mean, that would be something I would want to do anyway, but right, like I would just want to trade the queens. Whatever, I'll just stop. Okay, so yesterday I actually missed my episode of Smite because I was just so fixated on trying to get to 17, but then I fell off, lost a couple games. I was like really close, like 1688, 1695 range. So here I'll just go until I lose one. So I only have one channel RTU. Is this a good way to kind of keep track of it? I should be able to fit an arc, which is my category for today normally. Right, which those episodes usually aren't too long anyway, but we have this. These are like the first videos that I posted on this channel, like just whatever channel art or whatever thumbnails I use for them. So this one, even with the improper borders and stuff, right, because I was either out of touch with doing it, or like I hadn't really done it that much in the past, like just doing YouTube videos in general, so I just didn't care. And so we'll do this one. It's actually the last board here, so then I'll have to start messing around with the ones you can kind of make on the site itself, which I didn't really get exactly how that works. And then this is Chess Base, which is like one of those programs that obviously I've never used because I've never studied in any form, but it's like some super advanced thing. Must be that one. Chicago. I do like these little city themed ones, which shouldn't shouldn't the horse be more like a bull to like represent the Chicago Bulls or whatever? But they have a couple of these like Oslo from Norway or whatever, and some other ones like based on cities. Yeah, let's go ahead and we'll go till I lose. So I don't mind if I really do. I just want to get to 17, just in principle. Just that's all I want to do, and then I don't care. And then I'll go on a bad streak like I normally do. But I just want to hit like some sort of checkpoint here because I have been doing okay. And the main difference is maybe the fact that I don't put the thing in my stream anymore. Like if you put in the title lichess.org, it shows up on your profile as you're playing the game. Now people have to actually go in and click on it. But if you put that in there, it'll show up like right here, right? So anybody can just see it and snipe you more actively, which again, I wouldn't say that should be that big of a deal, but actually maybe I'm realizing that makes the difference. Not because, oh, it makes it so much easier or whatever. All it does is it could make a small difference. It could be the difference in the game. And the reason why is because of the simple fact, I don't know if you're still supposed to do this now. It's because of the simple fact that like normally this is a line that you're supposed to do, but I don't think you're supposed to do it with the knight here necessarily. It's the simple fact that you take this, which I don't really care too much about. You're kind of compelled to take this, and the reason why is because you do have this pin. You can't take there, but what you're trying to do is like actually double attack that, but I guess I don't really care. I also want to stop this from potentially being pinned, which is maybe not the priority. In fact, it's really not, because I don't know. They would take, I would take. It's just a pin that bothers me, right? Like, why do I allow that to happen when it could be such a weakness? But the whole idea is the fact that, you know, this is already dead. Like, this is objectively just dead. So what if I just this is where my knight just gets in the fucking way. Then you could put this here, I guess, but you would still have to move the king. Why don't I just move this? Like, how does it hurt to move it? It's not doing anything anyway. You don't need the cover there. Let's just put it here and then fuck over the bishop. And so now you stop that from being effective because of the simple fact of you'd be attacking there. So maybe I should just cancel and get it over with. Right? There's nothing else going on, or it's actually the bishop itself that needs to just be addressed. You could go here because now you're double attacking this. So you would push it, but then I would still take it. But then you would take there, I guess, is the problem. But you can't, because then the act of taking it would also check you. For fuck's sake. But it's actually worth it, because then but I'm not really paying attention. It wouldn't have been worth it, because then you could have potentially taken there. Hey, Nightmare, accept our Lord and Savior Jesus. I didn't know Nightmare was religious until now. Okay, so you can bring it here, or I guess there is no real pin play. Like, there's no reason. Let's just go ahead and just castle, get it over with. You can still take there, which is, I don't know why I'm letting that happen, but they're not punishing me for it. And I also don't know what this really does for me, but that's a very awkward piece to cover. Like, how am I supposed to do it? I guess you can go here and just start to try to move them some other way. But I made that mistake like twice in a row. Like, is it really a mistake if you're aware of it and you still don't do anything about it? Like, it's more like you just don't give a shit. You didn't know you were religious either? My phone AI working? Okay, you go ahead and castle queenside like the clown that you are. And then we're covering there. We could push like this. This is a kind of an annoying pawn structure that I've created. It's just it's possible there's no like good way to really take advantage of it. Yeah, I'll go until I lose, and so I don't mind even skipping my episode today, but I really do just want to get to 15, or not 15, 17. Now here you'd be able to take potentially there, or bring it in there in general. So the way that you would deal with that is you could maybe go like this, but then that also allows you to come in there with it. So going like this could be a mistake, because you go here, And then, so it's almost like you want to move this. Then if you put the bishop there, I could just take, or if you... I think this maybe makes a little bit of sense. Your phone isn't working. Okay, so we can go here now, and so the question becomes the dark square threat that you might create. It's certainly a strong attack that they're putting forward. I just don't know exactly how to deal with it. If you take there, I can also take though, so I kind of don't mind this move, right? No matter what you do, if you take, I can take. If you don't take, it's fine. If you push it, I can take. Now we create a double thing going here, double stack. We're also covering all the relevant squares here. I don't mind this play at all either. This is still covered by the knight itself, although I don't know if I really want to keep it there. Not entirely sure what's happening with this, but I feel like I've played this person before. Why does that username seem so familiar? Now we could move this anywhere that I want, but see, like, you'll make a risky move like this, but you're attacking there, so you obviously don't want to do that. Unless I could move this to cover that, but I can't. Even if I raise this, it's not too good because now the queen could come in and maybe do something, but I kind of doubt that's actually going to happen. I don't know. If only there was actually a good, proper unleash thing for the knight to do. But no, I've been getting really sloppy. It's like I was maybe on a good streak for a while, and then I start to choke or just not take it super seriously. Let's just make a random knight move, or let's even make this knight move. Unironically, you know why? Because the fact of the matter is, I'll take this. So I don't even give a shit. Go ahead, take it. But the problem is, it's like a very long-winded sequence. I would go here, then you would take it, then I would take, you would take, I would take, you, but you wouldn't. I don't know. It's not gonna work. I go there, you take. Then if I take the queen, you still take the queen. So how did that help me? Right, so whatever, never be fooled by the knight and making it seem like you can actually do something good with it, because you never can. That's a cute little play. This would be a very cute play as well. But my queen's just not adequately positioned to do that. This I wouldn't mind because of the trade capability as well. You're attacking this, of course. And so I haven't been too sure of what to do with the light square bishop here this whole game. This is just like a necessary, obligatory move though, because you have to account for the account for the fact that these two have to connect. I guess it was covered by that anyway, but you don't want to rely on the knight of all things. So my pawn structure is a little busted, but other than that, my position is fine. The one thing you realize about my average opponent here is they're much faster than me, which is a core component. Like, if they actually took their time, they might be better than me, but they just don't. So can't take there, obviously, so let me think. You could keep pushing, and this could create some problems for me. So I kind of want to go for a trade at all costs, but they might just not allow me to do it. Right, or the act of doing it will itself still be bad, but that's always my easy way out. Like, if I just trade, I feel safe. If I just trade, I feel like I can do anything, which is maybe the opposite of the mentality you would have. Like, you would want to, you know, as long as you have the queen, you feel like you can mate them and you can do all kind of aggressive attacks. So now at least you have to deal with this, right? If you don't, not that I should get distracted. Okay, fine. So now you have this potential play, you have this potential play, double attack, even though it's double covered. So what do you do with this position? And the answer is, if you move the darks for a bishop, obviously, but there's really nowhere good to move it, so you almost want to go here. And the reason why you want to go here is because then you can do that protected fork with the idea that, you know, you can basically, so go ahead, attack this little weak pawn here. I mean, I'm fine with just trading it, period. Like, that's the whole point of what I wanted to do. in the first place. You can do anything with the power of friendship. Let me see. Yeah, this isn't Yu-Gi-Oh! Like in the anime where they actually do say that, like, which I'm embarrassed to even have watched, but okay, what the fuck do I do with the knight now? I wouldn't be too upset about this position overall, but I don't know. This is very annoying because you might come into there, but you can't. So like I can go wherever I want, but I can't decide what it is that I do want. You might go to here. You go to here, you go to here, you go to here. I can cover most of these pretty well. I can anchor in the knight itself. That's a surprising move that I didn't expect. You can go here and then you could like set up for a double take, right, where they would take a pawn. Doing this probably isn't a good idea either. But, like, what is their next move if I do that? Like, you can't really do anything with it. Right, so what is their follow-up? They still can't go here because of the knight. I could have also done this, I guess, but they could kind of keep targeting stuff a little bit. I'm just too slow. Have you watched Ghost Stories anime? No, I haven't. I actually haven't seen very many animes at all, but I guess the ones that I have seen I've really liked or I've watched like multiple times. But yeah, of all of them, I would have had to watch the original Yu-Gi-Oh! All 200 whatever episodes of it, surprisingly. But I can't beta trade here at all, so I'm just screwed. Basically, I'm going to move my king all the way out or something. Like, I genuinely have no idea what to do with this, and leaving a piece hanging like this with a cover is not a good idea, because now the Dark Square Bishop is going to do something. But see, it technically does cover that, so in theory, there should be nothing you should really be able to do about it. You take that, then I take, or you take the knight, then I take, and then you take, but you would have to trade down. So objectively, I don't see what you can actually do with that. You take, I take, you take, but then you gave up the rook for the knight. So what the fuck? You'll take there. You'll take with the rook itself. You can kind of box this dude in there. And the reason why is because now... You would take here, but I could still take back, or now I can't take back. What if I go like this? I don't know. I don't have time. You can attack this one maybe too, or something of the sort. You want to try to do something there. Okay, we can move this now at least. And the reason why is because now you're attacking this. It's sometimes good to like block it in there too. Like now the rook can't move, so something good can happen, but doesn't mean it actually will. Okay, minute 18 left. Let me see what the fuck I can do here. It's so bullshit how it always comes down to that. I don't know, man. It really shows you the wrong message about the game, and it reveals a lot of things about it. Like, so in other words, if you had not even like infinite time, although there is always that joke about correspondence, like, yes, you could play like a super grandmaster in correspondence if you really want to sit there and go through every single thing. It's like, who has the patience to do that? But I guess that's what you have to do. You go here, you give a check, you can try to double take, but it won't matter. Like, I'll literally march my king all the way up the board because I have no idea what the fuck to do with this position. Like, it's so, wow, complex. You have to be a super grandmaster to figure it out or something. Like, what the fuck? It should still be a draw, but it just doesn't matter. Like, it's so annoying. And I create these positions so easily every time. Like, you're not really going to win. Even though I already made some mistakes too, you're still not going to win. You go ahead, you give a check and you can take that for free, so that's perfectly fine with me. I don't care. You know, go ahead and do it, man. I don't. Doesn't matter. You could have taken all along, or now you could still take, or if I take, then you take, then I can't take. Or you could make a fuck up like that. You might think, oh no, you're gonna get a passed pawn, but you're actually not. And the reason why is because What? Well, ordinarily that would be a good thing to do. Okay, I'm just gonna not even play it. There's a point where I just kind of give up, I think. Like, I don't really care enough to really do this. Like, what if even if I got like a royal fork, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. Give me a stalemate and I'll keep going or whatever, but that's just so dumb. Every single game is ending the same exact way, and I can guarantee it too. It's just I'm either winning or I'm, drawing, and that's just it. You can't really beat me. None of these people can actually beat me. So I really will just quit Rapid and just go back to Classical. I'll never play Rapid again. Like, what's the point? It's not instructive. It serves no purpose. Like, what's the point? What are you proving? Or just go play Bullet, then Hyper Bullet instead. That's really so fun, isn't it? I don't get what it does for you. It might be valuable later on, as in much later on, as in, it doesn't, even then it doesn't matter, because why would you even bother when it comes to, it's still not the highest level of, like, you still don't respect it as much as longer formats, even if people get to show off or do whatever they feel like. I don't know what's really so satisfying about doing this, but okay. There's maybe a certain art to trying to calculate the, how many ways you can do. I recommend you watch the dub. I don't think I'm going to watch any animes anytime soon, but ghost stories, huh? The white's winning most of the way. Maybe just that rook move. Let's see what you could possibly learn from this game. I kind of want to do another one though still. What time is it? Maybe I'll do one more, even though I keep saying, no, I shouldn't though. I keep saying I'll do it until like and often my blunder moves are like trades. It's not like I really care. I was just kind of getting so close to 17 that I just wanted to do it, but clearly it's the same tendency that I always do. Like, I could literally get to 2000 like right now too. That's what's the sad part about it, right? It's just like I keep doing the same tendency. Like, if I really focus and really play my best, I can do it. It's just, I don't care, even remotely enough. That's the difference between me and most players. It's like, it's not even that I really have to study. Like, I don't want to, and I feel like, oh, I should, because that'll make it easier, that'll make me faster. But I'm literally like a 2000 player. I just can't do it because I'm either too slow or I'm too, whatever, too like lazy in the course of a game. Usually my mistakes are always like blunders when I look at like like even at the beginning I try to like I'm doing it just to trade. So what should I do instead? I could cover it, but then I guess nothing really happens if you do that. Okay, I'll switch to that, or I don't even have enough of my art. This is the way I can kind of force myself. I'd have to log back in and get another piece of art.